what they thought they wanted, they no longer want. Maybe the business that they dreamed of having, that's no longer a dream of theirs. Maybe, they were going along and they were starting a new business with their husband, but now their husband's no longer with them. And so you have to keep reshifting as you go, and then your vision changes. And then the constant noise, the constant barrage from news and the media and people's opinions, it like really muddies someone's vision. So when people are like, I just need a strategy, I just need a plan, that doesn't work if your vision isn't crystal clear. Right. So you really so when I spoke with her, I was like, I understand. I can see your vision. I can see what your narrative is. I can see what you could be, because in representing over 200, top brands, people, founders, celebrities in the world, I've created this, like secret sauce of, I can see the roadmap. I can see how we're going to get there. I can see the possibility of what you can be and how people are going to react to it because I have cultural intelligence, meaning I'm not going to just say, "Oh, you should be this." Not understanding that all the things around the world are in play, not understanding that what you're doing is the opposite of the news cycle. Not understanding, like, I understand that like 5 years from now, AI will have taken over and what you're saying is completely irrelevant. So because of the cultural intelligence, because of my expertise from the PR world, I bring that knowledge into what I have now called the Founders Edit. I did not have it at that time, but she was my first client and I built the company around her wanting to work with me because I saw somebody who I personally really related to. I grew up heavy set myself. So she was really funny. She was smart. She was kind, but she wasn't being and stepping into everything she could for her life. And so I came in, we devised a plan, but you know, I remember going to her house in Baltimore and she had all these, really crappy clothes, ill-fitting, nothing, they weren't very powerful. They were like the old her. And I was like, you know what? The first thing we're going to do, and I don't do this with anybody else, but I was like, let's go shopping. Let's really set you up about who you're going to be. So who are you like when people see you and you step into a room, right? So you have to understand, like, right now, if you're stepping in a room, if you're trying to close a deal, if you're trying to get anything done, but you don't have your own vision for this is what I look like, this is how I act, this is how I show up, this is how people are going to see me, this is the environment I'm creating for myself, then the plan is messy, the waters are muddied, right? So like with her, we went shopping, we did all this, and I know for a fact in those couple of months, I completely changed her life. Not only did she consistently tell me every single day how much I changed her life, which I loved, you know what I mean? And we're still friends and everything, but I was able to set her off on her own. And it's interesting because so many people coach, right? And they coach at, but they don't coach with, right? And so for me, what I do in this Founders Edit is that I handhold people. Okay. So as an example, and I'm so pro women, I'm so pro woman, and I don't take no shit and I don't let my people that I roll with take shit, which means that if they're like, hey, I didn't get that done, I'm like, why didn't you get it done? We have a call at 10 o'clock. We have a call. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Why are you messing up? You're doing this to yourself. And I remember when I met her boyfriend, and I was like, no, no, like he's the one. He is the one that's keeping you down, and he's going to keep you down. Like, I know it. I can feel it. This is what it is. She was so far in the weeds, she couldn't see that. And because of that bad relationship, she's now broken up and has her best life. She was able to raise so far and so high. Her business in 6 months completely changed around. I'm sorry. All her employees now love her, want to stay, don't want to leave. She's now working on her first book. She now, just moved into like a Four Seasons apartment. She's living her best life, right? After that, somebody else came to me and said, hey, listen, I want to start a fashion brand. What do I do? I've been trying to do it myself for 15 years. How do I get there? I don't know what to do anymore. So we sat down, we made a roadmap, make a plan. And then since that time, I've worked with, I don't know, about 25 women in doing these different plans, whether it is power hours, strategy sessions, just having a talk. I find a lot of people don't have good people to talk with in their life, especially that aren't really successful. And what happens is then you're talking to your friend and they're like, yeah, that sounds crazy. Don't do that. Or you're never going to do that, right? You're never going to be that person. Come on, you know how you are. And unfortunately, sometimes it's our friends and family, the people that love us most, they're really comfortable with the person that they know that we used to be and that they're used to and they feel good around because they haven't reached that level of success yet. So how could anyone that isn't here tell you how to get here? It's never going to happen. So that's why it's so important for you to really understand when it comes to vision and be super clear on who you want to be, how you're going to get there, how you want to show up, how you want people to respond to you before you make any strategy and any plan forward, because it's never going to stick without having clarity. And so, like I said, I have the founders edit. We do all types of programming for women, but it really is very individualistic because we are such individuals that no plan fits every single person, you know? Because if you just, I did have this woman that came to me and it's like, she lost her mom and she was so devastated by it, but she was trying to pick up the pieces and start her company. But at the start a company in respect for her mother and her mother's name, but she needed to rebuild herself and her inner worthiness and her inner strength before she did that. So, I unfortunately lost my mom too at a young age, so I was able to help her do that. So it's very like unique to different people, and that's why I feel like big coaching, big pumping up is a little bit of a hard sell for people. So that's my spiel. That's what I got this morning. And I do hope that you at some point soon, if you haven't or you need to, really write down that vision and think about who you want to be with who you are now, not what you wanted then. Because if you say today, like, who do I want to be today? Understand that every want has either consequence or actions attached to it. If I say I want to make $10 million, okay, fine. But I also want to have a family and be pregnant with twins by the end of the year. And I also want to do this and do this. Something's always got to give. So when you have a vision and you work towards it, I really want you to think about the reality of what happens if that vision comes to life. That's also really important. So that's my spiel. I feel like I killed it with the time because I feel like I have 11 seconds left. And great.
You literally killed it with the time. You actually have 5 minutes left, right, for Q&A. It was a
Yeah.
total of 15. Girl, you are right on point. You were speaking to my soul every single time you were like hitting it. And I said that like to you very early on. I think my first message to you, Gwen, was like, girl, you give me so much energy. Like if I'm fucking up, excuse my cussing because I cuss a lot. My
Yeah.
coach is actually on here. Shout out to Wendy Amara, who's gonna probably be like, hey, Lonnie, again. But the fact is like you give me that like big sister, tough love, no BS energy. And I thank you for that because oftentimes we need that. We need somebody who's gonna, let's go, mama. Like get it together, right? It's you against you. I wanted to open it up to the collective and see, does anyone have any questions for Gwen? Don't be shy, ladies. This is your time.
And by the way, everybody needs it. Just by the way, everybody needs somebody on their corner, like when days are dark and news is weird and the country feels weird or the environment or just anything, like everybody needs to have like that pat on their back that, let me pick you up, let me raise you up. So I do think it's really important to honestly also really make sure you surround yourself with those people. And if you don't have those people, make your own group of those people. Yeah.
I have a question. I'll pop in. Gwen, amazing. You were amazing. I love it. From the beginning, the first thing I took was definitely knowing and understanding yourself and what you want before you even start to move forward with your strategy,
Mhm.
right? I think that's super important. So I want to ask, when folks start working with you from inception to then execution and seeing results, I know it looks different for everyone,
Right.
but what do you think that timeline is? If you can
Right.
give us like an idea.
Right. It's a couple of different timelines. So let me give you an example. There's this woman that came to me recently, and she is an icon, a legend in this certain space that she's in. It's an art space, right? A food art space. And she was really down on herself. She's 60 something years old. And she was like, the problem is I'm such a freaking legend. I'm such an icon that everyone thinks I'm too expensive and I can't barely even pay my rent right now. And so like, how do I come across? I don't know like who I am anymore because like I'm this talent, but now social media, like everyone's doing an AI and everyone's doing this. And so people are just like moving so fast ahead of me, but I'm the original talent. But how do I say I'm the OG without being the old G? You know what I'm saying? And this. So, to be honest, like her and I just did a 2 hour power hour. And I was completely able to shift her mindset to the point that she called me 4 days later and it's like, you're never going to believe it. Things are coming in. I did exactly what you said. I spun it around. I did some outreach. I repositioned exactly like you said. I have all these new projects. By the 3 months later, she sent me a New Year's Eve or New Year's Day message, said, my world has completely changed around. Thank you, Sensei. I was like, okay, girl. And it's like how like you saw me. I needed someone to see me like that so I could get my groove back. A lot of times like people are operating very alone in this world and or in a silo, especially solopreneurs, right? Like we're operating in the silo where we're like, I think I'm doing a good job. Shit, I'm not doing a good job. Wait, does anybody care? Is anyone listening? Wait, you're doing a good job, girl, right? So if you're kind of like being this only person for yourself, it's really hard. So that was one example. Sometimes it's a month-long process. So what we do, I offer these power hours, and then there's something called the blueprint, right? Where it's a 40-day immersion. So I rock with you from the first day where we're like, hey, tell me everything. Tell me every single annoying thing that you feel like is stopping you. And then we get into like what the reality of what that looks like. Like, are you just saying it? Is that really not what's happening? Or are you kind of just stuck in your head? Then we visualize, we crystallize, we make a plan, you're off to the races, right? So that's like the 40 days. And I feel like that's a really good time to have people change their life, because I'm in it with you daily. Like we're checking in, we're making sure. But it's interesting because, and I don't know, I don't think I just said this on the call, but I used to represent a very big coach in my PR business. Like she paid a shit ton of, at first I was like, hell no, not interested. She was like, I'm paying this shit ton of money. I was like, sign on the dotted line, let's go, like in the PR business, but she had so much business. She was super successful. And I met with her and I was like, listen, I'm just confused because like you have these calls and then you walk away and you tell these people what to do and then you walk away. And she said, that's not, I love that. I love that. I've always wanted to be in the Oscars and have that happen to me. So I'm so happy that happened. I feel like I was on the Oscars. But anyway, but she did say, that's not my problem. I just deliver, but I don't need to have, like, I don't follow up with them to make sure they do it. But that's how they keep coming back. I was like, holy shit, that's so scammy. But listen, she made so much money on it. I'm that person. I don't do that. We walk it through to the end. So I have a 40-day and then a 6 months. So there's different varieties. You could find me on Instagram. I'm at Gwen Wonder, GWEN Wonder, UNDR, Founders Edit, website. It's all, Kalani has it all, I think, beautifully packaged for you. And at the very least, if you guys want to follow along, I post really fun stuff. I post like pump up, cool business stuff, travels, everything. And I love to support other women. So, and I'm going to stay on and hear everyone else spiel.
Thank you
Yeah.
so, so, so much, Gwen. You
Welcome.
are amazing, babe. I can't wait to like one day meet you and hug you in person.
We're going to do it. We're going to make it
Let's
happen.
do it. All righty. So, Sue, you can go ahead with the next person.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Gwen. All right. So up next, we have Miss Wendy A. And Wendy, hi, Wendy. Oh my God, love the purple. Yes.
Hello, 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 everyone.
And Wendy is going to be talking about the sales shift from fear to power. Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you so much for having me, Sue. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It is 8:30 a.m. on the West Coast this morning, so I am still drinking my coffee, and my kids are still asleep. I'm a mom to 3 kids. I have twins that are 11 and a 14-year-old. And if you have a teenager, they sleep until like noon. So I'm sneaking into my office on Sunday morning here to give you guys some insight from a coach that's been around for over 20 years. I actually started coaching in oh my gosh, 2005, 2006. So yeah, it's been over 20 years that I've been working with clients in some capacity. And when I first started, guys, I didn't even have a website. First 7 years of my life, of my business, I had no website. I was just coaching word of mouth. Like I would work with one person and then they would get some results and that would lead to working with another person, right? Similar to Gwen, I'm sure we remember the days where there wasn't any Facebook, there wasn't any social media. You produced results with somebody and then they shared your name with somebody else. And then that's how you built a reputation for being able to get results. So I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm actually Kaylani's coach. I just want to take a moment to congratulate her for putting all of this together and for allowing me to be on this journey with her and for trusting me in this process of coaching. You may have noticed some changes in Kaylani and more coming in the work that we're doing. So I practice something called transformational being work. It's a certain type of coaching. It is not coaching based solely on generating results, but based on becoming the woman who actually produces those results, right? So I'm going to share with you a little bit about sales. We're going to talk about sales. I'm hoping I can keep it all in the 15 minutes, but please be patient with me here. The sales shift from fear to power. Raise your hand if you have any part of you that fears sales, that fears actually saying your product out loud or telling people how much it is, or saying the price to somebody, or being able to hold space with people when you're saying, okay, but if you want to work with me, here's how much it is, here's the commitment, here's the time commitment. Yeah. Most of us, when we're starting off as entrepreneurs, we love our product, but don't necessarily love the sales process, right? We usually start our businesses because we want to make an impact. We want to create change in another person, or we have something that we think is so amazing that we want to share with people. But no one has really taught us how to bridge that gap from, I love this thing, to, okay, now actually give me your credit card information and let's sign on the dotted line, right? So that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm actually going to give you a 5-step process or framework for how I do what I call inspired sales and what I teach my clients. So you're in for a treat. Let's start first by talking about the fact that sales is an inside job. It has to do with what's happening internally in you. So let's talk a little bit about the vertical and the horizontal. I also have a podcast that you can get more information on this. It's called Yes Mujer Build It. If you want to know more about these 3 mindset shifts, I talk more about them in the podcast, and I'll make sure I post information here for the podcast. Okay, the vertical. The vertical, which I often say looks like this. The vertical is what's happening inside of you. It's your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, especially your beliefs about yourself, your intentions. Raise your hand if you set an intention today. Like if you woke up today and were like, I saw a lot of intentions in the chat. People were like, it's going to be a great day. Today is summit day. Yeah, those are intentions, intention setting. And then lastly, your frequency of vibration. Not everybody gets that one, but the Reiki healers and the healers in the room will probably understand frequency of vibration. That's the vertical. It's your relationship with yourself and your relationship with what I call the quantum field, but also known as the universe, sometimes called God, sometimes called your higher self. It's that part of you that is connected to something bigger, the bigger thing, right? That's the vertical. What's happening internally, and then your connection or your rootedness to what's really important. Here's the horizontal. The horizontal is everything that we see outside of us. The horizontal is all of your circumstances, your to-do list, your car payment, your timeline. You're getting your kids to school every day, right? What are you going to eat for dinner? Where you're living, the economy, everything outside of us, even who the president is, that's in the horizontal. These are all circumstances, right? How much interest rates are, all circumstances that live in the horizontal. How much money you have in your bank account, horizontal. Your thoughts about money and your beliefs around how much money you have in your bank account, vertical. So you start to see the difference between the vertical and the horizontal, right? One of my expertise is that I happen to be able to coach you on both. But the vertical is where we start, 100%. But I will tell you, the vertical is where we start, and it's not a quick fix game. Woo, because we're talking about identity shifts. We're talking about who you're being, your belief of who you are, your belief about your pricing, for example, and how much you can charge, right? And your connection to you being worthy, irregardless of how much you're charging or whether people are saying yes or no. Even if you're getting 100 no's, going back to I am worthy no matter what. The do have is who you're being, this, the vertical. The doing is the actions that you take, and the having is the result. The result being like your goal, right? Let's say you want to, I don't know, make $10,000 a month, and that's your goal. That's your have. Who do you need to be in your way of being? What are the thoughts, feelings, beliefs you need to be in order to achieve that? And then what do you need to do, right, in order to achieve that? We can get into more detail about this during the Q&A also, if you guys have questions. Okay, let's talk about this 5-step process for closing a sale. Here are the 5 steps to this day that I still practice, and this is how I built a $1 million+ business. My business is actually a multi-million-dollar business at this point. I've practiced these same 5 steps over and over and over again. Number 1 step in any sales process, what I call enrollment process, is relationship. You have to build a relationship of trust with the person, right? That doesn't necessarily take a long time. I've had people that have hired me for $10,000 products and only know me from Instagram. I never even had a conversation with them. But you do have to know how to build relationship with people. So relationship. 2, value vision. This is the part of the conversation where you share with people the value of your product, what your product does for them, whether it's a service product like your coaching or your massage therapy maybe, or if it's something physical that you're selling them, right? Like this pen, what's the value for them in this pen? 3, pain points. This is one that most people don't even talk about. What is the pain that your client is in that you are the solution for? What's the pain that you solve for them? In fact, in the chat right now, please write 1 pain point that you solve for your client. Even if you have a physical product, right? What does your physical product do that solves the pain point? Or what does your service do that solves for them? What's the pain point that you're solving for them? That's really important that you talk about that with them in an interaction in some form if you're doing like sales calls. And lastly, 4, call to action. Call to action is when you actually tell them, we get to work together and it's $5,000, or this is what you need, this pen, and it's $300 or $30 or $25.99, whatever your pricing is. You actually have to be specific, clear, direct. Specific, clear, direct. You say the offer and then you stay quiet. That's the hardest part. You say the offer and then you stay quiet. And lastly, support. Support is the last step because how many times, give me a thumbs up if you agree with this, how many times has somebody said yes to you and never actually paid you? Like said, yes, I want to work with you, I'm committed, right? And never actually fill out the form or bring in the money or actually get you the information that you need. So I always say with support, there's 3 C's. You need a commitment from them, which is usually the yes that they tell you sometimes through the DMs. Yes, I'm in, right? You need a contract of some sort. This could be something that you have them sign. And then you need the cash, the 3 C's. The cash is like them actually paying a deposit or them paying for the product or whatever it is. You need all 3. And so we support them. Even when people are like, I'm a yes, we have to support them through making sure they actually sign on the dotted line and get you the money, right? I used to do all 3 on actual calls with people. I would be like, okay, great. And now your credit card information, please. So that I could close all 3 in a shorter period of time. 3 ways of being that will increase your sales. I know I have like 5 minutes left. So 3 ways of being that will increase your sales. You might be asking, what is she talking about a way of being? A way of being is the vertical that I was talking about. Remember the vertical? What's happening internally? You and your relationship with yourself. Yes. So here are 3 ways of being that will increase your sales that you can start doing today. That's the beauty of transformation work, guys, is that it lives inside of you. You don't need anything outside of you. My coaching, when I coach with a client, I actually think you already have all the answers. You are your own genius. My job as your coach is to hold space for you and help you find the ways of being that are going to work with you. So number one, certainty. And here's a little trick question. What's the difference between certainty and confidence? You can do that for homework. Okay, certainty in you and your product. Number one, you have to be certain that your product actually serves the person, actually solves their problem, right? That they need this product or that they will highly value from having you work with them or your thing. Two, committed. People see this word and they're like, oh yeah, I'm committed. Are you really though? Think of something that you're really committed to. Think of one thing in your life that you know for sure you're going to be there at that thing no matter what. Like if your best friend got married or if your kid got sick at school and you had to go pick them up, right? You would be there no matter what. When you think of that, check in with your body. Where does that commitment feeling live in your body? You probably will notice a difference in what real commitment feels like. That's where you need to move your sails to. The same mom who goes and picks up her kid when they're sick, no matter what, even if you have to rearrange your entire day, or the same friend who's like, I'm going to be there at your wedding no matter what. I don't even know where it is or what day it is, but I'm going to freaking move mountains if I need to be there. That's the same version of you that needs to sell your product. That's needed in order for you to actually sell whatever it is you're selling. And lastly, of service. You get to give value. Give value and not be attached. Of service means what I'm doing right now, what Kaylani's doing with all of you today. Giving value, giving you information, giving you inspiration, motivation, hopefully with me, a little bit of transformation, a new way to look at things, right? So that you can actually start to see, oh, this person really wants to support me, really wants to help me without being attached to an outcome. So we're committed, but not attached. Second growth work question you can ask yourself. What's the difference between being committed to something but not being attached to it, right? What's the distinction between those two? Transformational work happens in distinctions. It happens in language. So it serves us through how we speak. And this is one of the things that I teach in Inspired Action, which is my group coaching program. Here's what I'm going to share with you from the bottom of my heart. And this link. Kehlani, I don't know if you can copy this link and put it in the chat, please. That would be great. Inspired Action is my group coaching program. And I strongly believe, guys, everyone in this room, that we are not meant to do this work alone. We're meant to do this work in community, especially as women. We're meant to witness each other going through breakthroughs. We're also meant to remind each other of who we really are. And listen, I was a one-on-one coach for 12 years of my business. So I still do one-on-one coaching. If anybody's interested in one-on-one coaching, you can send me a DM or definitely fill out this form because then I'll follow up with you. I still do one-on-one coaching, but I can tell you time and time again, the breakthroughs that I witness when we're doing group work, when women are working together, the amount of vulnerability that needs to happen in those rooms, that's where the transformation happens. Let me just stop sharing this so I can see all of you beautiful people. This is the real work, guys. And I know that the majority of you are here because you want some result that happens here, right? You want to make more money. You want to double your visibility, right? Whatever your goal is that you want to measure, I get that that's super important. I'm going to give you the $1 million advice here. Practice this work first. Because if you can't manage your thoughts, your beliefs, your feelings on a day-to-day basis, this doesn't matter. In fact, I can give you like a cheat sheet for 5 ways to make $1 million in the next 3 years. But guess what's going to happen? You're not going to be able to sustain it. You're not going to be able to actually keep that money because the algorithm's going to change. Instagram's going to change. Like I have clients that built their whole business on TikTok. And then TikTok went down. Do you guys remember in like January, TikTok went down for a little while? So, thank you. I love that she uses music towards my ending. Here's the bottom line, guys, from my heart. My purpose in your life, the reason you've discovered me, the reason I've come into your life is to help you actually reach your goals. But that comes through a transformational process. If anything I said with you even slightly landed with you, or you're curious about something that I said, fill out the form. Fill out the form. I'm going to put the link here also. Fill out the form and I will for sure follow up with you. I'll be sending something special around sales just for this group, just for Kaylani's people, so that we can continue to work on our inner dialogue, our inner beliefs, so we can actually achieve more money. That's what I for all of us. Sales, easier sales. And I didn't get to talk much about like results that my clients have produced, but Kaylani can share with you guys later on. I mean, just this week, I had somebody close a $12,000 group coaching package. $12,000 she closed that an organization paid her just this week. My clients are producing results. Yes, Miss Leah White. Thank you.
Hey, Wendy. So I have seen what you've been doing with my good friend Kaylani for a minute now. I think that it's been really remarkable to see her not only professionally grow in business, but personally. But I wanted you to, if you could go back to the be, do, have just a little bit more. I got the be, I got the do, where am I at the have?
Yeah, this is great. Okay, so the have is your result. So Leah, what's a result that you want to achieve? Let me do this with you right now. I'm going to do a little bit of live coaching with you.
Oh, no.
Leah, what's the result that you want to have?
I want to publicly speak more about my business and how I teach people how to intentionally network.
Okay, beautiful. So one, I'm going to tell you the have gets to be very specific, right? So when I'm working with a client, I would say, for example, for you, we have to be able to measure it. So an increase in 50% speaking engagements this next quarter, for example, right? That's a way to measure that, for example. So we can say that. So your have is 50% increase in speaking engagements in the next 3 months, let's say, or 10 speaking engagements this year. That's another way to measure it, right? That's the have. That's the have. Now, how do we get there? When I ask you that, how do we get there? What does your brain say?
Plan.
Yeah.
This is plan.
Yeah. This is every human brain, guys. Every human brain will go to the doing part. The doing part, right? The do part. We have to train our brain. This is transformation right now, guys, literally. We have to train our brain to stop and say, okay, before I go to the doing, the planning, who do I need to be to get 10 more speaking engagements this year? Who do I need to be to produce the results that is speaking more about my business, right? Or speaking more about my product that I'm selling? Who do I need to be? So who do you need to be, Leah, to make that happen? In your way of being, what's a thought or a belief you need to have?
I need to be audacious with my conversation and engage more.
There we go. Audacious in your way of being. Do you know where you feel that in your body?
Where?
Where do you feel audacious in your body? Like, where do you feel the beingness of that, the feeling of that? Where does it live in your body?
It normally comes from like my heart, my passion for what I do.
Yeah. There you go. So you need to be audacious Leah, right? Audacious Leah, who's visible out in the world. And audacious Leah goes out and does a bunch of things. What do you think are 3 doings, things you need to do? Being audacious. What are 3 things that you need to do?
I need to be on social media more. I need to create, I need to stop my fear and start producing my products and offering them. And I need to put myself in more rooms where I'm having conversation.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful. So be audacious. Always start with who you need to be first. Just asking yourself that question on a consistent basis will transform your life. For all of you, who do I need to be today? Who do I need to be in this meeting? Who do I need to be on this sales call? So being audacious and connecting with that, not just thinking it, it's not just our thoughts, it's actually has to live in the body. So it's somatic work, okay? Being audacious and then posting on social media, being in speaking spaces, right? Being in community, the 3 action steps that you said. Those are the doing. And then the have is 10 more speaking engagements by the end of the year. Let's say, for example, that's be, do, have. That's literally what it is. Does that explain it for you, Leah? Does that help? I hope that helps. Okay. I also have a podcast specifically on be, do, have. Maybe we'll send it to everybody, Kaylani, in an email or something, the link to it, so that you guys can understand it a little bit more. Yeah, it is kind of a mind thing because transformation happens in the brain. Your brain's going to tell you just have to do a bunch of things. No, you could be a millionaire right now in your way of being. What are the ways of being of a millionaire? Your brain is going to tell you you need to have $1 million to be a millionaire. Here's the trick. You got to be in your way of being like a millionaire. And then you'll do what millionaires do. And then you'll have the $1 million. The have comes last. The money comes at the end. It appears here out in the world after you've already called it in here through a bunch of internal work, right? That's why then you're able to generate results. By the way, by the time you get the $1 million, you don't even care anymore. Because the happiness doesn't come from the $1 million anymore. It comes from who you're being. And you realize I have access to feeling confident, feeling safe, feeling centered, feeling at peace. Always, always I have access to that. Irregardless of my bank account, where I live, whether I have a job or not, who I'm married to, you know, all the things, right? Whether the car's working or not, all the circumstances. That's what starts to open up. And that is worth more, way more than what you would ever pay me or any coach or anyone. Yeah. If anything I said landed with you, fill out the little form. It's a wait list for inspired action. But what I'm going to do with everyone who filled it out over the next 48 hours is I'm going to send you guys a special training on Be Do Have and sales, what I just talked about, right? Because how does this translate into you actually making money? Yeah. And listen, anybody who's ever wanted to work with me, I've never turned them away. I always try to figure out a way to make it a win-win with them. So yes, thank you guys. Thank you so much for having me today.
Wendy, thank you so much, y'all. Can you see why I'm like literally like the transformation and not because she's on here. I've shared this in many spaces before. The transformation that I have witnessed within myself over the last several months, it's about to be a year now, has truly been remarkable. There's so much work still that I want to do, that I have to accomplish, and I know this for myself. But the thing is working with Wendy has like literally brought out just so much goodness. And I was the one in the very beginning who was like, I don't want to do this. What are you talking about? And now I'm like, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. So it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. And Wendy, I want to say thank you so much for your offering. Ladies, go ahead, fill out the form. If you're at all just interested, anything landed, I'm telling you, it will change your life for sure. All right, we're gonna quickly go ahead and pivot over to our very first vendor. This is like one of my favorite parts of the summit, and here's why. Because it's like a QVC HSN moment, baby. Like about to we're about to give you a lightning round of what these vendors have to offer. And they're like, vendor to me kind of sounds a little like, ugh. So I'm gonna like just go ahead, let her introduce herself. Pero I do have the deck that she's gonna be talking about right here. And yeah, she will say how she started. Without further ado, Whitney Ann Ellis from Her Story is gonna go ahead and present. So the floor is yours, babe.
Kaylani, thank you so much. I have to say, I met Kaylani in person at a networking event a year and a half ago. She brings such beautiful energy to a room. So I know that this room is filled with beautiful, inspiring women. There is no doubt. And Coach Wendy, you are incredible. And I know that Kaylani is lucky to have you. Like what you were teaching was so powerful. So raise your hand if you've ever had you or know somebody that's let their negative self-talk talk them out of getting something they want, or like trying to keep them, hold them back. Raise your hand. Virtual or physical, yes, right? We know how powerful, thank you. Oh, I love people coming on camera. I love to see faces here. So we know how powerful negative self-talk can be. It could really try to keep us back from getting what we want or taking steps or being bold. And so it can also create a lot of anxiety and worry. Raise your hand if you ever struggled with anxiety. I used to have really like level 10 anxiety. It can really get the worst of us, and it can eat away at us throughout our day, whether or not we're having just like a normal day, or whether or not like maybe a circumstance like we've lost somebody in our life or something really dramatic has happened to us. All these things can be so heavy on us. And sometimes we feel like we don't have the tools necessary to get through the day. And that's what happened to me about 15 years ago. I was really, really depressed, like really bad, like could barely get out of bed. And I like had severe anxiety. I was really depressed. And I had this moment where I was like, I can keep doing this and feeling pretty crappy, or I can change the way I think because it's the voice inside my head, which Wendy has referenced already, that is really keeping me from staying in this bed and believing that I'm not worthy of like approaching life or even getting up or that I don't matter. And so one day I wrote on index cards words, positive words to myself. At the time, I didn't know what they were. I didn't know what a positive affirmation was. But that is exactly what I was doing. I was writing positive affirmations on index cards. And I was so depressed that I would like literally carry these index cards with me and like walk and read them and like every morning. And I noticed as the days and weeks went by when I read these index cards, the cloud that was over my head actually lifted. And there's something I could actually say is that affirmations I actually think saved my life, which is wild. And then one day, 2 years ago, I'm in the shower where I get my best ideas. Who else gets great ideas like while they're in the shower, right? I even bought a notebook to write my ideas in the shower because like they come to me. And I literally heard a voice like come to me and it said, Whitney, what if you made affirmation decks? What if you made them beautiful? And what if they brought hope to people? Okay, I mean a crystal clear voice that actually gave me instructions. I physically jumped out of the shower in my towel and got to work on these affirmation cards. I had never made a physical product before. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just like, I mean, it's not every day you hear a voice actually give you instructions. So I just got to work. And so at the age of 40, I launched my first physical product. It is a deck of hope. Yes, it's right here. It's gorgeous. It's floral. As you can see, I love florals. It's my vibe. And it's called a deck of hope because my goal is that it helps people raise their self-belief and the way they feel about themselves. It's a great gift. People love giving these to their friends and family, especially if somebody's going through a hard time. Okay, ladies, you ready for this? Brace yourself. Okay. Gold edging because a girl's got to have gold, right? People try to talk me out of it, but I was like, no, we got to like, and it's like really like heavy. So most affirmation cards you buy online have like the same artwork on every single card. Oh, not here. So like this stuff is like whimsical, beautiful. I mean, there's animals. I wrote every single affirmation. They come from my soul to you. Actually, I think it'd be super fun. I love doing this. So raise your hand if you want to pick a card. Like I will pick. Okay. How do you say your name? Explorain? No. Please tell me how you say your name.
My business. My name is Monica.
Monica. Hi, Monica. I would love for you to pick a card, love. Okay. Hold on. Tell me, like, which one are you drawn to? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The roses, the first one, right
The
in the
first
front.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with the first one. You ready? This
Yes.
is for you. And I swear, every time somebody picks a card, they always pick the card that they were meant to pick. I don't know how it happens. I forgive myself for past mistakes. I can start anew today. How does that land for you, Monica?
You're gonna make me cry.
Oh, sweetheart.
That's nice. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. Everybody always picks the card, so you're meant. Okay, wait. Is it Annie? I don't know if I'm saying your name right. So I'm gonna do one more here. Okay, go ahead, hon. Okay, let me get a stack here. It's easier to do this in person, but I'll make it work here. Hold on one second. Wait. Okay, which one are you drawn to? You can just say the color if that's helpful. Wait, where'd she go?
Right here. Can you see me?
Yeah. Okay.
There's a black and white with like a red rose that I saw.
Ooh. Wait, you're not talking about this one, right?
Yeah. Yes, that one.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I choose faith over fear. Yeah. This one's just like a simple reminder. We
Love
gotta
it.
choose faith over fear. Like
Perfect.
some days, like I need this card bad. Some days.
That was perfect. Perfect.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, wait, Kaylani, read what card you pulled, babe.
So today I chose this literally is me for sure. I am enough just as I am in this very moment.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love that. So, ladies, there's 52 cards in the box. So, like one per week if you want. It depends on how you like to use them. So for me, I have a hard day. I'll go and just pick a card I need. You could pick a card for the week. Some people pick them for the month. I love hearing feedback of like how people receive them, like how they're changing their lives. I get that almost every week. I get a message from somebody. It's like my greatest joy to like receive those messages like, oh, it's helping my friend who just got a divorce. She just told me that and lost her brother all in like the same week. I'm like, holy smokes. So I created this to bring hope and healing to people. So if you know somebody or if you want a deck or you feel like you could gift it to somebody, please do. It's called a deck of hope. It is $30, but because you guys are boss babes, I am doing a promo code just for you, 15% off for the next 24 hours. So it ends at 1 p.m. tomorrow. I'm actually going to drop this specific code in the chat when I'm done talking. So click on the one I put in and you type in the word boss babe in the checkout. I have other goodies in there too, like coffee mugs, be still and know. Like I'm all about the positivity. And I just want to say something to you. I created this product, this physical product at the age of 40. I like quit a career in TV and like just I'm a certified life coach and I have this product. And I want to say something to some of you, this might resonate. If you have an idea for a physical product and you have been too scared to lean into it and to step into it, I want to tell you the reward of doing what I've done has changed my life. If I wouldn't have listened to the voice in the shower, like my life wouldn't be as it is now. And like the messages I get and like the people it's actually helping. So if you have a physical product idea, it's not too late. You should act on it. Trust your voice and trust your intuition and trust the idea. You do not know who you could help, how many people you could help. You will change your life and other people's lives. And things will happen like beyond what you can even comprehend. Like this has actually become bigger than me. I'm in 12 retailers and I haven't even built my online business because word of mouth gets me orders. People go tell other people. And it's like my greatest joy. So the other thing I do besides sell these decks is I help women launch their first physical product because I realized there were no resources and no roadmap and I had to like learn all on my own. So if I can help any of you launch your first physical product, know that I am here for you. I will drop both the promo link. Remember, it's only 24 hours, 15% off. And I'm giving away the first 5 people a little stand. Look, a little stand to hold your card to the first 5 people. And if you want to launch your first physical product and like to talk to me, let's get on a call. I'll put the link in the chat too. All right, I have 43 seconds. Kaylani, love you, girl. I'm so proud to be in this room with all these beautiful ladies that are like glowing. I'm looking at all your faces. Thank you
Oh
so
my
much.
gosh, Whitney, that was so dope, girl. I told you the first time we connected, I'm like, girl, you hadn't even launched the deck yet.
Oh, what? Oh,
When we
yeah.
connected, you hadn't even launched the deck yet. I think you were just starting out. And when I got mine in the mail, I was like, okay, this is dope. And every single time when I am feeling low or feeling sad or whatever, I do pull from it. I honestly, my favorite part of the whole deck is the gold trimming.
Yes, I'm telling you, I like people like they're you're to save money. I'm like, I don't care about saving money. Like the gold trimming must. 2 things that you just made me remember, Kaylani. One, if you do order a deck, this is the packaging. I'm just saying. Like some people literally keep the bubble mailer because it's so damn cute.
Yeah.
And 2, I do have a money deck that is coming out. I've already sold out twice, so you can be added to the wait list for this. Okay. Kaylani, thank you.
Not a money deck, girl. That was like, what? I
I
need
know.
that. I'm gonna be hitting you up because I do need that. Is
Okay.
there 15% off on that also?
So 15% off. I never do this literally on my entire site. So
Okay,
like,
perfect.
have fun shopping, ladies. But you have until like noon tomorrow. So
Okay.
I will drop that exact link in here, and it's Boss Babe. Add to the promo code there. All right, I love you all. I'm so happy that you like messaged me, Kayla.
I know, right? Oh, you're so welcome, my love. You're so welcome. All right, ladies, how are we feeling? Can I get a thumbs up, a heart, an emoji, a whatever? Un poquito de todo, un poquito. You know, my Spanish comes out because I think everyone speaks Spanish. Like everyone has to know my language, right? I love it. Yes, corazoncitos de todo un poco. So this next woman that I am so excited to go ahead and introduce, let me tell you something. Monica and I met at the very beginning of both of our journeys. She and I hadn't even started either one of our businesses. I was trying to figure out if I was going to continue to be an entrepreneur. Monica had she had her business and she was getting started, and she had her own, I mean, she'll do the introduction herself, right? But she had her what's the word I'm looking for? Como Monica, ayúdame. A partner. She had a partner. And I had a partner at the time. Long story short, we have stayed connected, and watching her growth here in Connecticut and how she is literally tapping into her community, how she is putting her culture on the map y la cultura of so many more other amazing organizations is so exciting. By the way, real quick, Monica, you have to connect with Susana, who's all the way in California. But I'll go ahead and introduce yourself. Monica, the floor is yours, babe.
Thank you so much. This is being out of my comfort zone. That this year I promised myself I will put it more up there. So I'm so happy for myself. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me tell you a little bit about my background. I am from El Salvador, and I never liked English. I always promised not being in a country where I speak English. I am here 20 years later, still in Connecticut, like in the United States. But when I was 14 years old, I remember telling my mom, I know what I want to become when I be a woman, and I want to be on television and behind and everything. That's communication. That's what I studied for. And I had the opportunity to come to California, and I left all my studies and everything back home, and I started working. I work as a register and as a nanny in restaurants and waitress. And then I moved to Connecticut 18 years ago, and I work as a nanny for 16 years. But in those 16 years, I travel, I work with these families, so happy. I was so grateful, but I always felt like something was missing in my life. It is so funny, but a coincidence that Whitney say something about 40. So I became a mom, and what Kailani was saying, I started a business with a partner, and then she told me you have to be ready for social media. So I started studying it more about social media and everything, how to do that on your business. And I fell in love, and I felt like the love of communication when I was little, I was studying, came back to me through social media, and I get obsessed. And I was like, I was still working from 8 to 6 and being a mom. And unfortunately, with my partner, everything didn't went through the way I wanted, and then we went different ways. And I remember my mom was telling me, because I was so heartbroken, why you don't start what you know now, social media on a platform when you do with your friends and just posting activities, because you see there's people in English to post places to go, but not in Spanish. And I was like, Mom, everybody knows where you have to go. I don't think the people doesn't know. And I said, well, probably they not. And my friends were always asking me, what are you gonna do this weekend? What are you gonna do? So I started and social media names Explorando con Hijos, they mean exploring with children's. And I remember the first time I post a video about how do you go to pick up strawberries, and then a lot of women they were like, "Thank you so much because I didn't know where to bring my daughter. Everything is in English, and I don't know where the cost and how to address." And I was like, oh my God, these people, oh wow. So I started posting and posting and posting. So I put it on social media more about me, more about my family, and said I was a nanny and I was doing this because I just want to people go places. And I became the first content creator in Latina and Spanish in Connecticut without looking for. But at the same time, I realized that a lot of business owners didn't know, especially I was focused on Latinos, they don't know about social media. and then allow me to start a hobby into the business, leave my full-time job for part-time job. And then doing that, I was connecting with the people through my story, because I always put myself out there as I am. And my dream was to being more a mom than and taking care of the kids. I love that, but I want to be more flexible with my daughter. And then there's people start connecting. And that's why I launched Monica Marketing Studio, where I start helping people branding, social media, websites. And that was something that changed my life, because I left my job as a nanny and I became an entrepreneur, business owners. At the same time, I was working 3 years as executive board member, the chair of marketing for Latinos in the Chamber of Norwalk. At the same time, building one community in Temple, all these nonprofit organizations have been working with their social media and their branding. So at 40, I became the person that I want to be at 14 years old. So it's never too late. And even though you have a broken English like mine, or you don't have family in this country, but now I help a lot of women. I became um, a leader with something that I call now Conexión Cafecito. We started a year ago with 13 ladies. Now we're 150 entrepreneurial business owners that we get together every month, and we learn and we grow. But the one I need to tell you about social media, it's a few things that I want you to learn. For example, doing this through this journey, I understand that the first thing that you need to do for social media, first of all, is free. So you have to use that for your business. It's not just about posting, it's about positioning. You have to be up there and position yourself. What are you doing? The second one is visibility. You need to be up there. It's not just about followers or visibility, it's about the meaningful of that. A lot of people now are thinking that everything is about the number of followers. It's not that. It depends on your business. If you have a business that you can launch a products and you can sell them out of the country, yeah. But if you are local business, you need local people. And then that's something that now I educate more the business owners. And oh no, the third one will be the most powerful strategy is your storytelling. The storytelling, everybody like Whitney, Sue, the coach Wendy, Kailiani. I've been through her all process through social media. Even though we haven't spoke, it's because I see her and I connect with her. The people connect with people. Uno conecta con personas, not with aesthetic, perfect life on social media that is not true. That's not real. And the people getting sick about that. And the other one is content with strategy. 60% that what you post on social media has to be what you know, what the strategies, what do you like. Wendy, I need to connect because I love her already, and no one knows more about your business than you. So you know the most questions, the more error, everything. So, and 60% of your posts on social media has to be about this. So can people know, and then you can resolve or solve their problems, and you can be you, and you can selling without selling, tell them about your products or your service or who you are. And the other 40 can be entertainment, can be goofy, can be funny, can be trend. But most important things on social media, it's about you telling about you. Even though you have somebody who manages your social media, but you are the real raw person who creates or know about your business. And the other thing, it will be the stories. Use the stories for be taking the numbers. For example, which of these museums you like the most? One, two, three, four. And then the people will start polled giving your results. And based of that, you can make more like reels or carousels or posting or posting pictures so they can give you a knowledge about numbers that you can continue. For example, which color of this purse you would like for this spring? And then you put four colors. Or what do you think about that? And questions. So use your stories to give you more graphics about you can post and you can be more on the funnel of your people, on the people are following you and then your customers. So became those people to your customers. Put your links, put your websites. So be a strategy. And the other one is engagement. It's so important that you be engaged. That the way that Kalani always is, she always engage with live stories and videos and reels, and she's giving out all this energy that we need. Answer the questions and interact with people, answer the comment, all the things that you need to use on social media. A lot of people always, well, a lot of customers always tell me, but I don't know how. Like, obviously, for example, I said, if you don't have the money right now, go through YouTube, through TikTok, everywhere that you can get more knowledge. When you feel a little bit prepared or you need my help, I'm here to help you. I can guide you one-on-one or help you. But the most important thing, and you need to know who you are, where you want to go, and who is the people you're gonna sell on through social media, and separate your private life if you want. It depends if it's your brand, your personal brand, or and your business is the most important. A lot of people always ask, it has to be one or the other. For me, separate. And the other one is grow, always grow on social media, trying to grow, trying to be up there, and always be active. So constancia, I don't know how you say that. Consistency is the key. So be there, don't be scared, and just do it. You are doing so people will connect with you. So that's it. 4 minutes, 38 minutes, seconds. I'm sorry if I say something wrong in English, but when I get so passionate and
Oh, we love it. We love it, Monica. Oh my goodness. This was so, so amazing. I feel like all the information that you ladies are sharing with us, I'm like reaching out, reaching out, reaching out. Like amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Monica. Does anyone have any questions for Monica?
I do. What's your Instagram handle?
Yes.
okay, so it's Explorando con Hijos, Exploring with Children. It's in Spanish, but also I would type it in here, Monica Marketing Studio. That's the one I always telling people. That's more outgoing because on Explorando con Hijos I post every day. It's another way, but that one's more me. And the one is the Conexión Cafecito. That is the ladies entrepreneurs, the business owners that we speak English as well, but they're afraid. But I always wanted to bring to your kids, you guys, because they need to know more about all of you. And then they're growing, and we're gonna get them too. So I'm gonna post all of them. Oh yeah, thank you, Kailani.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monica. I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to reach out to you and learn more about all the work that you're doing, especially with the kids. I love working with the kids. So whatever, we can bring them that will help them in the future because they are future leaders, I am all in. So thank you, Monica. And thank you for being so vulnerable also and sharing your story. What a special, special story. Yes, what a special story.
I
All
think
right.
Whitney had a question.
Oh, yes,
She had her
Whitney.
hand raised.
So I've been being more proactive on social media, like taking it way more seriously. So I'm curious how many times a day you recommend people posting, and if you could say the percentages again, like storytelling versus like value-driven content versus like trending or fun content. And also like sharing your story was so beautiful. And I love that 40. I feel like we as women just like really evolve at 40. Something happens, clicks, and like we go on to another level. I just want to say that. Okay. Anyways.
Thank you. So Instagram change every 2 months and haven't changed last week. So right now the reels that doesn't have the majority of growth. Now they're more focused on posting and stories. But for me, I always keep the same. But let me tell you something that is very important. Do what you can do in your normal life because some of my clients at the beginning they're so hyped, so exciting, and they're being posting the first week 3 reels, 4 posts, and 10 stories, and the next week two, and then the follow one, and then none. So for me, I would prefer that you set and be okay in my life basic. I can sit and I can edit and I can post 1 reel a week and 2 stories, but meaningful. So think about more about that and you can do it. And then you can, if you have more time, so save the second one or the third for the next weeks or what. Sometimes life is so busy, you don't have time to make it. So always have 1 or 2 videos of post ready. And then when that is so busy, the life is so busy, post it. But for me, it will be maybe 2 videos a week and 3 stories, something like that. Week at least something like that. But it depends. It depends. Everybody and everybody's life.
That was really good advice. How did you know that it got updated 2 months ago, out of curiosity?
I follow I say the boss on Instagram, the CEO, and he's always up there and so raw and so normal, like he's talking to you.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to do that after this. And I
But
just followed you on Instagram as well.
yes, but we can do it. All the data is on Instagram. I can see on your Instagram where, who, and everybody, all the data on social media on your social media. So I can see more. So we can do that. One.
I love it, Kaylani. Thank you, Monica, so much, so much. You did so good though. You're right on time. I love it. Thank you for sharing all of this knowledge. And yeah, I didn't know also that you can follow the CEO as well and see what updates are out there. So that's like important information to know also. And thank you for sharing the consistency. I think that is the key. I think we lose that because we get discouraged on who's watching, who's looking, who's liking. Let's not focus too much on that and more focus on staying consistent with putting out our messaging. I think that's important. Thank you, Monica. All right. So up next, we have Miss Annie. And I'm so excited to introduce her because I actually met her at Kaylani's Boss Babes event in Jersey that she had last year and got to hang out with Annie one-on-one. And we had such a beautiful, special time. And, she's just an incredible soul, just like all the ladies that are on here. So I'm very excited to, listen to her story and for you guys to also listen to her journey because it's a really special one. And she definitely works on positioning you guys as a boss. Okay, so we definitely need that. So her segment right now is going to be on You're Not Invisible, You're Under Positioned. All right, so welcome, Annie.
Thank you so much. There's so much great energy in this room. I'm so excited to be part of this. My voice is also a little off today, so please bear with me. But I'm so excited to be here. I'll tell you a little bit about who I am. My name is Annie. I'm a career confidence and leadership coach. I've been in corporate for over 20 years. And after 20 years in corporate, so about a year ago, I launched the Confidence Coach. It's a space for women to learn how to lead authentically, speak up with courage, and step into rooms that weren't necessarily built for us confidently and know how to own those rooms. So through my 20 years of corporate, I rarely was visible. I worked really hard. I overperformed. I overachieved. I won awards. I was consistently overperforming and over delivering, but underpaid, overlooked, and being passed up for opportunities for people who were less qualified than me. And so I wanted to make sure that I delivered what corporate wanted, right? What my version or what I thought I needed to show up as in order to fit into those rooms. So I, made sure that I didn't really speak up unless someone asked a question. So I was afraid to raise my hand. I sat in the back of the room and just wanted to make sure that I wasn't attracting attention to myself that was going to be perceived as negative. I didn't wear my hair curly. I didn't wear red lipstick. I didn't want to show my tattoos. I wore button-ups. themselves, right? So I was very much the idea or the perception of corporate. And so what I realized is that doing everything right still was not positioning me to be in the rooms and to get the opportunities that I deserved for doing the work. And I was also not being acknowledged for it. So I finally got, after 10 years of doing the work as an individual, independent contributor, which is sales, senior sales executive, I finally was promoted into leadership and got my first director role, which was huge because I'd worked for this for 10 years. And I was so excited. And this was that moment that shifted everything. I know if you ladies have ever had that moment. It's like that aha moment where it's like, what the fuck? Right? Like that was the moment for me. I was promoted into a director role. I was super excited about it. I went to share the information with a woman who at that point was a VP and who I considered a mentor. And I was so excited. I went into her office and I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. I got the role. And she goes, oh no, I'm aware. The hiring manager at the time was like, so and so called me and told me that you got the role, but that you were trying to negotiate your salary. And I was like, yeah. And she looked at me dead in my face and said, why? You should just be happy you got the job. And in that moment, I realized a few things. Well, let me tell you what happened next. I walked out of her office crying. I went into my office, grabbed my things, got into my car, drove to my apartment, and cried and didn't tell anyone that I got the promotion. I didn't tell my mother. I didn't tell anyone. And she stole that moment from me. What I realized later was that I was trying to negotiate a salary, which, by the way, I didn't get the raise, but I didn't know how to. I did what I thought I should do based on the opportunity, based on the responsibility of the role, and based on Google, right? Like, how much should I be making for this job? But no one ever gave me the tools to learn how to properly have that conversation. And so I was undervaluing myself by just saying, oh, I think I should be making X. No. Why? Why did I think I should be making X? What gives me the confidence to have that conversation with this person, knowing that I'm not going to accept anything less? So I didn't do anything, right? I got the job, didn't get the raise. I stayed there. And as the years went by, I realized, and now I see that after 20 years in corporate, I'm currently a VP at an international marketing agency. I am the only woman of color who sits on the leadership team. I'm also the only woman of color at this company at all. There is such, which is great, but also not, because we're so underrepresented. So I'm like, where are the rest of us? Who is teaching us? Who is teaching us how to have these conversations about raises and promotions and opportunities and own our worth and own our value and walk into the meetings and say, I have an idea. It's my idea. I own it. I claim it. And I want credit for it. No one taught us how to do that. So we walk into these spaces invisible. We don't want to be visible because we're afraid of judgment. We're afraid of what people will say. A lot of that is also very cultural. The way that I was brought up, I'm Dominican, it's like sit back, don't say anything, don't ask for more, people pleasing, make sure everybody's happy, make sure everyone's taken care of, make sure you give, and don't ask. And so I had to do my own personal journey and go through my own personal journey to understand what in me was holding me back from being visible, from showing up the way I show up today. And I'll tell you guys what, I didn't start getting the promotions until I said, fuck this, and got my tattoos and pierced my nose and got all like just showing up exactly who I am, talking the way that I talk, listening to the music in my office that I want to listen to, showing up in heels, in my stilettos, with just being fully and confidently me. So I'm going to ask you guys to do something for me. Just bear with me, indulge me, as I like to say. I want you all to close your eyes for a second and picture yourself. Okay, everyone close your eyes. Picture yourself walking into a room, whether it's a meeting, an interview, a talk, a networking event, and how you feel when you're walking into that space. and be honest with yourself about it. Are you unsure of yourself? Are you second guessing yourself? Are you questioning the value that you bring into that space? Think about how you're walking into it, your posture, your energy. Are you nervous? Do you speak up? Do you say hi to people? Do you make connections? Or do you hold back and sit at the table and wait for the introduction? Who wants to share in the comments really quick how they feel? Just curious. Anyone?
Oh, you said in the comments. I was
You can tell me too. I would love, yeah, let's do it. Don't go out loud.
Oh no, I so can picture myself second guessing, like you're saying, second guessing and just, but it's that battle of like, do I belong here? Hell yeah, I belong here. Like the inner voices, the inner,
Yeah.
the self-talk that's a lot of you have
Yes.
been referencing and just, but yeah, that initial like
It's the self-doubt.
intimidated. Yeah.
It's the, do I want to be seen? Am I afraid to be seen for? Are they going to judge me? It's like all these internal words that we tell ourselves that prevent us from showing up into these rooms the way that we want to, which is boldly and confidently and just owning the room. Like there's nothing wrong with owning the room. Okay, second part to this. Now close your eyes again.
Annie, I think
And
somebody
walk
was
into
raising
that.
their hand.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Someone raise their hand.
I think it's me.
iPhone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name
Hi.
is Sandy. I'm from Frida, West Hartford. And I want to share that sometimes I feel insecure. Even I know I I smile and I'm not embarrassed to say hi to everybody, but it's depending on the people around. So if I feel goodbye, I feel secure. But if I feel like some connections or some vibes that is not very good, I get intimidated.
You need the comfort.
I just had to get out from my mouth
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to get out
I
of your
just
own head and you need to feel comfortable and vulnerable in order to walk into that room. Like you need to feel that energy. You need the buy-in, right? Like you need to feel that. But we shouldn't. Just no,
Mhm.
you are the vibe. You are the energy. You bring that into that space, like
Yes.
that's what I want the women in this room and the women that I work with to understand is you are the vibe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so close your eyes. And now I want you to go back and walk into that same room that you walked into before where you felt insecure and your knees were shaking. But this time, you know exactly who you are. You trust your voice. You trust your experience. You know that you belong in this room. No one has to tell you that. Feel that connection with yourself. Notice how you walk in, posture straight up, shoulders back, how you sit in the room, how you speak, how you make connections intentionally, what you ask for. So everyone can open their eyes now. Did anyone feel a shift if you did the exercise with me? Yeah. What would anyone want to share the feeling, the shift?
Girl, I got goosebumps.
I
Like
found myself
I
actually straighten up.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So it was the same room. It was just the two versions of yourself. The version that wants to hide in the background and that's waiting to feel good, for the energy to feel good, for the people to come up to her. And then the second version of you was the one who wanted to be seen, who walked into that room, shoulders back, head high, with intention, wanting to get to know people, There's a reason why we walk into rooms. There's a reason why we walk into our professional space. There's a reason why you walk into your boss's office and you ask for a raise or a promotion. You've earned it. So every time you walk into that space, you have to be prepared to have the conversation, to lead the conversation, and to ask for what you want with confidence. And that's learned, right? Like that's behavior that's learned. You can read all the books about leading and confidence, but if you're not putting it into action, if you're not actually learning what it takes to have those conversations, but then also to rebuttal back, or to walk in a room and to know I belong in this room. And even if sometimes you meet someone, I don't know if this has happened to anyone, but sometimes you go to an event and you're excited to meet someone that you've seen online or you've heard about, and you meet them and they're like, they can't be bothered. And all of a sudden you're like, oh shit. Like, no, they're lost. I'm the vibe. Too bad. We move on to the next, right? So that's the difference, right? Same room, same skills, same experience. Different identity, how you view yourself, how you position yourself, how you feel, how you talk to yourself. And then the outcome is going to be completely different for you. So I am launching a special offer for this group. As I mentioned, I'm a VP at an international marketing agency. I lead a group of amazing people. I don't normally offer time because I do one-on-ones, but this is a very special offer that I wanted to offer this group. It's going to be 3 sessions with me. So 3 calls for $149. I will put the link in the chat or share it with Kaylani. As women, we battle with so many different phases of ourselves, so many different parts of our identity, so many different conversations that we tell ourselves. There's so many negative talks or negative things that we've heard, and breaking those barriers and, forging through them is my passion. Helping you gain the tools to understand that you belong in every single room is my passion. So if you want to take that journey with me, go follow me on Instagram at I am Annie Martinez. I share a lot of tips on how to lead, how to speak up for yourself, how to advocate. I'm also a mom of a 17-year-old, so sometimes I talk about that and how fun that can be. But go and follow me and then DM me visibility and you can get the link to the workshops. But this is great. Anyone have questions? I love to do a Q&A. Do I have a lot of time left? I don't see the timer, so I was getting nervous.
Yeah, you have 39 seconds left, but we've got time for Q&A. I actually have a question because I've seen you kind of like evolve, right? Like from different parts of your business. And I think through all of the journey, the one thing that stays constant is your how confident you are. And so my question specifically to you, Annie, is how have you been able to, I guess, build that? Or do you have any tips around somebody who struggles with identifying or tapping into their confidence? Anything you could share there?
You have to figure out.
Ignore that, by the way.
Okay. You have to first understand what's holding you back. There's actual internal work that has to happen for you to understand why you're not showing up confidently in every space. And when we say confident, I don't mean I look cute today, my hair looks good and I feel good because I did my hair and makeup and I look cute. No, confidence it's an internal sense of self that no one can knock. Right. So when I say you walk into a space and someone you were excited to meet doesn't want to give you the time of day, we move on. I don't care. Right. So it's internal work, Kaylani, that I had to do for a really long time because for the majority of my life, I placed my value on what other people thought about me. And if I didn't get a promotion, I was like, well, what did I do? Even though the numbers spoke for themselves, it was a me thing. If I didn't get invited to a party, how come I didn't get invited? And that's a lack of understanding who you are and caring about perception and how people view you. So when you do the work internally and you realize, I don't care, I'm so confident and self-aware to know that I am the vibe. And if you don't invite me to the party, that's your loss, then that's it. So it was a lot of internal work for sure.
I love that. And what I'm hearing is it's the being work that Wendy was
It's the
talking about, right?
yes,
It's like
yes.
that like deep rooted y'all, it's all making sense to me now. Like a aha moment. I feel like a school age kid just learning more and more every day. I love it. I love it. And I want to say thank you. And yes, I am the vibe. We should all repeat that. I am the vibe, right? We don't need to be invited to the party. We form the party ourselves, y'all. So thank you so much. Does anyone else have a question? I'm sure we can take one more question and then we'll move on to our amazing vendor, another QVC moment. Nope, 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 nope. All
Awesome.
right.
Don't forget to follow me at I am Annie Martinez on Instagram. DM me visibility if you want to schedule a call and work together, or just chat. I love talking to all women, so I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you a little bit better. And thank you, Kaylani and Sue. Love you guys.
Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies, I wanted to plug in again that we doors are open for the Elevate Collective. And these are the types of conversations that we have inside of the Elevate Collective. The reason why I continue to expand outside of just your home state, it is super important for you to connect with women across state lines, right? So I'll be dropping in the link to go ahead and DM me, right? If you are like saying to yourself, okay, I know I need community. I love what everyone is saying here on the chat. I mean, on today's call, and you're ready to continue to show up boldly and still like stay with these connections, then let's connect. Join the Elevate Collective. There's so much goodness happening. Alrighty. So is Jazz on here? Jazz Customs, are you on here, babe? Are you ready for camera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your camera's off right now. Okay, yay, we've got you. Alrighty. So I'm gonna be bringing to the stage Jazz Customs Designs. I don't have my t-shirt on right now, and I don't know where my bag is, but if you've ever seen
Got you,
me,
baby. I don't have it on, but this is the t-shirt
yes,
that she is speaking of.
yes, yes, that I absolutely love. I know that Jazz is going to say it better herself, but branding is everything, ladies. You are a walking marketing toolbox for yourself. And it is super important for you to go ahead and brand yourself as such. Post your logos and your messaging and your business every single where. So without further ado, I'm gonna welcome up to the virtual stage my amazing, amazing amiga and business, Jazz Customs Designs. The floor is yours, babe.
Good afternoon, ladies. To those of you that don't know me, I'm Jasmine. I'm the CEO behind Jazz Customs Designs, and we focus on marketing material. We bring your vision to life. For anyone that needs any of our services, we are in Instagram as Jazz Customs Designs. And today I'm going to be a little bit brief. We do, as Kaylani mentioned, we do merch such as tote bags, apparel. We offer embroidery. We offer it, DTF services. We also offer this material is done in vinyl, but we also do offer it in DTF because I know some customers have the preference of what the merch is done in. We also offer, which is something that I noticed that when I've gone to events, a lot of people get surprised when I go, "Oh, do you have a business card?" No, I don't, but I do have my NFC tag. These are available. We have them going for $5. This one's actually blank, but it's when you tap it on the phone, you get to either have, if you have your website, you can put your phone number. We also are able to put your logos on these. And today I just got the idea of we are gonna offer, we could do a logo on the front, we could do a QR code on the back of it, and also it'll be on like a multi-function. You can either tap it or you could put your QR code on the back, and we assign it to whatever choice of whether it's a website, phone number, your socials. We could even make them for your payment methods. If you're not comfortable with having like a stand take up space, we could make a keychain for you. Just tap the person's phone and they could do the payment for you. We also gonna be introducing, no one has seen this one before. It was just fresh off the print today. We have the NFC business cards where we could put either your name or your business name and your phone number if you would like to add it. We can also add the email. It's not legible right now, but this one is my like I said, I just did it in a rush. But it is also tappable. We are able to also do a QR code, or we could even put your logo up here if you want to just do your name. I did my name, phone number, and the email. But we can add your logo here. And it's up to you, like, whatever personalization you want to do. But these are tappable. We can do, even though it has the phone number on the front, we could still put it where you tap and it'll automatically take the person to either send you a text message or call you at the moment so you guys can save it. Because I do notice that sometimes we're not wasting money, but we're investing in actual business cards. And me, honestly, I get a business card, I put it on my desk, and if I'm not running into it, I forget. But something like this is going directly to the person's phone, where they're always on the phone. They're going to run into your business and they're going to be like, hey, let me reach out to her. I forgot that I needed something from that person. So that's all we have for you ladies today. These are going for $12 right now. And as I said, to place your order, we can just DM us through Instagram and we will make it happen for you.
Girl, I feel like there's so much more. So I'm like, and then what else can we do? So I had a question for the NFT business card. How much are they? And um can you do like the whole background? Can the whole background be a picture of something?
Yes, they are going for $12 today. This one, like I said, this one is basic because I just wanted to have like a model to show you ladies. But it doesn't have to have this. It could be an image of whatever you ladies would like. It's literally customizable to your own choice. If you don't want your name, it could be your business name, email, or it could be what I got here, my name, the phone number. You customize it to your liking. But yes, we are able to add images in color. And we're also, if anyone prefers, we're also able to add your QR code on it as well and make it multifunctional.
I love it. Leah has her hand raised. She has a question for you.
So it's a question and a statement. I have a trucking company. There are very few female, first of all, there are a few minority female trucking companies that are in the United States in general. But I went to Jazz and I was like, what do I do so I can stand out, so I can be a different business than anything else? I have ordered 2 sweatshirts, regular business cards, my NFC keychain, and then I have that card. And my card is actually in the shape of a truck. So when I'm talking about the customization of your business, like my business, that card that she just showed you, mine is in the shape of a truck. Like they will actually do the extra steps to make sure that you have the branding that actually allocates towards your company and your industry. So for what I can attest to is that anything that I've ordered from Jazz is something where like my brain was like, I like this. And then her and, her partner, they come up with these great digital designs. They give you a lot of feedback. I'm not by myself in it. And so if you're looking for somebody who's going to partner with the vision, you may not know exactly what you want. Sometimes we're rebranding and we don't understand, like what's new, what's hot. So I think that I will absolutely say, that if you're looking for somebody who can give you some kind of conversation, absolutely feel free to, reach out to them. Price wise, right now she's on the money, and I promise you she won't be, because I'm going to make sure she's not. She's going to charge a lot more. But I can give you a testimonial that I have worn these products. I have an Elevate Collective sweatshirt, t-shirt, and bag. But if you do not have that and you're also a part of this community, please, understand that we want to make sure that people know who we are. And that we're a part of this collective too. So if you're not going to order a shirt that's already an Elevate Collective, or you need something for your personal company, Jazz is definitely going to give you that intimate touch. She's going to make sure that you have what you need. And if you look behind her, like I've literally seen this, she's got stock products that you wouldn't even imagine. Everything that's new comes out. She's got rhinestones. She can make it happen. So my testimony is there, but also to the fact that like the pricing right now is so remarkable that as she starts to get creative in what she's doing, she's really just giving us like trial basic flatline pricing. And if you ain't gonna jump on it now, I promise you her price is gonna change within the next month. So that's my testimonial to her and her services. So if you need those, those products, absolutely. Kehlani obviously uses her. I use her. I know a lot of other people in this group have used her. But I can attest to your work. And of course, I'm going to just make another order because you keep doing something else. So thanks, Boo.
Real quick, I know my time is going down, is winding down. I don't know if how many of us in here attended. I believe it was. No, I don't think it was. Kaylani had it in her event, but I'm pretty sure that if any of you have met up with Kaylani recently, you have seen these around. These are portable fans and they are customizable. She has both of her brands on there. She also has her QR code on the back. It's printed on there that you can do as much scratching. It could go through whatever it goes through and it stays on there. And the way these open up is just like that. And it's a fan. You could be at the event, you could be at anywhere like a family gathering, but you're still showing your brand. So we do have these also available. So like I said before, you give us your vision and we make it happen for you. The way that we work, as Leah mentioned, you give us the vision. We don't send out a product unless you approve it. If you say no, then it won't happen. We give you what you're paying for and what you're asking for.
I love it. As you're speaking, I'm here like literally thinking of all the vendors and of everyone who's here. I legit have a product from every single one of you. And I'm like constantly like, okay, yes, let me promote this everywhere I go. I take the things with me too, for the record. So like if you see me out in the community at another event, yes, I'm gonna have my deck of cards. Yes, I'm gonna have my t-shirts. Yes, I'm gonna have my tote bag. I'm gonna have my earrings. I don't have them on today, but the Dapplewood is coming on later. I'm gonna have my earrings. So ladies, support, support, support. And this is essentially something for your business as well. So I absolutely love, love, love it. Jazz, thank you so much. We went ahead and posted your IG, or I'll post your IG handle. You can also post your IG handle in the chat. And then we're gonna continue moving along. Oh, look at that. Right on time, baby. Right on time. Sue, you can go ahead and introduce our oh wait, no, we're not introducing anybody because we're going into my favorite part. The speed networking round. Here we go, ladies. I didn't even set that up. That's how like engaged I am in everything that's happening. So please bear with me for a moment. Okay, ladies, so I'm going to go ahead and put you all in what I love to call the Elevate Collective Speed Networking Rounds. And what's going to happen is you're going to have an opportunity to further connect. I will drop in there some questions for you ladies to ask each other, talk to each other about your business. And the prompts are really going to be used as guides to help you foster more meaningful connections, right? So let me go ahead and create. Oh no, wait, lies. Let me exit out of this. I was so excited. I'm like, wait a second, recreate. We need about maybe 5 rooms. Okay. All right, so the rooms are set. I'm gonna go ahead and open the rooms up to all of you. You're gonna have about 10 to 12 minutes to chat in there, and you'll see the question prompt come through. It should come through in a message to all of you. If you don't get it, somehow let me know. But I think you'll all get it. So happy connecting, babes. Bye.
Go get me a bag of chips or something, a little snack. You
but also I'm getting to a place in my business where I'm just burnt out. I can only be at so many places at one time. Whereas online, I can talk to people all over the world in just a dime. So I'm learning to leverage what I'm really good at in person and bring that online. So I'm excited, but it's also a little bit scary because I'm the kind of person, like I say, I like to be behind the lens. And being online and, putting yourself out there, you don't always have control of how you're received and how people see you. So I'm still Nasia.
Naziat. Okay, thank you for sharing. Yes, yes, that's a lot of important work as well. Our mental health, boy, that is something we have to make sure we keep in check before we move on to do anything, because that is very important, especially, having those loved ones around us. We want to make sure we're showing up health in a healthy way. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Hey, Kaylani.
Does this mean we're back with you? Or oh,
No,
okay.
yeah, we were just going
Wasn't
over.
Daniela. Daniela.
I work on purpose with purpose. So it's kind of where I lead from. And I am excited to see what more I can do. I need to be a little more bold and brazen about who I am and not just push people forward. So I did loved all of the things that Coach Wendy was saying. And the investment in yourself is just as important as the investment in others. So I'm excited for that part.
Handy.
Exactly. Exactly. So I just to see that bloom because it's predicted that that first week of April it would be like the peak
Yeah.
bloom
Mhm.
season. So I was like, okay, I'm going on the second right before Good Friday. And as I was
Not that I'm being consistent. It's like, am I not being consistent? What is it? But I like to share other people's stuff. I have to get more consistent with sharing others as well as I want people to share mine. And I'm trying to get myself adapted to this social media thing.
Welcome back. Hey, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I'm a singer. Don't tell me nothing. Don't tell me nothing. How was I see Nazit's face. She's like, oh, brother.
I was just fixing
So
my scarf. No.
I thought you were like, oh, brother, we got
No,
another
no.
singer here.
I was just fixing my scarf. No, I love it. I love it.
Yes. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, it's Nazia.
Yay!
Yes.
Awesome. Welcome. So glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Ladies,
Likewise.
how was that? Well, first, let me make sure that this timer doesn't go ahead and start yelling at me in a few seconds. All right, I turned it off. How was that for all of you? That networking
amazing.
speed round. Does anyone care to share something that they learned about some of the women in that speed networking round? Anything you want to share?
I just want to share something really quick. I learned from Annie and Sue um being showing up as your authentic self. Something that I struggled with. I'm a Muslim woman. I'm first generation Bangladeshi American woman. And showing up as your authentic self has also been a challenge for me. Especially I've worked in various settings. Um, Sue mentioned like, she has worked in settings where there were cliques, and there was competition, and just that, just climbing up the ladder was difficult. So I learned, something that I learned is how to show up as your authentic self, how to exert confidence, and, just be and have a good community around you to keep showing up and being yourself. It's important to have people behind you who see your worth, who see your value, who understand you, right? So that's something that I'm still working on. My platform aims to dismantle stigma around mental health. So that's something that I also work on with clients and students, which is to show up as your authentic self and climb those ladders, even though there's competition, there's negative self-talk, there's just a lot of criticism around you. So I really appreciate being in the space with all of you because I think we all learn from each other. There's something that I can take away from each of you. And again, I just want to show my appreciation. And that's something that will stick with me is, how to exert that confidence and show up as your authentic self.
I love that. And thank you so much for sharing that because I feel like it's not always easy, right? Especially as you mentioned, as a Muslim American woman, right? First generation, being from Bangladesh and having to break all of those generational curses. Like, just know that we see you. You have landed on a community that is super supportive of all of the amazing work that you are doing, especially as a therapist, right? Because that in itself is not easy. How do you attract the clients to want to work with you without them judging, possibly perceiving you as being other or different or whatever, right? I know I myself struggle with that as a Latina woman from New York City and being loud and all of these things that I have in my own head that honestly are just me. So I appreciate you so much for being here and sharing that. And I hope that you find this space welcoming and that you stick around, that you continue to stick around with us because we love having you here. All right, I'll kick it back to Sue, who is going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker.
Yes. And thank you for that breakout session. That was really, really wonderful. I'll share my quick little takeaway is that you see when they ask you if you had a superpower, what would it be? All the women here have their own unique superpower. And I think that that is the most special thing. And it's beautiful to see everyone honing in on that superpower and stepping boldly and with confidence into their superpower and sharing it with others. So that is, what I'm taking away from all of this, just everyone's unique special power. But yes, very exciting, very exciting. All right. So next we have the wonderful Luz. All right. So Luz is going to be talking about unleashing your voice. Ooh, I love that. I love that. Amplifying your purpose through podcasting and video. So welcome, Luz.
Thank you so much, Sue. I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you, Kehlani, for having me as well, and everyone. So my name is Luz, and I am a TV journalist. wellness and certified life coach, and podcast host and producer. I am going to start, actually, I have some slides to share. Let's see, let me share them. And let me know if that looks okay. Can you guys see the slides? Okay, perfect. Awesome. So again, thank you so much for having me here. And I'm going to start with a question. Have you ever felt like you have something important to say, but you're not showing up consistently on video, on your social media? Anybody here, right? I think we've all been there. You know, so many women entrepreneurs are doing such incredible work, but staying invisible online or struggling to connect with their ideal client. Not because, you know, we want to, but because showing up feels uncomfortable, overwhelming, or unclear.
Luz,
But
I'm
here's
sorry.
the thing.
Luz.
Yes.
Can you make it a presenter view so that it can expand a little bit?
I can. The only thing is that I do have notes.
Oh, okay.
I can. Let me see. Hold on. Is that better?
Yes, way better. Yes, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Just make sure. Let me see. I was prepared because I was like, this might happen. And I have my notes somewhere else. Great. Okay, so like I was saying, you know, we sometimes don't show up on video because we are unclear, we're not sure, we're feeling uncomfortable, right? Overwhelming, unclear on what exactly to do. But the thing is this, that your voice is not just content, it is connection. And connection is what builds trust, and trust is what builds your business. And one of the fastest ways to build trust with people is through video. I want to share a little bit about myself before we dive in, and why this is such an important topic for me. So first and foremost, I am a wife and I am a mom of two beautiful girls, 15 and 12 years old. I am a former TV reporter. I was on camera daily reporting live out in the streets of New York City about anything from politics to high profile court cases to breaking news. It was honestly one of the most exciting and nerve-wracking and greatest learning experiences that I had in my first 13 years of my career. I've been a journalist for over 20 something years. Now I work as a senior video producer for Consumer Reports. That's a magazine and a consumer advocacy organization where I get to use my journalism and video experience and bring complex consumer topics to life. I create videos both in English and Spanish for their social media and partnerships with television stations around the country. Like I mentioned before, and of course, my husband is texting at this time, like, what is he doing? I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry, guys. So now I work as a senior video producer for Consumer Reports. Like I mentioned, I create videos in English and Spanish. I also have a podcast, and it is called Unleash Your Light with Luz. This podcast has brought me so much joy and purpose, especially after interviewing so many women and seeing what incredible stories they have to share and how much we can learn from each other. And I think that's something that we've learned here, and being part of this experience is one of those things. Through video is how I've made the biggest connections in my career with incredible women, and how through telling their stories, you know, it is a way of connecting, but also helping everyone feel seen. But even with all my experience with video, I still understand what it feels like to get in your head when the camera turns on. It still happens to me sometimes. In fact, I am a little nervous today. So if I seem a little jittery, you understand. It really never goes away, which I think is a good thing. I know how it is to, overcome like to overthink how you look, how we sound, what people might say, or get overwhelmed by how to do it, which equipment to use, etc. So if you've ever felt that way, you're not alone. And more importantly, you're not stuck there. I am here to help you understand how having a video and or podcast can help amplify your message, your voice, and your purpose. So I've noticed something very common, like I mentioned before, with many women entrepreneurs, and that's avoiding creating videos. They are super confident. I'm going to say we, because I think we all are very super confident in what we do and what we offer, but sometimes when it comes to getting in front of the camera, it can be very intimidating. A lot of the things that women say is like, I don't feel confident, I don't know what to say, I just need to feel ready, or I'm not good on camera. And what I've learned, especially as a life coach, is that it's usually not about video, it's about fear. It's fear of being judged, fear of saying the wrong thing, fear of being seen. And the problem with waiting until you're ready is that we will never really feel ready until we just do it. Another thing is that that I learned when I started in TV is that confidence doesn't come first, action does. And you have to first do it, and then confidence will follow. And, you know, let's begin with why video matters. And that's because we don't buy from strangers, right? Like as business owners, you know, people don't buy from, you know, from us if we're strange to them, if they don't really know us, right? We buy from people that we feel connected to. I'm sure most of you have heard about the like, no, trust theory. When people like you, they resonate with your energy. When they know you, they understand what you do. And when they trust you, they believe that you can help them. And video is the fastest way to build all three. Why? Because people can hear your tone. They can see your expressions, and they can feel your energy. Video collapses time. What might take months through written content can actually happen in minutes when somebody watches you on video. And today I want to share just 3 simple things. I call it the 3C framework because confidence on camera comes with these 3 things. The first one is clarity, second one is connection, and the third one is consistency. Let's start with clarity. So most people feel awkward on camera because sometimes they're just not, you know, we're not just clear on what we're going to say, what we want to share. So here's something simple that you can start doing today. Before you hit record, ask yourself, who am I talking to? What do they need help with? And then speak to one person. Don't think of speaking to an entire audience. Just speak to that one person, because when you speak to everyone, you speak to no one. That will give you the clarity you need to know who you want to reach and what you wish to tell them. Babe, can you close the door, please? Okay, so the second, sorry about that. The second is connection. And you know, you can be an expert at what you do and help people with. That is not the problem. The problem is telling people what to do without connecting with them first. I know just getting on camera and talking can be very intimidating, as I said, but that's why I always recommend creating some type of script or structure where you can gather your thoughts and then share. Here's a simple structure that you can use. First, use a good hook. An example could be, you know, for 2 years, I was struggling with my weight until I realized it was not my lack of willpower, it was my hormones. That's an example of a hook. Then share a personal story. And I know that some people have talked about like sharing storytelling, and I love storytelling. Obviously, I'm a journalist. So there's this thing called the hero's journey, right? It's to talk about the problem that you were facing. Was there a breaking point where you decided to change what you did? when you decided to change, and what did your journey look like? What was your transformation, and what is your new reality? And then make it relatable by using words like struggling, lack of willpower. I used it in that example. Lonely, helpless. Those are words and moments that help you connect, and they will relate to you. And then end it with a call to action. Keep it simple at first. Don't go straight into calling, having them selling your product or service. Say something like, the disconnect with you. Can you relate? Comment and let me know what resonated the most with you. When you do this a couple of times, then you can go and, do the call to action to, buy something or join your group. Because this also gives you the opportunity to connect with your followers when they comment, to connect with them in the DMs, right? Just some final thoughts on those videos. Make them short, 30 to 60 seconds, one message per video. And, make sure that your face is lit, that you have basic, some light. You can have a small ring light, or you just put yourself in front of a mirror, in front of a window. Okay, let's see. And the third C is consistency. Your first video might feel awkward. That's normal. It's something you build by showing up again and again. Every time you hit record, you're getting better. Remember that. And again, confidence doesn't come before you start. It comes because you start, right? Taking action first. So, you have to normalize feeling awkward. It is going to feel awkward. You're going to mess up. You're not going to like how you look or how you sound. One thing I always like to remind myself is that the women that I admire the most, they practice their way to where they are today. And I used to think a lot about that when I used to stand next to a big time reporter and we were both going live, and I'm like, okay, I'm not where she is, but I'm, it's just practice, right? That's really what it is. But a final reminder of that is that when you start showing up on video, people start recognizing you, they start trusting you, and they start reaching out to you. Not because you're perfect, but because you're visible and you're real. And now I want to talk about podcasting, because once you get comfortable being on camera, there's a powerful next step. It is long form content, and that's where video podcasting comes in. Podcasting isn't just trending. It's actually becoming one of the most powerful ways to build trust at a scale. And now with video, you're not just being heard, you're also being seen. Podcasting works because it builds deeper trust. It positions you as an authority, and it allows you to teach what you know in more than just social media. You have more time. It could even be like 15 minutes. It doesn't have to be a really long podcast. And it gives people a taste of what they can expect if they work with you. When you speak about what you know, your experiences, your lessons, your expertise, you're not just creating content, you're creating connection and credibility. And that's one of the things that I absolutely love about podcasting. So I don't know how I'm doing on time, but before I wrap up, you're listening, perfect. If you're listening to this and you're thinking, I don't want to keep trying to figure this out on my own, that's exactly why I created what I'm going to share now. I am opening up an 8-week group coaching experience where I will guide you step by step to help you get clear on your message, feel confident on camera, and start showing up consistently. Excuse me. So you're not just learning, you're actually doing. We're going to be taking action, and you're going to be doing it with support, accountability, and other women who are in the same place as you. And I, of course, will be there to coach and guide you every step of the way. So if you're willing to, finally show up and be seen, I work with you and have you join us. That's it.
Yay! Good job. Thank you so much for sharing all of that amazing knowledge. And especially like one of the things that I keep on hearing, one of the trends, and I think anyone can really attest to this, right, is the three C's, right? And confidence and authority and audaciousness and being exactly who you are. Does anyone have any questions for Luz? Now is your time to ask. Do not be shy, y'all.
I have a question. How do you feel about AI videos?
Well, um, in terms of you being the like an AI version of you, personally, I think that there's AI can be used for a lot of things, and it's great. Hold on, this thing, ignore. But honestly, I feel like you as an AI video, I think eventually that just doesn't, it's not going to connect the way you're going to. I think our value is going to start increasing more as like real people, because there's just AI is going to be everywhere. So you are going to be the one who is going to really bring that value that no AI can ever replace. So that's just my take on that. But you can use it for other things that are not replacing you as a person.
Thank you for that.
Anyone else? All right, let's do a little like midway check-in and shake it all out, because I know we've been kind of sitting for most of the morning, right? And Luz, I
Ilani,
wanna.
if you don't mind, I'm gonna share the. Oh, so I wanted to share before I forget.
Oh yeah.
If you want to connect with me, you can connect with me on Instagram at FitReporter, FitReporter. Or if you're interested in joining the 8-week experience, I can share it in the chat if you guys want.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. I'm like messaging 20,000 messages and I'm like, I'm not messaging it to the right area. As I'm like checking in with Sue. This is the part, right? Let me be transparent right now. I thought I was putting your Instagram handle and it went off to a private message to Sue, like, all right, we can continue. The parts of entrepreneurship and behind the scenes that people don't get to see. Pero Luz, I'm so grateful for you, and we've connected a lot, and I've seen your growth, and having you like come on and speak and be open, and yes, to the fact that you shared that you were nervous. Like those nerves are great nerves, and you've been a reporter for how long? So you interview thousands of people, all the time, and so. Just amazing. I do want to plug something in, as your mentor that that you did not plug in. The fact that she is also offering an opportunity, ladies, again, promotion, right? How many places do you want your business to be seen in? So Luz actually has opportunities for ad spots on her podcast. So I would definitely connect with her. I know that this is something that's sometimes overlooked, right? People don't think to place an ad on a podcast. But how many times do you listen to podcasts throughout the day and you want your business to be out there? So, again, it's not only about social media, it's not only about print ads, it's also about you can do voice ads as well. And I think that those hit. Yes, I like that. Yes to connecting with her because she has that opportunity. And of course, I was going to plug it in because hello, baby.
Thanks, girl. I appreciate you so much.
You're welcome, mi amor. You're so welcome. All right, so we'll go right along and go right over to Sue so she can introduce our next amazing guest.
Yes, thank you, Luz. Thank you so much. All right, so up next we have Daniela, and she will be talking about I stopped doing everything and how delegation, motherhood, and structure helped me grow my business. Wow, wow, wow. Delegation. Oh my God, I'm excited to hear this. So welcome, Danielle, to the room.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to see me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, perfect. Just trying to share this here. All right, you can all see my slides. Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. My name is Daniela Mercado. Uh, okay, for a long time, I thought the only way to succeed was to do everything myself. I run an insurance agency here in Connecticut. I am a mom of two boys, and like a lot of women in this room, I was trying to hold everything together. Before that, I was in private banking, so I've always been in the business of helping people protect what they're building, grow it, and most importantly, keep more of it. So this is my why. I'm a mama too. I'm a business owner trying to do it all. Um, Part of my story is I opened up this business when I was pregnant during COVID. Prior to opening up this business, I was a very successful private banker. I had a good income, very stability, everything on paper looked pretty good. And I quit my job to pretty much start over. When I did, I was pregnant with my second child. And my first 2 years, I was running this business by myself. Childcare was not an option. I only had $5,000. I had to pay $5,000 for childcare, which was something that I just couldn't do. And then I just decided to run a business from home while raising two kids. So becoming a mom changed everything for me. I believed I had to prove I could do it all. Being present at home, showing up fully for clients, growing a business, never dropping the ball. But trying to do it all was actually the thing that was holding me back. My life with the kids wasn't always like this. Um, I knew I wanted more. I wanted more control, more flexibility, and more for my family. So when I made the decision to actually start this, I wasn't just starting the business, I was stepping into entrepreneurship, motherhood at the same time. And my belief at the time was if I just worked hard enough, I could make it all work. So for a long time, I was doing everything, running my business, taking care of my kids, handling client needs, solving every problem. And I told myself that this is what it takes. I thought working harder was the answer, but the reality looked very different. For the first 2 years, I was running my business completely by myself. Everything from sales, service, calls, emails, all of it. At the same time, I had the two young kids at home. Childcare, as I said before, was not an option for me. So I was home with my kids while my husband went to work, trying to build a business in between everything else. While I was answering calls with one hand, holding a baby with the other, trying to be present as a mom, and still growing something that could change our lives. For a while, I did think that this was just part of the process, that if I just keep pushing, it would eventually get easier. But I didn't realize at the time was that doing everything myself was actually the thing holding me back. So for a long time, here's what that actually looked like. If I stepped away, things slowed down. If I focused on my family, I felt behind. And if I kept doing everything myself, my growth had a ceiling. I know I'm not the only one who's felt that way. For a long time, I was doing everything. I was running my business, taking care of my kids, handling every client need, solving every problem, and still trying to grow. And I wore that like a badge of honor. I told myself, this is what it takes. I thought if I just worked harder, everything would eventually fall into place. But the truth is, working harder wasn't fixing anything. I was exhausted, felt pulled in every direction, no matter how much I did, and never felt like enough. That's when I realized something had to change. So this is when I hit my breaking point. It wasn't one big moment, but it was a lot of small moments adding up. Feeling like I was behind in my business while also feeling like I wasn't fully present at home, constantly thinking about everything I still had to do. I started to realize something. The way I was doing things just wasn't sustainable. I went through so many mental breakdowns that, you don't show that in front of people or on social media. And I felt like giving up so many times. If I kept going like this, I wasn't going to build freedom. I was going to just build another job for myself. So I made a decision that something needed to change. I contemplated going back to the bank many different times, just giving up completely. Maybe this isn't for me. I realized I that working harder wasn't going to be the solution for me. The working differently it was going to change my situation. So my breaking point led me to a whole different shift in mindset. I made a shift. I didn't go from doing everything to having a full team overnight. I started small. The first thing I did was really get honest about my strengths. I hired my first two assistants. They took over the secretarial work, the service work that was taking up most of my time. That freed up time for me to do what I do best with consultations, financial planning, insurance protection. From there, I didn't just hire more people. I created roles with intention. The goal wasn't just help. The goal was to eventually replace myself in the day to day. So every single task in my office now has a process. We have policies, we have playbooks for everything. So no one is guessing, nothing depends on me being there. And instead of everyone doing a little bit of everything, I built a team where everyone is specialized. So people can actually get really good at what they do. That's when everything started to change because I stopped being the only one doing the work and became the one leading the business. I started delegating, I built structure, I created clear roles, and most importantly, I stopped trying to control everything. What most business owners struggle in the beginning is how do I hire staff? And a part of this was making sure that every seat in my office is profitable. Whether you're selling, you're meeting those goals. Whether you're servicing, you're identifying those opportunities with every interaction. And I make it very clear in my office, you have to pay for yourself with your activity. Every client interaction is an opportunity. 3 lessons that helped me grow out of this is for lesson number 1, stop doing everything yourself. I went from the person doing everything to building a team. Lesson number 2, structure creates freedom. Today, my business is structured with intention. I have 2 people focused on client acquisition, 2 people focused on client retention, and 1 that handles the administrative operations within our office. Everyone has a role, everyone has a focus. Lesson 3, protect your time. Because now I'm not just running a business, I'm building leaders. One of my team members is being developed into a manager by the end of this year, which creates even more space for me to focus on growth and my family. My business didn't grow because I worked more. It grew because I worked differently. So everything I shared today started from a place of just trying to make it work, building a business from home with 2 kids, doing everything myself. At the end of the day, we're building so much businesses, families, income, a future. And for me personally, I was so focused on building that I didn't even stop to think about protecting what I was building. And what I see every day in my work is that people are doing all the right things, but they don't always have the right protection behind it. What I've learned since then is that so many people are in that exact same place, working hard, growing, but not really sure if everything is actually protected. On top of that, a lot of people, when you start from zero, cash flow issues. My background in private banking is helping people identify where can your cash flow do better? Where are you losing money? How can we stop that from bleeding so that you keep more of your money? There's a lot of mistakes with the business is generating this, but how much are you actually keeping from what the business is generating? Because of that, I've actually created an entrepreneur insurance checkup for you guys. If you guys click the link or scan the QR code on the slide, you're able to do a quick 60-minute check-in on how you stand within those concepts. It's going to unlock your full guide, and it also will give me the opportunity to personally review your situation. Where can you be more profitable with your business? Where can you start delegating if you're doing it all by yourself? And how can you still make money while you build a team and hire people onto your team so that you can focus on the things that matter most? So I'll open up for any questions at this point. Any questions that you have that I can help with, whether it's your business, insurance, money management, cash flow, I'm your girl.
Thank you so much, Daniela. This is super important. Like I mentioned at the beginning, like delegation. I think we spend so much time doing it ourselves for whatever reason. It could be because we only trust ourselves, right? And feeling like we can do the job better than anyone else can, or whatever it is. But it definitely takes up so much time when we're doing everything ourselves, and it takes away from the areas where we should be improving on. So thank you so much for sharing this. Does anybody have any questions for Daniela?
Not necessarily a question, but more of like a comment, right? Um, as I heard you talking about your story, and I was dropping it into the chat, it resonated so much because I've been in business now for 3 years, right? A full-time entrepreneur. Very similar to your story, I decided to leave my 9 to 5 cold turkey, and I was just like, nope, I'm not going to work for anybody anymore. And I was doing really well as well. I feel like what people don't really understand is all of the internal work you have to do in order to make a decision like, I'm just gonna leave because I'm gonna take a bet on myself. Like that in itself is so scary. And I want to commend you, Daniela, for taking a risk on yourself and knowing that there's no other option but for you to succeed and to know that now you run an entire office, right? Because you were able to say yes to you, say yes to your family, and know that freedom of time was ultimately your goal by delegating is such an inspiration. And I look forward to continuing to grow with you, learn from you, because even like this survey that you sent over, I'm like, all right, let me hurry up and go in there and complete it and fill it out because it's such a, these are tools that are so needed, especially as we're navigating business. And another reason why I love the community that I'm building and connecting women, right? So I wanted to say thank you. Thank you. And I was crying. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so emotional because these stories are truly the ones that need to be heard as inspiration for other women to know that it is possible for them too. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else have any comments, questions? All right. Thank you so much, Daniela. And yes, as Kailani said, the link is in the chat. So please visit the link and fill out that information. That's super important. And yes, somebody said the SOPs. The SOPs are so important. We need to work on structure. That is something that I've been focused on at the very top of this year is making sure I'm setting up those structures and strengthening the ones that I have in place already, because that's super important. So up next, I think we have a vendor, right, Kailani?
We do.
Yes.
It's another QVC moment, baby. And she is absolutely amazing. She was on last time. When I say that what she creates is absolutely incredible. Brittany and I have never met in person, like a hug wise, but I feel like I am so much involved in her world again through the power of social media, right? So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up to the virtual stage Miss Brittany Arnett, the CEO and founder of the Dapplewood.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me all right? Yes, yes. Okay, perfect. Well, I appreciate the introduction. I always say hello, my dappled darlings. And if you aren't dappled yet, hopefully we change that by the end of our time together. But my name is B. I am the owner and artist behind the Dappled Wood. I've been in business now full time for about 3 years, and I make faux stone and floral statement jewelry that hopefully reminds women to step back into their power, be bold as nature, as Mother Nature intended. And I wanted to thank you all for having me back again. Like Kaylani said, I was here in the fall. It was a very inspiring conversation then. And then this morning has been also super inspiring. So I really appreciate this community and just having a place and space for sisterhood, especially for women of color. Let's talk about it, right? We need
just these safe spaces where we can be vulnerable. So I'm super here for it. And I wanted to say that all of my earrings are made out of clay. So you get kind of these big fun pieces that are full of color, but they're not heavy. They don't weigh down your ears. And I hand make everything here in my studio where we're coming live from. What you can't see is on the other side of this computer is my laundry. So when we're talking about being scrappy and being entrepreneurs, I know you all understand. But this is what the pieces all start out with, like clay. Okay. And once they are cured, they're very strong like vinyl. So it's a polymer clay. So I mean vinyl like vinyl records. So if you know what a record is, I know we might be starting to age out of those generations where we haven't explained these types of things. And all of my hardware is hypoallergenic. So I do a lot of 18 karat gold filled stainless steel and surgical steel. So you have the longer lasting pieces without them actually, tarnishing or causing any sort of issues if you have skin sensitivities. So what I'm going to be showing you guys today is available. Everything is on my website. And I do believe we've got a coupon code. I think it's Elevate15 that is running through Friday. But for a fast action bonus, if you complete your purchase today by midnight EST, I'm going to throw in a surprise pair of earrings for everyone who is interested. And I'm not going to show you what they are because then it wouldn't be a surprise. But I do have a gift with purchase for everybody. Good 45. Yes, exactly. That purchases from me today. So I actually normally just like sit here and try on the different pieces of jewelry, but I was super inspired by everything that we've been talking about. And like Gwen kicked off this whole day around the concept of intentional adornment, which is 100% why I started my business. And so I thought I would share with you how I got to where I am in my journey as a woman of color in corporate America. So I had the same story that I feel like a lot of us were sold, like go to school, get a job, be smart, be present, don't be too big, don't make waves, but definitely, make inroads so the people behind you will have an easier path forward, right? So I went to school, I got my master's, and then I joined the workforce. And I spent 5 years at a startup, just about. And over the course of that journey there, I went from kind of like being, sat next to the CEO to building out a 30-person like engineering and design team until finally I was first passed over to take the lead kind of role on this product team by bringing in somebody who had zero experience from another team. And then we roll with it, right? So who else here has ever been passed over for a job that they were already more than qualified for because they'd been doing that job? I'm sure I'm not the only one. Anybody in the chat? Yeah. And then I kind of, held on and backled that person for about 2 years before the role came up again. And once again, passed over, right? So now all of a sudden I have this man with a chip on his shoulder who is trying to run the team that I've put my blood, sweat, and tears into for 4+ years, who does not like me at all because I am not, I wouldn't say loud, but I am opinionated. I am full Scorpio vibes. Like if we got something to say, I'm going to say it. And my background is in experience design. So I'm very focused on doing what's best for the customer and then making sure, yes, it ties up to business goals, but customer first. And one of the funny things is, as women of color, we tend to be more interested in being in roles that are helping people, especially helping our communities. And he just was not about that. And over the course of an entire year, he just tore me down. I had lost myself. Like my identity was so closely connected to what this job and this role was that I was losing sleep. My hair was falling out. I was just having almost panic attacks anytime I had to be in the Zoom rooms with him. It was not a good thing. And so I got a business coach, a leadership coach. And one of the first things he told to me was, well, how are you showing up in these spaces? And so this was a completely remote role. And I was like, I don't know, I put on like a black hoodie and I keep it moving, right? And he's like, let's do better. Let's show up with intention. Why not wear color? Why not wear colors that remind you of your power and remind others that you're powerful too, that you're friendly, that you're not the person that he's on this, conquest of convincing everybody that you are. And things started turning around. So I'm starting to wear orange, and I'm starting to wear yellow, and I'm seeing myself in these bright colors on these little squares in the screens and being reminded, like, okay, I showed up with intention, with a goal, and these colors are reminding me to stay true to myself. All right. And that was working for a while until he won. He won the battle. He got me fired. 3 days after my birthday, I hop on a call. He compliments my bright orange sweater and then is like, oh, by the way, you're fired. My birthday balloons are in the background. And I'm devastated. My team is devastated. Everybody's upset. And it was because I was pushing back on this project that he had run into the ground, and then thrown on my lap where I had to play, Captain Save-A-Ho with it. And I was like, this is not possible. We cannot do this entire project within 6 weeks. It's not a thing. So I get let go. And fast forward 6 weeks later, and what I failed to mention, and what kind of like kicked off my downward spiral and my confidence in myself, is he had the audacity to tell me that, like, I'm not good at this. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm never going to be good at that. In one of our one-on-ones. After I've already been doing this now close to a decade, and this is what I went to school for, this is what I'm good at, this is what everybody says I'm good at. It was just him, right? He was threatened by me. 6 weeks later, I have a new job in a Fortune 500 company, and I'm making $80,000 more than what I was. Somebody else saw my value, and here we are. 2 years later, I'm making 3 times what I was making there, and I'm working at Amazon. So in my industry, that is the pinnacle. You can't get any higher. Snaps for that, outrunning this stereotype, this narrative that he was trying to push on me. The thing is, through both of those experiences, I was meeting all of these women who are in their early 30s and are just burned out because, again, we've just spent all of this time, our best years, making money for these like old white men with their yachts and their golf course things. And I had just like this epiphany. I'm sitting in this room and they're trying to tell me that they're building stuff for Black and brown communities. And I'm like, you're not. You're not informing them. You're having you're building destructive technologies for them. And it's not helpful. And so Amazon, while I was there, I survived 3 reorgs and then it was done. And then I got laid off, and I was so excited because I was 9 months pregnant, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with this circus. While I was pregnant, I was so grateful. And so since then, I've been able to be home with my daughter. And I've started this business, and this whole business is based on this premise that, we can show up to be who we want to be. And that can be intimidating to other people. But girl, you are glitter glue. Okay? You do not have to be regular glue. Right? So like we can show up in these places and spaces and take up room and stand up for ourselves and not be pulled down by these other narratives of people who are scared of us and scared of our light. And so fast forward 3 years later, I've sold over 2,500 of these handmade earrings. Okay. I make all of them here in my laundry room. I'm on track this year to have surpassed 100K in sales. And all of that is just from grinding. No paid ads. No paid ads. And I'm excited to come to these spaces because there is so much that I hear from women where they're like, oh my gosh, I wear this when I'm going into like interviews and it makes me feel confident. I wear this when I'm going into meetings, it makes me feel confident. And yeah, so my story was longer than I anticipated. Like I said, this was not what I intended on talking about, but you guys inspired me and I wanted to share my story. But I don't know if we have time for questions. I think we're behind, but
girl, I'm crying here. Because I can't well, first of all, I'm PMSing bad, but I'm also like, as I'm watching you swap out the earrings. And I'm like, I love those. And her story and this part, like, you have taken us on a journey um, of your story. And it is so inspiring to watch you share all parts of it, being 9 months pregnant, leaving the corporate job, doing this in your laundry room, all of the sales you had, like word of mouth, nothing hard on social media. We found each other on social media and it wasn't even an ad. Like it wasn't through an ad either. Like, so all of that to say, like, what an inspiration. And yeah, she's still swapping out the earrings.
I have things for everyone, extra big and extra small. I just wanted to get.
I love it. Oh my gosh, B. And yes to the glitter glue. To the freaking glitter glue. We are glitter glue, baby. Oh my gosh, my heart is so full. So, so, so full. I will definitely be checking out that website. And all of that, all of your earrings, everything you make is on the website, right?
It is. So all of the styles that I've been swapping through here should be in like my new arrivals or the spring edits. So I think you should be able to find them pretty easily on the homepage of my website. If there's something that you saw and you don't see, feel free to reach out to me. I'm at the Dappled Wood. So dots between the words. As you can see, I know it's backwards, but Dappled, Dappled. And this is all made out of clay, not wood. So not getting this one in my ear, but I have butterfly wings. Okay.
Those are pretty.
Lots of butterfly
Those are
wings.
so pretty. I have one last question, and I don't know if you spoke about this. I didn't hear you, but can you talk to us a little bit about PR boxes? Because I think that's something that you also do and offer.
Yeah. So I have what I'm calling like these branded in a box it experience. I launched it with you guys last fall, and Val, I think she's going to be presenting with us later. She took me up on it. And so what we did is we sat down, I looked at her social media profile, just kind of pulled pictures of her, what she's doing, what her brand colors are, and then put together this mood board of pieces that I thought would go really well with her and her style. And I presented it to her and I was like, okay, like pick like 5 or 6 of them. And she was like, yeah, I'm just going to get everything on the board. Like, okay, well, then we could do that as well. And she was very patient with me as I worked through like actually like prototyping and building out stuff specifically that aligned with her. And then I've kind of like expanded that as far as my offerings and other colors to other people. So I think it's really important, as we were discussing earlier, just showing up with intention and being like you as the marketing for your brand in all these places and spaces that you show up, whether that's networking, whether that's podcasting, whether that's just being on your stories, just having a piece of color and that aligns with your brand identity or with the like the mood and the intention you're setting for your day. And so those are our brand in the box experiences. I can drop the link there. It's not findable on my website, so it's on like a hidden page. So I'll just share that in the chat with you guys.
I think Angie has a question, and I think I have Val's hand is raised, and then we'll move on because we are running behind on time.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, it's worth repeating that your presentation of your products while you're telling your story was everything.
Thank you. I was trying to like be mindful of it while I was going, but I definitely lost track of
Oh, that was
everything was
everything.
going.
And listening to your story and even other stories, and I think we can all probably think of moments in our lives where it made me think of blessings in disguise, being fired, being laid off, being overlooked and whatnot. Like, because would you have stayed in that position because it's what you thought was the next plan, thing for you, right? And so just blessings in disguise that sometimes can be hard for us to shift our mindset and look at something that can be such a blow and make us cry and make us upset and blah blah blah, and shifting it to, you know what, blessing in disguise. And sometimes we can't see it as a blessing until the blessing actually happens. But I think if we can view it that way, even before, just have that perspective of like, you know what, something better is coming, it can make a difference. So yeah, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. Val, did you have a question, hun?
I did not have a question. I just wanted to highlight her badassery. And I literally have the brand in the box with me because learning from you from the last summit, I feel like it was a very pivotal moment in my jewelry endeavor in the world because I'm not one to really adorn myself with jewelry, but I got some on right now from the brand in the box. And because you took so much time to just curate this, I don't even have a jewelry box. I mean, I do have one where I just like throw shit in there, but I'm like, I can't do that to this. So I'm waiting for like a specific like earring hanger to come in. But here is my brand in the box. It's literally, let me unblur my background. It's so beautiful. She took so much time to just really come up with, let me see how to, okay, cool. There we go. Like, gotta be careful with this. Don't judge. Everything is like literally still in there. I don't want to like mess anything up, but she just curated so many beautiful pieces that are in alignment with my brand. I feel so powerful when I wear them, like at a podcast, at an event, and just always representing her lovely work. She took so much time and just love. So I just wanted to thank you so much for this. And if you're looking to get a brand in the box, like just get it. It'll be worth the investment and you'll feel extra bomb. So thank you so much, Brittany.
Thank you, hon.
Oh my
Thank
God,
you.
amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Brittany, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and thank you so much for sharing, Val. Send it right over to Sue so that she can introduce our next amazing speaker. Without further ado, the stage is yours, Sue.
Yes. Woohoo. I just want to give a quick woo, woo, woo. What an incredible day so far. All right. So we have Nicole Santos coming up, who is a business authenticity coach for BI and WOC coaches, healers, and service providers. So, Nicole, you have the floor. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Sue, and hey, thank you, Kaylani, for having me. I'm so excited to be here today, and just be in this room. And it was great to hear everybody speak and everyone's stories already. Let me just pull this up real quick. Okay, I had some slides, but maybe we just won't do it. Just maybe we'll just talk live. Who knows? Okay, so I want to present a thought to y'all. The thing that you were probably most ashamed of is actually why people might be paying you or why people will pay you. So today I'm going to show you why your rawness, your authenticity is your biggest strategy and why it's the reason people choose to work with you. So I've been hearing a lot about this today, authenticity, connection, content. So I'm really excited we talked all about that. I'm going to be touching on a few of those different aspects. Before we start, I'm going to share a little story. So when I was working at T-Mobile, I was in sales for like 7 years while I was putting myself through college, and it took me 7 years to finish college. I remember my boss. So I'm in the Bay Area, born and raised, and I worked in Fremont, if anyone's familiar, and then I moved to Oakland, which was like the highest sales store in the district. And I reconnected with my old boss. So he was my new boss at this location. And I remember starting off at the new store, and he told me, Nicole, you can only ask 5 questions a day. Because for anybody who knows me in real life, I ask dummy questions. I've been like that since I was a child. I'm just curious. Some people might call it nosy. I don't care. I'm curious. I'm that friend. You'll probably have one, or you might be that friend who asks, who asks, oh, and when I meant dummy, I meant like hella questions. Um, so I'm that friend during movies. I'll ask like a million questions. Keelani's like, oh, okay. Um, I ask a million questions, and then my friends be like, girl, this is the first time I'm watching the movie too. And I'm like, oh, okay, my bad. I'm just curious. So for a long time, I actually started to become ashamed of that, right? Like a lot of friends would tell me, my family, my fucking boss at this point, he's like, Nicole, only 5 questions a day, right? So I really started to internalize that. So I started to like shrink myself. I would hold back, and when you shrink yourself in one area, it's really not uncommon that you just kind of like start to shrink yourself in general. Because I'm sure some of y'all have heard the phrase like how you do one thing is how you do everything, right? So I started to just kind of like water myself down. And then after that, I got into tech. I was contracted at Google, and then I went to a tech startup in SF. I was in recruiting operations. I helped grow the company from like 20 to 75. So if you're in the Bay Area, like that's the thing to do. Like you go into tech, right? So that was always like my dream to get into tech. And even though tech is diverse, it's more diverse than traditional corporate spaces. I still found myself trying to fit into this version of being like professional. And honestly, I do not like that word. I don't use it in my business because if we're being real, professionalism has been rooted in being male and being white. And if y'all can't tell, I'm neither of those. And a lot of people here, I know this is a group of women and a lot of women of color. Yes, code switching. Yeah, code switching. That's actually like one of my logos I like to use is like ditch the code switch, right? So again, I shrunk when I was in these tech spaces. I remember being like, there was only like 3 or 4 women in my company, and there was only like a few of us who were POC, people of color. So this I just shrunk myself. And this wasn't just about work. This is something I carried as a woman of color, like I said, as a first gen Filipina. So my parents immigrated here from the Philippines. I was born and raised in the Bay, like I said. And over here, it's a whole melting pot. And still, I learned how to tone myself down in different rooms. So when I started my business in 2021, I really struggled with creating content and showing up online. I struggled with being seen. And this is something that I find many women and many of women of color struggle with. I know we've been talking about this throughout the summit, but it's just the fear of being seen, being visible. And this is one of the top fears that I've noticed that many, if not all my clients have had come to me with. And I coach mainly women of color. So when I started my business, I had social media, but I was never really active. I had social media, I had stuff on my feed a little, but like I was never the type to like pull out my phone and like talk to it. Never, ever. The first time I ever did that was a month before I launched my business. So a month before I launched my business, I started showing up more. I started posting more. My friends were like, Nicole's doing something because she's like showing up. Like I was not the type. Right. So I had to start practicing, right? And then I realized if I wanted a virtual business, if I wanted to impact people all over the world, I had to get comfortable with showing up. And as I started doing that, I noticed something. People didn't connect more with me when I was polished or professional or quote unquote like perfect. Because I bet a lot of us struggle with perfectionism. I did, and I still do to some level of extent. Doesn't matter how long I've been a coach, even if I coach my clients on this, we still have these wounds, right? So I noticed that people didn't come to connect with me because of those things. They connected more when I got super real with my community. On my console calls, on my console call form, I have a question that I ask. And one of them is, was there a piece of content or something I shared that made you want to reach out? Right. And y'all, the answers that I get from these till this day almost have nothing to do with my skills. The answers are your dad, you talked about your dad's passing, and it made me feel like I could really trust you. I just lost my dad and I'm having a hard time with my business. Another answer that I love sharing because it just made me laugh when I read the answer was your story about getting kicked out of school for selling weed. I have a very similar past, and seeing where you've ended up now, it makes me feel like I can do something similar. None of them said, your framework is amazing. I want to work with you because of your strategy, right? They all said in some form or way that they felt me, right? That they felt connected. And that's when everything kind of like made sense to me. I was like, okay, the parts of me I used to hide are actually the parts that make people trust me. So your authenticity isn't separate from your offer. It is your offer. Your rawness, your energy, your vibe. That's the reason people like actually want to work with you. So something I've noticed is that, people don't buy from the most polished people. They don't even buy from the most knowledgeable people sometimes. I know super, super, super knowledgeable people and they don't know how to storytell. They don't know how to connect. They haven't learned that skill. And there's other people who are not as knowledgeable as them, have been in the game as long as them, and they have a big business, right? So your story builds trust faster than any sales or marketing strategy that I have found. So if you want your content to actually connect and convert, just share your lived experience. So that's what I started doing, and that's what I encourage my clients to do. So what I'm gonna do is, geez, the time goes by quick. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly share can I share my screen? Let's see. I should be able to. Okay. Share. We don't need sound, but maybe. So I just wanted to do this little fun exercise or share with y'all about just some posts that I've created for storytelling. Um, let's skip that one. So this is one that I've done. It'll restart in a second, but it says plan A. It's a trend. This is when I like to do trendy stuff too for fun, you know. Graduate college, get into tech, be grateful to be born in America and live a comfortable life. Plan B, leave my safe six-figure tech career, coach powerful women entrepreneurs, host life-changing events, go after my passions, and become my ancestors' wildest dreams. So I had this little framework, but I think it was loose. She went over a very similar framework. There's no magic strategy, right? There's frameworks you can implement and try, and whatever works with you is good. So I'm not gonna go over that, but essentially, I usually just do like a hook. I share my story. I share the shift that happened. I share the lesson, and then sometimes I'll do a call to action. It really just depends. But this is me just like sharing my story. And these are the posts that actually gain me clients. When I ask in that form that says, was there a specific post or email, whatever, it'll always be some sort of thing like this. It will always be some sort of thing like this. Also, something that I'm going to share with y'all is something that's helped me with like my perfectionism and showing up online is I am like 80% off Canva. So what that means is my feed is 80% non-Canva. It takes too much time for me. I have perfectionism tendencies. I start to overthink and I start to be mean to myself, and it's a waste of time sometimes. So some of these, sure, they're made on Canva. Like this one's made on Canva, but like these other ones, like these are just on my story. I download it, I post it, and they get really good results. So this is another fun one I'll share with y'all. This is my all the jobs I've ever worked, plus business ideas I tried before I became a business coach for women of color entrepreneurs. I just go into my story here. This is all just storytelling. This is me. I was born and raised in Hayward, San Leandro, near Oakland, and my family had a Filipino store. We were like the only big karaoke Filipino store in the Bay. So I worked there ever since I could like literally walk. I talk about my story here about selling weed in high school, getting kicked out of school, here working at McDonald's, here working with kids while I was in high school, me at Panera, me at T-Mobile, me at Google, me trying to do braids and do a little side hustle, me starting to maybe do eyebrows, me at my tech job, and then me starting off. I started off as a life relationship coach, and then started doing like speaking engagements to me now. Quitting my job, I help women who are in day one of business all the way to 15 years in the game. I host plenty of events. I've hosted dozens of events. I've worked with hundreds of women. I've been flown out to speak at stages, and I've never felt more aligned and fulfilled in my work. And I basically just say here, like, this is a message to all the aspiring entrepreneurs. We all start somewhere and we all have a past. None of that dictates your future, and all of that creates your character and your story. Doesn't matter if you're sure what you want to do, just start and see how your journey unfolds, blah, blah, blah. You guys get the picture, right? But this is the content that I notice gets like, look, it doesn't have crazy engagement, 106 likes, right? But these are the posts that people will put in my form. Like, this is the reason why I wanted to reach out and work with you. So to kind of tie everything together, share your stories from your heart and like just be yourself, right? If you say hella, say hella. I'm from the Bay, we say hella. I even said dummy earlier, and Kehlani was like, there's no dumb questions. We say like dumbass, like dumbass means like hella over here. So we have our own language. I'm sure in New York, y'all have your own language. I hear it all the time. If that's how you talk, then that's how you talk and show up on social media that way. People are going to like that. The people who understand are gonna wanna work with someone that said dead ass. We say that here too. If you speak Spanglish, then speak Spanglish, right? If you're animated, be animated. You don't have to be loud if you're not loud. If you're loud, be loud. If you're not loud, then don't be loud. Just be you, because that's what builds trust and connection, not perfection. So, yeah, if you've been told you're too much, like for me, I was told you ask too many questions, right? You might be told you're too loud. I've heard that earlier. You're too loud, you're too bold, too opinionated. Maybe your hair is too big, your hoops are too big, your voice is too much. Let me be very clear. You probably are too much, but by society standards, by American society standards, by men's standards, by white men's standards. But to your people, you're exactly what they're looking for. They want to see someone who looks like them, who sounds like them, who moves like them, being fully unapologetically themselves. And when you could do that, you give permission for other people to do the same, and that creates a feeling. So people work with other people when they have a feeling in their body. So stop trying to water yourself down and just sounding like other people and just start speaking your truth. And because of that, you're going to notice that people are going to choose to work with you. And also, shout out to my boss who made me feel ashamed to ask 101 questions, because now people pay me thousands of dollars to ask them questions all the time. So if that isn't a testament to go all in on your traits and traits that you once used to be ashamed for, I don't know what is. And mic drop, because it's about to be 15 minutes and 2, 1, and there. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, any questions? I guess this is a Q&A.
Yes. And I was writing in the comment, oh my God, this is so great. When you show up as yourself, it helps others feel okay to be themselves. That's so important, so important. And I also love all the transitions. Like that's something that people try to put on you sometimes. They try to put you like in this box, like this is what you do, stay in there. You're not allowed to cut corners. You're not allowed to get out of that. And the fact that you were able to evolve and do all of the things that you wanted to do and try them out and things like that is a testament to literally just utilize all the talents that you have been given, and it will spark. It will spark. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Nicole. Does anyone have any questions, comments? This was really awesome. I know the chat box was blowing up.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes. Coach Wendy said, being a successful entrepreneur means you are always too much. Yes, absolutely. That is so true.
I don't have so much of a question, but I want to say, Nicole, first of all, you're like you're the vibe. You are glitter glue. Like all of the things that I've been hearing today, and hearing you just step out. First of all, the first thing when you came on here, I was like, she got grills, y'all. She
Yes.
got grills, and I want to be her bestie. I was like, yes. And she's a tatted baddie. Yes. And she's helping women. She's supporting women. Like those are all the things, right? But hearing you tell your story about what happened in high school, I feel like that in itself it's like the floodgates to having other women and giving other women permission that they don't need, but they sometimes resonate and feel comfortable with, to be able to also tell them their stories, because we are so many of us are very imperfect humans. We're not made to be perfect. We're not made to be like aesthetically pleasing. Who the F says that aesthetically pleasing is what it is? But I was like, yes, girl, because we spoke about this over our lunch date. So I love your rawness. I love your honesty. And I want to just clap for you, babe, because you are a baddie. You literally came on here and I was watching your stories and I was like, yep, she's a me. A procrastinator, yep, she's a me, right? Like, if I could be honest on here for a moment, the entire magazine was drafted yesterday, y'all. Right? Right? And like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because that's literally me showing up in my authenticity. So I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, for giving us permission to show up as we are.
Yes, thanks, Kaylani. And she's seen my story because I posted last night at 9:30 on my story. And I was like, hey, y'all, I'm speaking at a summit tomorrow at 10:30. And it's 9:30. And I'm just going to figure out what I'm talking about right now. And I'm just going to trust it'll be fine because she liked the story. So, yeah. But Wendy had a question. What do you tell people who are, yeah, I'll send my Instagram. What do you tell people who are too scared to tell their story? How do you help them through the fear? Ooh, such a good question, Wendy. Few different ways I answer this question based off who's asking me. I like to understand a little bit more of like what's the fear, how are they showing up, where are they at in business. I like to like probe a little bit more, but generally, I would say one way I can answer this is just start sharing small stories that you don't have to share a story like me, where my dad's passing, me getting kicked out of school. Like you don't have to go all in, like no foreplay. Like you can literally like just share a story of going to the store and one of my past coaches, she has this story she shares a lot about like her mom going to the store and finding bread, and she's like she's a Latina coach, and she was like, Mija, I don't know which bread to get. And she's like having this hard time. And she's like, just choose one bread and come home with it. And if you don't like it, we'll get the other bread next time. Right. And like that's just a simple story, but like her connection was saying something along the lines of like, business is serious, just try something out. If it doesn't work, try the other thing out next time. Right. So that no vulnerability at all. You don't have to go all the way in and share something hella big and vulnerable. So that's one answer. Another answer I would give is a lot of times when we're afraid to share something, we're thinking about us. I'm afraid. How are people going to look at me? Is this too much? Am I too much? If we can shift the narrative to who is this going to help? Is this going to at least hit one person? Who will this affect someone? Imagine all the lives, or even just the one person I can affect by sharing this story, and just move from that way. So those are the two things I would usually say. But yeah, I'll drop my Instagram in here for those of y'all interested in connecting. And then one last plug before we move forward or move to the next person is I just relaunched, reopened doors to work with me one-on-one on Thursday. I'm getting maxed out at 10 people, and I only have 2 spots available left. If anyone is interested in working with me one-on-one, it's a 6-month mentorship. And then I also have a group program called Emergence that relaunches in July. And it's a group program. It's geared toward women of color who are either launching or relaunching their business or a new offer. And those are the ways to work with me. Everything's on Instagram if you want to stay connected, but I'll drop the link in here. And thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, Nicole. Definitely staying connected. Yes, absolutely. I love it. All the badassness. Yes. So we can move along. Our next speaker we have is Valerie Rose. So excited. Yes. So Valerie Rose, we'll be talking about from survival to personal power, how to transform, elevate, and thrive. Take it away, Valerie.
Awesome. Thank you for that introduction, Kaylani. Thank you for having me here. And I hope that you all take something amazing from my segment. So, a little bit about me. My name is Valerie Rose. I'm a certified life coach, I'm a motivational speaker, and I'm a podcaster. And through all of the ways that I work in the world, both personally and professionally, my mission is to be a positive light in the world because there's already so much darkness, and to remind you and anyone and everyone that one can grow up anyway, come from the trenches, go through so many different things, and still choose to reinvent themselves and build a life that they absolutely love through the power of personal development. Now, growing up as a Latina, personal development was unheard of. It was not a realm that I was involved in or even had an understanding of until I got into college and I was in my early 20s, and I realized how personal development could have saved me some from so many different things that I endured in life. So today I'm going to take you on a little journey through my life to remind you that it is possible to become whoever it is that you want to be, no matter your age, your background, your current beliefs, your current situation, and even when we're at those moments of rock bottom. Because once upon a time, I was at rock bottom many years ago in every single aspect of life. And what saved me was personal development and my own willpower to look at myself in the mirror and say, girl, you got to get it together because you're clearly living a life that is not what you want, not what you dreamed of, and you're not happy. And the only person who can change that is yourself. Because as much as we want to control people, control situations, the only thing we can truly control is our mindset, the way we process our emotions, and the actions that we ultimately take. So I'm going to go ahead and share a presentation with you all. Let's see. Okay. Okay, this is my first time actually sharing my screen, so let me make sure I got this right. So, okay. Allow. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, let's see. Are you able to see my screen?
We can see your screen. It just isn't in presenter.
Let's see.
So if you hit on the little, I think it's next to the arrow.
Is a
How
TV
about
looking
now?
thing with an, oh, yes.
Yeah.
Is it the full screen now? The full
No.
presentation
No.
showing? Let's see, it's showing on my end. Let's see, so I'll go and click that one. Still nothing?
It might be loading.
Yeah, it looks like it's loading.
Cool. Let's see, it says your screen sharing is paused. Does it still show loading on that end?
Yeah. Oh, we're good now.
Okay, perfect. Now I'm just gonna click through it really quick. Let's see. Oh, okay, cool. Looks like do you see it moving on your guys' end?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. So I'm going to be sharing about going from survival to personal power, which is my method of coaching, and it's the three pillars of personal power, which is transform, elevate, thrive. And each of these pillars serve a purpose through our journey in life, and we're able to use them throughout multiple levels as we continue to elevate and achieve the goals that we want to achieve in life. So, here they are, the three pillars of personal power. So, we go through a process of transformation, then we elevate, and then we thrive in what it is that we've been desiring to become, both personally and professionally. So the first pillar is transforming. This is when you start to really look at yourself and ask yourself, am I truly building a life that I love? Am I happy with the choices that I'm making? What can I do better? And just really getting honest and becoming aware. You've identified patterns that no longer serve you, and it's not something that you want to continue to carry on because it's either hurting you versus it helping you. And you ultimately decide to choose differently. You're unlearning what's weighing you down because you cannot build a new life with having an old identity and old ways of being. Now, for me, the transformational moment when I was completely at rock bottom was when I was on a bus ride to work, and I had my headphones on, music was blasting, and I would always sit in the back looking forward, but that day I was like looking out the window and saw my reflection and thought, damn, you are not the woman that you thought you'd be at this point. And look at all the things that you're going through, and you're only going through it because you choose to stay in this toxic relationship. You choose to be fearful of the unknown. You choose to overthink the negativity. But why, Valerie, can't you just think positively? Why can't you just look to see what's going to be on the other side if you choose to focus on yourself? So that was the day during that bus ride on my way to work in the morning that I realized, you know what, I got to make a change, and I got to make a change today. And that leads me to, sometimes we think that it's going to take forever to achieve goals. But in that moment, for me, what I had was an immediate mindset shift of choosing to want better for myself, choosing to figure out, okay, what is the next step? Because we don't always have to know exactly what it is that we're going to do, but willing to take the one step. And as you're building your steps, eventually what comes is that staircase to lead you to the goals that you want to achieve. And in this picture right here, it is of my lovely client, Michaela. She is super amazing, a young woman that is achieving a lot of her goals, primarily financially and personal development, as well as in her position. Pillar number two is elevating. So once you pass that transformation phase of getting honest with yourself, knowing what you need to let go of, you start to ask yourself that question of, what in my life needs an upgrade? Is it my environment, my mindset, my boundaries, who I'm surrounding myself with? Is it everything? Is it more, or is it a little something? And when you're growing, you require new standards, not just new goals, which then shapes you to get in alignment and become that woman that you want to become to achieve your personal goals as well as your professional goals. Now, there's this saying, it's if you hang out with five negative people, you're bound to be the sixth negative person. If you hang out with five positive people, you're bound to be the sixth positive person. If you hang out with five losers, I know that sounds harsh, but there are people out there in the world that are negative, that tear you down, that don't help you with your growth and instead stunt it and are not focusing on their growth and are content with where they are in life. Now, it's okay to be content with your life and not choose growth, but what's not okay is to hurt others along the process and stunt their growth. So you're bound to be the sixth loser if you're around five people like that. Now, if you're around five entrepreneurs, you are bound to be the sixth entrepreneur or pick up some of those tendencies. So in the elevation phase, you start to seek new communities like joining the Boss Babes and Brunch Elevate Collective. You start to seek help from a coach and know that you don't have to do it alone. You start to go on YouTube and watch a podcast. You start to read books and start to figure out new habits, new places that you want to be in, whether it be physically or even in your mental headspace. And as you go through the transformation process and you elevate, you get to a point in your life where you start to thrive and you feel more confident here. You're more in alignment with your goals, intentional with your actions, and asking yourself, is this situation going to help me or hurt me? If I go and hang out with these people, will that help me or hurt me? And it's not about it being transactional, it's about you moving with intention and taking one little baby step towards your ultimate goals. And at this phase, you're very happy and proud of the work that you've been putting in since the transformational phase. And you start seeing the work pay off. Now, you'll see it pay off in the transformational phase because you have those mindset shifts. You have that awareness and clarity that maybe you never even knew was there. You didn't know how to seek it. And thriving isn't about having more, it's about finally feeling like yourself in your own life. Because, as I shared in the breakout room, if everyone prioritized personal development in their life, they would be the main character energy in their world and pursuing and defining what success means to them, what happiness means to them. Now, happiness is always an inside choice, but as you choose who you're around, you choose your job, you choose hobbies and activities that pour into you, you're going to start loving your life and owning your authenticity even more. Now, these three pillars are pivotal in my transformation journey because I'm a girl that came from the hood, wasn't raised with mom and dad. I was raised with my lovely grandmother. I am a Latina. I'm the oldest of five siblings. I was a foster youth. I became a mother at the age of 13, and I was in a toxic relationship for almost a decade long. And when I was in that relationship, I decided enough is enough. I need to heal all the past versions of myself. I need to release the victim mindset. I need to reclaim my authentic life and this life that I envisioned for myself, and always felt called to do more and be more and want more. And knowing that it's okay to want more, be more, and do more. But I had to put in the work. I had to shed the victim mindset. And now I'm at that point in life where I am thriving both personally and professionally, a healed woman from my past. And this is why I decided to become a life coach, because after I transformed my life, I was like, damn, again, if more people focused on their healing, focused on what they want, the world would truly be a much better place. And I teach these three pillars of personal power in my personal life through my Life Reset online 3-day mini course and through my one-on-one coaching. So now on this next slide, I got two QR codes for y'all. This one here is a special offer for you ladies here, and it's the Life Reset course. It is my only and main digital course. It's entry level for those who are not yet ready to explore one-on-one coaching, but want to get a feel for it. The Life Reset course, it's a 3-day self-discovery online mini course that will guide you to let go, realign, and create the life that you crave. So my special to you is you can scan this QR code here. It'll take you directly to the course. There's further details there in regards to what you get, what it entails, and how to work the self-paced course. You get 10% off of the course, and I am a part of an anthology called Latinas Who Lead, and I would love to provide you with a free copy to the first 10 customers. So once I see that you make the purchase, you put in that code, I'll reach out to you via email to get your information and to ask you if you want a signed copy, and you can learn more about my life story there in that chapter. I did want to extend this offer until March 31st to end Women's History Month strong. And I'll leave it up for like 3 seconds so you can scan the QR code if you're interested to see more details. And here is my final slide. This QR code has all of my resources where you can find my podcast. It's called The Valerie Rose Show on YouTube in video format, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify, and anywhere else you listen to your podcast in audio format. There's many awesome women on there that share their stories. And the point is to show you again that no matter where you come from, you can build a life that you love. Kaylani is on one of those episodes talking about her entrepreneurial journey, strengths and challenges. And you can also check out free resources that I have. Book me to be your one-on-one coach. And please don't hesitate on reaching out to me on Instagram if you have like any questions. And now I am open to taking any questions.
Girl, you were literally on point.
I know, I was looking at the timer. I'm like, oh my goodness.
So on point with time. So on point. All right, so clearly I'm doing it again where I'm sending all of the private DMs to Sue because I was last in her chat. So Sue, I'm so sorry because that's not what I intended to do. I'll drop everything in the regular chat. But Val, I've connected with you now in person. We met and I was on your podcast, and just I admire the work you're doing. Your story is so powerful. And what I love most, I feel like amongst many things that I love about you, is you don't look like what you've been through.
Right.
And when you tell your story and women are like, oh shit, you give them, again, similar to Nicole, you give them the opportunity to also be vulnerable and share and be like, girl, mama, it is okay. Like we all have a past. And so I really want to say thank you to you. And I know that the work you're doing is incredible. And every time I speak to you, we send like voice notes every single day to each other, even though we're on two opposite ends of the coast, but of the country. But yeah, all that to say thank you. One question that I do have for you that comes up in when you work with, or do you do clarity calls, or like how can they, if they don't want the mini session, is there something else that you offer?
Yes, so in that last QR code, there is that link, and I offer a free clarity and growth call. It's about 20 to 30 minutes long, and that's where we identify any goals, any challenges that you want to discuss, or just vent about things and explore what life coaching can be for you.
Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I love that. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay. Oh, there's a question in the chat. Can you explain what life coaching is?
Yes, so I believe that life coaching is guidance and proof that you are able to create a life that you love, and you discover so much about yourself. And it's asking powerful questions versus just telling someone, hey, do this, do that. It's asking powerful, open-ended questions to help the individual dig within to discover more about themselves, to discover things that they didn't know, or to further elaborate on what it is that they are seeking in their life. And ultimately, I think it's building a life of fulfillment, and happiness and success is defined in so many ways. So I think ultimately it's exploration of personal development and figuring out who you are, who you want to be, and how you want to move forward.
I love that. Leah has a question.
Yes, my Capricorn queen.
I don't have a question, but I got to read this beautiful woman's book. If you have not read the section in which Lady V tells you about her real life and the perseverance of women in this collective, and it's a group of women, but in her story in particular, you're really seeing how women persevere continuously through different chapters of their life. So she's a lot of things. She's also an author. But if you do not have her book, then that is something that you need to put on your to-do list. I mean, it is a very inexpensive, quick read, but it is also full of just like gems and real just perseverance. So shout out to my V and get her book.
Thank you. Love you, girl. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so, so much, Leah, for sharing that. And thank you, Val, for just being a part of this community. And yes, I notice now I have like 3 Capricorns in here. So, and I'm a Cancer. So I feel like y'all keep me in check, baby. I love it. All right, we are going to move on. So our next presenter is, I think we're up for another QVC moment. So we are going to bring to the virtual stage Miss Jody. Jody Cup of Health. Are you able to come on, babe? Are you ready? Let's see. Is she here? Is she here? What the caps are killing.
I am here. I'm sorry. Had to get my mic on. How are you ladies doing? I can't find my glasses, so if you occasionally see me looking down, it's because I'm looking at my tablet.
No
How are
worries.
you ladies today? I need feedback.
Oh, so
How
we'll come
are
off
you?
mute? Yeah, we're
All
good.
right.
Yes.
All right. So
Excited.
I want to ask a question. You can throw it in the chat or you can turn your mic on and respond. Do you or anyone you know suffer from any dermatitis or severe skin irritation? Well, Jody Cup of Health was started primarily for that reason. 11 years ago, that's insane to even think about it. My niece was diagnosed with eczema at 3 months old, and it was devastating. Doctors were prescribing steroids for her treatment. And as you can imagine, steroids for a 3-month-old is not the best thing. So I was nannying for my brother and his wife at the time, and I pleaded with them to ask them to have me make something for her. And I'm going to show it here. So I intentionally washed my hand, left it dry. This here is our honey me aloe. And this was the very first creation that I made. And as you can see, it goes on nicely. And I'm going to show you the difference on my moisturized hand compared to boom, boom. So I asked them to let me do something for her, to make something for her, and this was what came from that. I did not want to sell the product. Actually, her mom forced me to sell it because it was purely for my niece. One of the things that was very important for me was that being that she is a baby, 3 months old, I did not want to use any chemical binders, any fillers, which though many of the organic based, plant-based products on the market, they still had fillers and chemicals in it, which I was seeing results. And then 6 months later, her skin was cracking up, drying and bleeding again. So for me, that was very important. All of our ingredients has to be plant-based, all natural, coming straight from the ground. So I crafted the scents just purely for her. And then her mom was giving it to her coworkers and friends. They were asking me to make the products. I was spending the bulk of my weekend to make the product. And they were like, hey, could I refer someone to you? Could I refer someone to you? It grew faster than I could with my hands. So her mom said, you need to start selling it. And we rolled right into the pandemic. My job terminated my contract, paid me out for a few months. And I said, what better time than to go full steam ahead into entrepreneurship? And here we are, the results of that. What I love about my products, it tells a story. So down to our logo is literally storytelling, which we've been talking about a lot today. So the yellow represents the sun, the green represents the earth, purple represents royalty, and blue is all about mood, calm, and being relaxed. And as you can see, even in our O, we have an apple a day keeps the doctor away. So we are here to stay. We want to change the beauty industry. Skin is our number one organ, yet its number one selling point is beauty. It should not be so. It should be health. Like our slogan says, skincare is healthcare. And that is exactly what we are here to strive to do. So let me know if you have any questions in the chat. We have different scents. I can demo some stuff for you if you like as well. And let me know if you have any questions.
I have questions about the scents. What do they smell like? And then Leah has her hand raised. So what do they smell like? And are they oily at all? Or like sticky at
No.
all?
So as you can see, so this is my hand and I'm going to demo. So the cool trick with what makes our product so great is neem oil. And neem can penetrate the 7 layers of your skin. So here we are. This is water, literally water. You can see it coming out. And actually, the more you apply water to your skin, the more moisturized you will get. And that's because at 3 months old, a baby, as she's growing, she's touching, rubbing. So I wanted to make sure if she was putting her hands in her mouth, if she was just crawling, moving around, her skin was still maintaining moisture. So to answer your question, no, we are not oily. No, we are not greasy.
I love that. I have a follow-up question. I'm sorry,
And
Leah.
then the scents, to answer your second question, we have lavender, we have tea tree lemongrass, we have lavender me peppermint, which is a combo of peppermint and lavender. We have straight up peppermint, which is loved by peppermint, and the OG honey me aloe.
I love
And
it.
we also have the matching body wash to go with it as well. And people always ask, like, I have a lot of swimmers who use this for the summertime because it goes on like lotion. So this is it. right? Again, get some water, and it won't lather until you apply water.
Water. Nice. I love that. I love that, especially because it's like, sometimes when you put like soaps on your body and you're just like, ugh, they're too like sticky or
Correct.
whatever. So the fact that it doesn't lather until you actually put the water on it is great. I think Leah has a question because I forgot what I was gonna ask you. I was like, so I'm like staring at your background setup and I'm like, oh baby, you got so many
Yes,
goodies.
ask questions. Ask
Oh, good.
questions. I'm here
I
for.
do have really quick. So, what are your pricing and what's in the green packagings?
Oh, so these are our bags. We also do gift bags. So this bag here is 2 for 30, and we have subscription bags as well. So we have a monthly subscription. So two of these monthly would be $19, and you can combo. So you can do a body butter or a wash, or you can do two butters. I'm sorry, two wash and two butters for the monthly subscription of 19. Or if you just opt to do them individually, you would pay the full price, which would the value would be like $53 if you bought them individually.
So for
And then
$20 a month, I can get that shipped to my home every single month.
every single month on autopilot. And we also have
Genius.
so we also have a full size subscription. And this is our 1 pound because we want to be a lifestyle brand. We don't want it to be a quick buy and then you're moving on. So this 1 pound on average is $68.99 depending on the scent that you purchase. And we also have a monthly subscription where you can get two of this for $50 monthly, and it comes to you every month unless you pause the subscription. And you can have the option to do a butter and a wash, or you can do two butters, or you can do two wash, right? And you can always rotate the scent. So say 1 month you're feeling a little bit lavendery and you're like, next month I want to try the lemongrass. You can rotate the scents as well, month to month.
And we get all of this on your website?
Correct. Yes. Everything is listed on the website.
Okay, perfect. I think Leah has a question.
I do. So, can you tell us what neem oil, like in comparison to a soy or anything else, what's the difference between
Yes.
neem? And then my second question is how does that lotion interact with hand sanitizer? Because a lot of times we're not using water.
Okay, great question. So our products interact, it plays well with just about anything that you can think of. And it's because we do not put any binders or water-based product in it. So when it actually comes into contact with any kind of water content, it helps to moisturize and seal in moisture. That's why I did that little example with water. As you can see, the more you apply water, the more moisturized you will get. And the reason for that is the neem. Neem is our secret ingredient. In everywhere else in the world, neem is known as the king of herbs. Here in America, they quite haven't caught on yet, primarily because of big pharma, but that's another conversation for another day. But neem is just about good for anything. It's antiseptic. It's great for inflammation, for healing burns. Like even in Asia, like if you have a burn or you're healing from surgery, that's what they're going to use to wrap on the skin. I'm Caribbean, so if you get burned and whatever, that's what they're putting on it, like the actual herb itself, and wrapping it in because it heals the skin internally and then dries it up outward.
And one more question, I'm sorry. Does this help?
Absolutely.
I know that neem is very good for keloids. Like if you have keloided skin from surgeries and things like that, I think that that's another added value, correct?
Correct. Yes, you are absolutely right. So even and that's why again, because it's going internally and then working inside out is what neem is great for and known for. I heard my timer go off, so I'm still not sure if I can answer questions, but if I can, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, no, that was great. Does anyone else have a question? Alrighty. If not, we'll go ahead and we'll drop all of your information, Jody. I want to say I'm so proud of you, girl. Like
Thank
super
you.
proud of you because I know when we chatted, you were like, I don't know, I'm trying to get into the virtual space. Killed it, baby. Killed
Thank you.
it. All right. And I love the subscription piece because I feel like, yes, it is a
Yeah.
lifestyle brand, right? We're trying to make sure that you get it on rotate. So we will be in contact, babe.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Sue, are we good with time, babe?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm good. I'm here. I'm present.
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
doing other things in the back, so everything's working out.
You're good. All right, babe, go ahead and introduce our next amazing speaker.
Yes. All right. All right. All right. So give me 1 second. So next up, we have Miss Stephanie Pindea. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. And Stephanie is going to be talking about build it right or pay it later. Smart structures for smart entrepreneurs. Go ahead, Stephanie. Welcome.
Hello, ladies. How are you guys? Hope you guys are enjoying the afternoon. I know we're getting like towards the end of it, right?
Yes, yes.
I can share my screen, right? There we go. Can you guys see it? Sorry, guys. Now I'm having. Can you guys see the whole screen?
Yes, but it's go ahead, Kaylani.
We can see it. It's just not in presenter view. So if
So I
you
want to present to mode either. Okay, hold on a second. Let me try to get this out of here. So I can get it to present to mode. There you go. There we go. So I wanted to talk about this because I feel like it's so important. I think we all know how to make money. Like literally, I think all of us are in the state of mind that we can make the money, we can hustle it out. We will make it no matter what because that's just what we do, right? We are always women of need. We have to take care of our families, we got to take care of kids. But the biggest thing is how do we keep it? How do we not give this money to the IRS or to any other debt collectors, right? Because we build to keep it, not to keep paying it out. And it's really important because it's something I work with a lot of my clients on because I have clients that make $200,000 a year, $500,000 a year. I have clients that make 10 million to 12 million a year. And if we don't properly park your money, because that's how I call it, I I want you guys to try to get into the mindset of parking your money somewhere where the IRS isn't going to take it. Like you made it, now you want to keep it. You know what I'm saying? So, just a little background. I am an enrolled agent. I have been doing accounting and taxes and all this fun stuff for now 26 years this year, actually. It's my passion, is what I love. I love numbers. I know, I'm a geek. But I love it. It's what I enjoy. And it's something that I'm very passionate about because I grew up in the city of Hartford, Connecticut. So I am in Florida now, guys, but I did grow up in Hartford, Connecticut, and that wasn't an option to us. Like what I had around me was not that. We always had to work for the people who had that. And since I was really young, I had my daughter when I was 14. So I always had to keep on having to prove myself to the upper and to the upper and to the upper. And I always kept seeing how they had their houses, they barely paid taxes, they had real estates, they had all these investments. And I'm like, we need to know how to do that. And that's something that I really am very passionate about of teaching my community. A little bit of background. I have been everywhere, a little bit everywhere to talk. I do a lot of speaking engagements to teach this stuff to people that really don't get that part. I see so many seminars or a lot of events, but nobody talks about the finance part, the tax part. Like they always teach you how to make the money. No one's teaching you how to keep it. And that's where like I said, I'm very passionate about that part. I started off literally in all these places. As you can see, I am I did buy this building about 3 years ago. I finally have my own building that I have now under my business. I started even with a nail salon spa that I had for my daughter. Um, but that story somewhere else too. I'll tell you guys after I'm done with this stuff, just to kind of even more um, elaborate on what Val was talking about, which her story is absolutely amazing. She's absolutely amazing. But just to kind of give you where I started and where I came from. So the biggest thing when you guys have a business is your structure. It is fundamental, so important. I see so many, and this is more too with a lot of my digital clients or my digital people that are online or they're coaching or they don't have any overhead. So then all the money that you're getting, if you are making $150,000 to $200,000 a year, you're at risk of paying at least 37.5% just on federal taxes. That's not including if you're in a state that actually has state taxes, right? I'm here in Florida, so thank God we don't have state taxes, which is one of the biggest reasons why I moved from Connecticut to down here was because of that. And I know it's not an option for a lot of people because people like to stay in their hometowns or whatnot, but that was a strategy for me because I was not going to continue to keep on paying the state 5, 6, 7% of my revenue. I just was not going to do that. I can actually travel with that amount of money that I have to pay the state. So that's why I moved down to Florida. So structure is really important because not everybody is actually okay with just being a regular LLC, you're a Schedule C, or maybe you are, but until you don't know or actually get that advice to talk to someone to see how you're supposed to be structured or how you should be taxed, this can cost you damn near almost half of your income annually. And that's the important part of it, that you don't want to be structured improperly and then have to pay for that when you actually do start making money. And this is why it's so important. I know a lot of people, I have a lot of clients that like to do their own accounting work, that like to do their own bookkeeping, that like to do, and that's all great and dandy. But if you don't have somebody that's knowledgeable enough that when you do have the questions, when you do start making more money, when you do start scaling the way you should, the way everyone else is teaching you on how to make that money, if you don't have someone in the back of your lineup that you can call to see how you are supposed to have something taxed, you're going to pay half of that. So then you got to think about all the work that you have done to reach that 100 first K, right? The $100,000. And then you have to pay it all at the end of the year. And you're like, wait, what the heck? I just killed myself doing all this stuff and I can't even keep it all. The 100K turns into 60,000. For that, would have just done with my W-2 job, right? You know what I'm saying? And that those are things where I really like to go over a structure. So obviously everybody knows the simple one is just sole proprietorship with a lot of people that are just starting off or did they just get up representative? I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
It
Yeah,
did.
you're
It
not
said,
present.
okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, now you are. You're good.
Okay. Um, So that sole proprietorship is where you do have a side hustle, you're starting off, and that's fine because at the beginning, you'll be able to reduce your W-2 wages from any losses or anything that you have coming up. And when you're starting off, I always recommend it to start off that way, only because you don't know, what do you plan on doing? If you plan on staying with it, if you're not, you don't want to go into this huge structuring and then end up costing you more than what it should. And this is what I'm telling you. It's really important that you understand your growth situation or your scale situation in order for you to figure out what do you need to be structured as. Because then you have your LLCs. Then the LLC is very important for people who are influencers, creators. Why? A lot of people like to set them up as incorporations, right, to start off with. But what happens? That does not protect any influencer or creator with their assets or any creditors. And it's really important that you start as the LLC. And if you want to switch over to corps afterwards, when you start making more money, then you can go ahead and do that. But LLCs are known and they're specifically to protect your assets. And that's really important when it comes to businesses, because I have a lot of clients that maybe they went 10, 11 years and now they're doing a chapter 7 or chapter 13. If they start off as incorporated, those legal and credits, they're going to go after your assets, and legally they can, because they can go after your stock options and any shares that you have. And then you have your S corps, which this really helps when you're self-employed first, so you set up as an LLC. Now you start netting 50, 60,000. And that's going to be the really, really core thing about you figuring out where you are in your business, and where you have to kind of relax and be like, okay, what is my personal tax situation? What is your personal tax situation? Are you married? Do you have kids? Do you file together? Does your husband have a W-2? Do you have another job? And this is where you guys actually have to get the power to switch your mindset and really think smart about this, because you're going to be paying so much self-employment tax as a regular LLC on your Schedule C versus being able to set up as an S corp, properly pay you a reasonable salary, but also save yourself on self-employment tax, and also be able to get a lot more expenses. And you can open up an HSA, you can open up a regular 401k, a solo 401k for yourself. But again, it's all structures that you have to go by your level that you are at. So I wouldn't recommend a person coming to me that just started off to start them up as an S corp or a C corp if they're not going to make over $60,000, $70,000 that year as net. But I have influencers and creators that I know that have contracts that they just got for $200,000, $350,000. They're single, no kids. I'm like, no, you need to be set up as a C corp, because you're going to screw yourself over. And then we end up having to do branches right after that C corp to make sure that they're properly set up and paying the most minimum amount. Because what a lot of people think is that the S corps are the savior of everything, and it's really not. If you're single, have no kids, and you're making over $250,000 to $300,000 net, you're going to be paying more on your personal side with a pass-through entity as an S corp than what you would with a C corp at a 21% cap. So it really, really depends on what stage your business is in and what you think, or what are you going to be doing in the long run. This is one of the biggest ones that I get a lot. And it's that what I recommend with clients is your finances really matter when you're using business and personal. And when you're mixing it, it's very dangerous for your business. Believe it or not, there's a lot of, you can literally pierce the corporate veil if you do get sued, or if something happens because you do this whole LLC to protect yourself, but then you're paying everything from your business bank account and something happens, you just expose your LLC. Your assets are no longer protected in a court at all. So you go into bankruptcy, you go and file chapter 7 or 13, you're done, because now your business, you've used it as a personal, everything's open game. So guys, be careful with that so much. I always recommend for businesses to open up a business and a personal account in the same bank. That way, in case you do have to go and use money from your business, just do a quick transfer. You know, us as entrepreneurs, we have to be realistic with each other, with ourselves, to say, okay, what's going to be easier for me? Am I going to have to run to one bank to go another? So I'm just going to go ahead and use the card for my personal or my business for something personal. And that's where the biggest mistakes happen, because you are not legally separating everything that you need to separate. Do I suggest for my clients all the time, if you can relate whatever expense to your business, use that business card. If you can say, listen, I really needed this to go to this event, or I needed to do my makeup because I went to here for a photo shoot, use your business account, use that business credit card, but try to make it as easy as possible for you to set yourself up to win, not to fail. So don't open these business accounts and the personal accounts in two different bank accounts, unless you gazelle yourself back and forth, or if you have to. But in reality, you're way better off just doing transfers if you have to use it for something absolutely personal. And That's really, really important when it comes to structuring. And even down the long run, remember, you want to convert your business into something great and big. And this is going to be huge for you to be able to do that and set yourself apart from the business. This is pretty much the checklist that I pretty much give a lot of the new clients. Just make sure you register your business for your state filings. I see a lot of clients that always just do federal and always forget their state filings. And it's really important if you do end up growing and have to put yourself on payroll, because then you're doing federal taxes and then don't do state anymore. And you still have to file those state filings as well. I would highly suggest everyone who has a business, once you get your EIN, open your DUNS number. Open that DUNS number because it will get you started with your business credit right away. Just having it open, make sure you're using your business as much as you can and that EIN number anywhere you can, because that's how you're going to grow your business credit so much faster. Make sure your business account's open, set up your business email and phone number, and then like I try to emphasize this so much, track your finances since day one. A lot of people also don't realize that sometimes they will use their personal account before they open their business, and then they forget all the personal and business expenses that they use on the personal side, and they miss all those deductions at your end. I see that a lot too. Guys, remember that you guys are CEOs. You guys are not Cash App transfers. So just set up yourself properly to pay yourself. I'm so sorry, Kalani.
No, you're good, girl. When the music comes on, I'm like, all right, let me hurry up and like close it out. You're good.
Setting up yourself properly to pay yourself, make sure you guys are on top of this, because I see people that are set up just as regular LLCs, are not S corps, and they're on payroll. And that's completely illegal. And at the same time, you're literally triple paying taxes for yourself if you are taking a payroll and you're just an LLC Schedule C on your taxes. It's a nightmare. I've seen those too. If you are an S corp, make sure you have to be on a reasonable salary through payroll. If you work for the company and if you are the sole employee, you have to have a reasonable compensation. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to pay yourself $100,000. You have to think about, what would you pay somebody starting off for the position that you have? Maybe that's $2,500 a month. Maybe it's $1,500 a month. So that's something that you have to determine and talk to your tax professional and really go through what you're doing, how much you're making. That way it keeps your taxes clean. You show proof of income, and that way you can literally go into anything for financing. IRS literally rewards structure, not just hustle. The IRS literally loves to audit Schedule Cs. And this is where my biggest problem is with a lot of clients, is that you have to strategize. Like, just making money isn't going to make you wealthy if you owe the IRS 50% of what you just made. So that's where the structure really comes in. That's so important, because you're going to leak your money if you are not properly structured, and you're going to keep giving it to the IRS or have that debt that you definitely don't need. And that's where, make sure you guys are properly having all your paperwork and file. Make sure your Excels are straight. Make sure your receipts are there. It's really, really important you guys are doing this stuff, because the more and more the IRS keeps bringing in all these AI programs, those Schedule Cs are going to be audited a lot. And I see it a lot. I go through a lot of these stuff with my clients. I thank God that I haven't had any issues, but because I'm not scared of the IRS. We beat them all the time. Just because of the way that we have to structure our clients and the way that we have to have their records for it. These are like my top recommendations as for business credit and top accounts to have open. Oops, sorry guys. I don't know what I did. Can I go back? Oh my God. Sorry guys.
You're good. You may have to like get out of the presenter mode, go back, and then get back into presenter mode.
Okay, gotcha. I think it's my Loom thing in here that keeps them coming up. Let me see. There it goes. Let's see if it comes up here now. There you go. All right. These are the biggest ones for business credit, guys. Business credit is huge for your business because that's what's actually going to send you to the next step. Don't think that you're too small to use business credit. You will get bigger as your business credit grows because what you want to be doing is making sure that you're using other people's money to grow your business. Don't be using your savings fund. You use that as backup. You always want to make sure you keep cash flow with yourself and use other people's money to grow. Business credit, you have no FICO, so it's not going to affect your personal credit. You have publicity accessible. You're going to build with vendors and it's very fast to build. And you can build with vendors like Amazon, Staples. Just ask them, tell them that you want to open a business account with them. And those 30-day nets or 15 nets, just ask for that. A lot of times they won't offer it for you, but you can ask those questions. Top accounts to have when you're business owners. You want to make sure, depending on, again, this is all dependent on what you're making and how your business is going and where you are at your levels. Make sure you have those SEP IRAs open, the solo 401ks, the cash value life insurance. And my favorites are the STRs because which is short-term rentals, which like Airbnbs and stuff. And it's mainly because they're a huge tax deduction. You get to write off literally all your losses in the year much faster. And it's a great way to keep growing your assets, but also lowering your tax liability. These HSA accounts are amazing for anyone. Now, HSA accounts, I know a lot of people use them through their business, through their like employer, like W-2s. If you can actually have a chance to not use it through your employer and open your own HSA, if you have a family, you get to put in there almost $8,600 a year. If you're single, you got $4,400 a year. That's going to grow. Those H accounts are literally gold. If you open it on your own, those HSA accounts, the IRS cannot audit. It's because of HIPAA. They're medical. So no one can tell you that you had to go get a massage and get some much needed therapy wherever you're going for your self-awareness, that's not mental health for yourself. They can't argue with that. So HSAs are actually like literally one of my favorite accounts to have, actually. These are a bunch of clients that I have actually helped. I've had clients that I started off with, they were making $186,000 a year. He's just closed literally over $1 million this past year. We've gone through a lot of strategies with him, and I've helped him a lot with either trying to figure out where to get contracts or give him ideas on the stuff that I have done, because obviously I do have multiple businesses that we have done and a lot of industry knowledge with a lot of different companies for all the years I've been in this, doing this. This is all my contact information. You guys can get to me anytime. I know if you guys have any questions, let me know. I can stop sharing now. I know there was a bunch of
No, that was so good. And like right before you had like the last screen up, girl, I was about to like take it. Can you just put the last screen with the QR code so that
Gotcha.
I can grab the QR code and post it in the chat? And then I had a question. I gotta scroll up in
Yes.
the chat because I did ask it and now I forgot what I asked, but
I'm so sorry.
Nicole asked if you work with people in other states.
I actually do. Majority of a lot of my clients are all out of state. Believe it or not, I have people in California, Washington, a lot of Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, everywhere. I'm all over the state, so I do everything virtual as well.
Awesome. And then my question was, I think you answered this. You recommend that people transfer or pay themselves out, right? Between the two accounts.
Always make sure you transfer yourself out. It's so important only because it is very, very, you don't want to be using if whatever you can relate to that business, use the business account. But if you cannot relate it, don't use it. Just transfer it. Transfer from your personal from the business to the personal, and then use it for whatever you have to do. Like Disney cruise should not be paid out of that business account. And those are things that I really
I mean, how you know I'm not taking a boss babes and brunch to Disney? No, I'm kidding.
And you can. That's the thing. But it's all strategy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we can do that, but strategize for it and document it. That's really the biggest thing. I'm going on a cruise. My tax year end is a cruise to the Bahamas with my staff. That's all writable. My family's going, my kids are going, but it's a write-off.
100%.
I get to write that off.
100%. I love that. All right. I saw Angie's hand up first, and then Leah has a question.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Angie. It was so nice to see you here.
Yes, I was excited to see your name, and I'm just here. I'm just wanting to give my testimony about Stephanie being the real deal because I switched over to Stephanie, my husband and I did a few years back, and and this was even before I'm a newbie to the entrepreneur business stuff. So this was just, hey, regular tax stuff. And she said she loves numbers. I do not. It's like I'm allergic to all that stuff. It's a whole nother language. So knowledge, like you said in the beginning, it's about the knowledge that you have. And who I was working with before, he was great, whatever, whatever. But then to compare what we weren't getting with that accountant and what Stephanie came in and was like, no, you don't owe. Actually, we're getting you money.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So we went from owing to not owing. So,
Thank you so much. You're the best.
Her knowledge and expertise is worth her fee.
Girl, that's a game changer. From owing to not owing.
We
love that.
You go back to the same thing. It's stuff, I come to the realization, and I go through this a lot, is because there's a lot of tax preparers, right? And you can prepare taxes. Anybody can prepare taxes. Anybody can do them online. But it's knowing how you should do it and what you should be doing. And there's a lot of structuring and there's a lot of strategies that you can use legally as long as you have your paper trails and your stuff in order. That's really what it comes down to. And me and Angie's we've been working for a while now, so it was great to see her on here too.
I love it. Leah has a question. Go ahead, babe.
I actually have two. So you mentioned the conversion of your organizational structure and going from S corps to LLCs to S corps to C corps. Is that an easy conversion? Do I need to kind of, what's when you are knowledgeable in the fact that you need to make that conversion, is that something that's easy, or is that something state, or is that like?
It's not, it's only on the federal level because you still stay as your entity. So you're still an LLC. You're never going to change that entity structure. Like the entity and the way you're taxed are two different things. So you can still be the LLC on a state level. You'll still be a LLC on a state level. You're just going to be filing as a S corporation when you need to. My rule of thumb is if you're single, no kids, $50,000-$60,000 net, you should automatically already be an S corp because you're paying way too much money on self-employment tax. Now, I have a lot of influencers and creators that make 350 net, but they're single, they're 20 years old. They can't be an S corp. You know what I mean? So I have an S corp, I have a C corp for them, and then we move the money over to the C corp so that way they're only taxed at 21% because the personal would be 37.5. But that's something that's really important, that you guys really talk to somebody and review your numbers, because if you don't know what you don't know, you're not going to do it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Now, I'm glad to know that's on a Fed level. The next question that I have is, as we work with newer businesses, right, the startup businesses and stuff like that, a lot of them don't have any financial structure or anybody to financially go to. When do you recommend that we advise them to get an EIN or to actually start building their legal structure?
Immediately. They should do that from the day one that they want to have a business. I personally don't believe anybody should be a sole proprietor and have their Social Security out there doing business. Immediately have that EIN number and that LLC already structured and up and running. And I tell you this because the IRS, all they're doing is auditing all these Schedule Cs nowadays. It's like literally their main go-to right now is to audit these Schedule Cs because a lot of people are getting too many tax benefits over it and the IRS doesn't like it. So I have fought in court literally with IRS cases where I've had to go back and be like, nope, this is legit. they're an LLC, they have their bank statements, they have all expenses, you got to give them the credit. But that would have been an S corp, he wouldn't have gone through that. They don't bother with those unless they see it that you're having S corp and you don't have payroll or anything like that. So that will come up automatically. But definitely right from the beginning, open that LLC, get that EIN number and get it started, because you just don't want to leave your personal social security number out there like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Love it. All right, ladies. So for the sake of time, if you have any more questions, please go ahead and reach out to Stephanie. She's like the real deal, right? She has all of the information, which I absolutely love. And Stephanie, I want to say thank you. Thank you for always
You're
keeping
very
it real,
welcome.
mama. And we've never met in
Yes.
another woman I've never met in person.
I'm dying to see you too.
And we run like
Completely.
in very similar circles. She's
I
actually
know, it's
met
so crazy.
you met
It's like,
Jen before we met, right? And Jen was my
yeah.
very first business coach. So I love it. All right, ladies. So thank you so much,
You're very
Stephanie. I
welcome.
dropped your information
Yes.
in the chat, and continue to get in there, ask questions, girls. So I'm gonna go ahead and introduce the next amazing speaker. She is my body sister from the Miami area. Absolutely inspiring. She's a wonderful woman. She is an educator. She's going to be talking to us all about her journey and mindful transformation, which seems like a very common theme here today, right? And can I just give us all a huge round of applause? We are at the 3:30 mark, y'all, and we're all still locked in. The heck? Like, we're all so locked in. It's amazing. So without further ado, Luz Nazario, welcome to the virtual stage, babe.
Saludos, queridas, desde la bella ciudad mágica de Miami, Florida. Before we begin, I want to invite all of you to take one moment, because this summit, the hustle of a summit like this, we need to take a deep breath. So I need everyone to take a moment. I want you to inhale fully, and then you're going to exhale audibly. So we inhale, exhale. Let's do that one more time. Inhale and exhale. ¿Estamos listos? Thumbs up. All right. I'm going to ask you to be engaged. You could go ahead and I'll ask you questions, put stuff in the chat, and Kelani will let me know how it's all going, so we could talk at the end. So as a veteran educator of 30 years, I have seen thousands of students. You know, if you're an educator, you see them try to learn while their minds are like 10 miles down the road, and you're like, whoa, 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 take it easy. And, you know, we know that we cannot truly lead or grow if our bodies are stuck in a state of rush. And we're here to do more than just listen. We're here to transform, which is key. My name is Luz Nazario. I am mommy, a wife, a daughter, Titi, la hermana pequeña, a lifelong educator. So allow me to share a story with you, my story of how we are here today. So about 10 years ago, a health diagnosis gave me a series of labels, a checklist: morbidly obese, borderline diabetic, high pressure, likely to suffer a massive heart attack, a stroke. I mean, it was a checklist that I was like, oh, damn. I felt like a mess on paper, but a workplace, a colleague brought in a yoga class, and that yoga class changed my internal narrative, changed a lot. It was a turning point where I felt an unprecedented mental and physical clarity that intrigued me deeply. I was like, So in 2022, after the pandemic, I decided that I was going to take control of everything, and I decided to have the bariatric weight loss surgery. Now, while the procedure changed my physical frame, the real transformation happened in silence afterwards. I learned that transformation isn't about fixing a broken version of yourself. It's about reclaiming your power through presence and choosing peace in your current skin. And this is something, as an educator, I've shared this mantra with my students, and I tell them, I want you to remember this. My power lives in my presence, and my peace lives in my choice. Let me repeat this, and I want you to also repeat this. My power lives in my presence, and my peace lives in my choice. One more time. My power lives in my presence. Tell yourself that. My peace lives in my choice. So as I'm going through this path, which has not been a straight line, I don't think any path is a straight line. I mean, we're entrepreneurs. I was passionate about my newfound yoga practice. I was like, this is it. I really love this. Back then, I sought out every yoga class I could go to. I mean, I went to Hatha, I went to Bikram, I went to Hot Yoga, Ashtanga. If it was a yoga class, I was there. And I went dreaming of the day that I would be certified and be able to serve women just like me, women that looked like me. I mean, I was so into this. I already knew the name of my future studio, my brick and mortar studio. It was going to be Bodhi Yoga Body. I wrote it down, I declared it, I posted up, and I said, I am going to have a business called Bodhi Yoga Body. But during one specific yoga class, where there was inversions and binds, a pivotal moment occurred. An instructor looked at me, like, that look, and suggested I couldn't perform a headstand because my core was too big and I was too weak. That comment didn't just hurt me, it silenced me. I felt marginalized in a space that was supposed to be healing and secure. I withdrew from yoga for quite some time, watching the practice from a distance and convinced that my body was an obstacle to my own wellness. I mean, if you know it, right? It wasn't until 3 years ago, following my bariatric procedure, that my healthcare team recommended gentle activities beyond walking. I remembered that initial spark of clarity, and I said, I'm going back to the mat. I returned to the mat because what happens on the mat stays on the mat. As my body transformed, yoga became my sanctuary, a place to process my metamorphosis, those quiet moments of breathing, meditation, movement. It helped me process the person I was becoming, the person that I want to become, that I wanted to become, that I strived for. And that body shaming moment from years ago, it didn't break me. If anything, it lit a fire. I made a resolute commitment. I decided that day, lo dije, jamás y nunca, no woman should ever feel small or unworthy in her wellness journey. This reflection reignited my vision for Bodhi Yoga Body. Now, before we go any further, here's the interaction. This is where I want you guys, turn on your camera if you can. I'd love to see this because I want to show you why this work of mindful transformation is necessary. All right. So if you can, hold up your fist, hold it up to the camera because I'd love to see this. And since it's being recorded, it's going to be incredible. I want everyone to hold your fists up to the camera. If you can, both hands, right? Clench them as hard as you can. Like, I'm going to deck somebody. I'm going to throw punch that person, right? You're going to hold it up there. I want you to feel the tension in your wrist, your forearms, and even your shoulders. This clench, this is what it feels like when you resist change. This is the energy it takes. Hold it. Don't let it go. No lo suelta. Aguántalo. This is what happens when you hold on to an old version of yourself or to hide your body in fear. Aprieta, dale, aprieta. It is exhausting. Cansa. Dime que tú no sientes cansada ya, right? It blocks your creativity and your leadership. Aguanta 10 segundos. Para 10 segundos. Let's see if you can do 10 seconds. I want you to feel that restriction, right? So on the count of 3, I want you to simply open your hands and rest them on your lap. Manténlo ahí, manténlo. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I want you to release it. Do you feel that? That feeling, that tingling of circulation returning to your fingers? I know you felt that, right? You had to have felt that because I was even doing it with you. That is the beginning of transformation. And we transform not because we're broken. You don't transform because you're broken, but because you're tired. You're tired of that clinch. We transform to let life back in, which opens up the doors to try new things. So one new thing that I tried was bringing to life my first yoga workshop last weekend. When I held my inaugural body yoga workshop, I titled it Strength and Softness. And many people hear that and they think like, that's a contradiction. And we're conditioned to believe that strength is only found in the clench, in the grind, the hustle, and the rigid discipline. But in this workshop that I did last weekend, we explored a different truth. Softness is not a lack of power. It is the presence of it. So think of it like a slow flow yoga sequence. If you've ever done a slow flow yoga sequence, it's often much harder to move slowly with control, with intention, than it is to move fast. And that control, that ability to remain steady while staying fluid is the ultimate form of strength. It is the bridge between the version of you that is labeled and the version of you that is rising. In my practice of at Bodhi Yoga Body, I look at two guides, two amazing, phenomenal mammals that are examples of strength and softness. And please don't be offended, if anyone. La primera, the elephant. She is majestic and massive. I mean, she's a force of nature, yet she moves with a grace that is almost silent. Her strength isn't aggression. It's in her memory, her community, and her steady grounded presence, feeling the vibration of the earth and moving earth. She represents our grounded wisdom, the heritage we carry, and the ability to stay rooted even when the ground shifts. The other, the orca, the killer whale. She is the alpha of the ocean, yet she moves through the water with a fluid gentleness, rhythmic softness. She doesn't fight the ocean, she flows with it. She represents our fluid power. You see, the orca, we can see them navigate the deep waters of change being rigid. Depth is rigid, but she moves. And we, like her, can move with softness that is undeniably powerful. So now in the chat, I'm going to start asking you some questions. And I'm going to give you my 3 pillars, 3 points. And this is interactive. So go ahead and answer. And I want you to carry these 3 points with you as your new internal blueprint. 1, reclamation over repair. You are not a machine to be fixed. You are a human being choosing peace and confidence right now. Ahora en este momento. So if this is you, I want you to type in the chat, reclamo, reclamo. 2, presence as a professional asset. For the entrepreneurs here, las empresarias, que todas somos empresarias. Mindfulness is a business strategy. Your business cannot be healthy if the woman running it is disconnected. If this is you, I want you to type right now, presente. I'm present. I'm here. I want to be present. 3, strength and softness. True capability comes from listening to your body. ¿Está escuchando tu cuerpo? Are you listening? Truly like listening to your body? This is how you build and embody confidence. If this is you, type in the chat, listening. When we live by these pillars, we create a legacy in motion. For female entrepreneurs, nosotras, la empresaria que estamos presentes hoy, en este momento, legado emoción, legacy in motion, means recognizing that your success isn't just about the business you build. I'm a businesswoman. It's about the business, the woman you become while building it. Because the woman today is not the business, is not the girl before you started building that business. If you started 3 years ago, the girl today is not that same girl. It is a choice to reclaim your health and movement today so you can show up confidently as the founding mother of your own life, the founding mother of your business. It is the legacy of showing the next generation, the girls behind us, the ones that are going to stand on our shoulders, that we don't have to break our bodies to be successful. And we can rise in strength while staying rooted in our peace. This is the heart of Body Yoga Body. And before I close today, I have my queridas, and you're going to answer this. You could write this down. You could share it. It's fine if you want. But ask yourself, how will I honor my presence before the sun goes down tonight? En este momento, ¿cómo yo voy a honrar la presencia, my presence? How will I honor my presence before the sun goes down tonight? I want you to take a moment, answer. How will I honor my presence before the sun goes down tonight? You can share it in the chat. I see I have 2 minutes, so I will wrap it up because I want you guys to share with us in this space and we keep each other accountable. And I want to tell you, if you're ready to move from fear to grounded power, I invite you to join my 6-week virtual course, Embodied Confidence, starting April 15th. And for my Miami chicas, my 305 girls, I'll see you in person this July for my yoga workshop. If you'd like to receive updates, I gave Kelani the link to be on my email list. It should be in the chat box. But I want to invite you all to follow me on Instagram and Facebook, Body Yoga _body. I am rooted in my journey. I am rising in my strength. Yo soy Luz Nazario. Join me.
Oh my God. Luz, you have me
Oh my God, are
literally.
you crying?
Girl,
Oh my
I'm
God,
like
don't make me
choked
cry.
up. Girl, I am choked up like ugly crying con moco y todo, yo creo. Because you literally spoke to so many parts of the woman, of how we see ourselves one way. Like the fact that you even gave us an analogy of a freaking orca. Like and I'm super emotional all the time, but I want to say thank you
No, it's my
so
pleasure,
much for
Mama.
just taking us on a journey to rediscover and reclaim who we are.
Yeah.
And before the sun goes down, I will be remembering exactly who I am. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any comments? Any comments they want to share? Any questions for Luz? Anything at all?
Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
Mama, did
Luz.
you get my link? Could you drop it on there so they could go ahead and if they want to join the email list?
So is it the one that you had sent me originally with the QR code?
I believe so. Espérate, let me see if I could. If anything, I'll go ahead and I'll drop it. If
In
you
the
don't
chat?
have it, yeah, that I had sent it to you separately.
Oh, that you send it to me in this chat here?
Yes, yes.
Let me see. Yes, I got it here. I'll
Okay,
put it in
perfect.
there for you.
All
All
right.
right, love. No, thank you so much. This was beautiful. Does somebody? Oh, I am the orca. Yes, I am the orca. Kaylani is an orca. I'm gonna say I'm a glitter glue orca. That's my takeaway today.
I love that you're swimming in the glitter glue.
I'm swimming in the glitter glue, and it's clear, baby, with purple glitter.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Luz. I appreciate you, Mama. All righty, ladies. So we are going to continue to move right along. This honestly has been so fulfilling, and I can't thank you, ladies, enough. I'm going to continue to breathe through this day because, again, it's just been so wonderful to hear all of your stories and take away all of these amazing tips and like see all of you still locked in. So we're gonna welcome up to the stage the incredible, the phenomenal, she says I'm her big sis. She's my big sis. Okay, she is such an amazing woman. Furthermore, she also is super talented and an expertise in the work that she is doing with student loan repair, right? Because y'all all know if you went to college, baby, you got them loans that racked up. Without further ado, I would love to welcome to the virtual stage Dr. Olympia Hoffman. Yay!
Good afternoon. Thank you, Kaylani, for having me. I'm going to see if I could share my screen. While I'm in the process of sharing my screen, I just wanted to just walk you guys through my journey of entrepreneurship. It's a brief one, something that I was running away from, but it kept finding me. I was always interested in. Am I frozen? I froze for a second.
You were a little
Am I
frozen.
good?
You're good now. You're back to being good.
Okay. I'm trying to get the slideshow up. Okay. Is the slideshow clear?
It looks pretty clear, yeah.
It's kind of frozen on my end.
Yeah, you're kind of lagging a
I may
little.
have to talk through it. Oh, it's doing something. Okay, through my okay. I'm not going to share then. I'm just going to verbally talk about it. Okay. Through my journey of trying to figure out who I wanted to be, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, just didn't know in what lane I wanted to go in. So I dove into the corporate environment, and being in a corporate environment, I found myself not being satisfied. Am I lagging or I'm good now?
You aren't lagging, it just has like an echo, but you're not lagging.
Okay. All right, perfect. So I wasn't satisfied in the corporate world, and I had my calling to shift over to full-time entrepreneurship. I wasn't obedient like I should have.
You're frozen now, Olympia. Yeah, she's frozen. Let me remove her from the spotlight. I think she's completely out. Is anyone else seeing it as frozen on their end?
Yes, all I'm seeing is a tab that's frozen, and then when her screen is black, like there's no picture
Okay.
of her.
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead. Kimberly, are you ready to present, babe?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead with Kimberly. She's our virtual vendor because I think Olympia got cut off. It's raining. The weather sucks. And of course, the universe. Oh, wait, she's back in. Let's see. Technology, right? Don't we love it?
We love it.
Olympia, are you back? I don't see her. Okay, so we'll go ahead and have Kimberly present because this is going to be a spicy conversation, and then we could talk about, and then we could go ahead and have Olympia. It's going to be a party. It's going to be a party. All right, let me spotlight you, babe. Kimberly, the virtual stage is yours, babe.
Hey, 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 how's everybody doing out here? What an amazing virtual summit. Everybody I took away a lot of nuggets. I've been listening all day. I'm at work and I was enjoying it all. I got some good jewels and some good stuff. So I am the O coach. You know what the O stands for, ladies. I am an intimacy advisor. I love to educate and empower women on their sexuality. And intimacy is like a little taboo with some women. They don't want to talk about it. They're ashamed to talk about it. But I make sure you are very comfortable about talking about the intimacy part, right? I want to show you some of my products. And I want to tell you why it's important to have an orgasm. But before I do all of that, I would love for you to connect with me on my social media page. It's the ocoach_69. I also will put my website in here for my After Seven intimacy product line that I have for you all. And I also want to offer you a small offer for today at the summit. Hold on, let me pull it up. So today, for to get your sexy back session with me. It'll be a 20-minute one-on-one intimacy reset call. And I am offering you for today only a $30 20-minute call. That includes a quick intimacy assessment, and we'll personalize the next step, and then you'll get $25 credit towards a purchase. Okay, so that's a little something something, because you're going to want to know how to have them 11 orgasms. You're going to want to know how to be the throat goat. Don't be shy, because we all have intimacy. And another thing, don't be ashamed of your body, because intimacy is a big thing, right? Intimacy is not just playing dirty in the sheets. Intimacy is conversation. It's about loving your body. It's about loving yourself. It's about learning to tickle your fancy, to know what your desire and your touch and your feeling, what you love about, jumping in the sheets with your partner or having that touch intimacy, right? Called Tantra or Kama Sutra. I'm going to talk a little bit about oral sex, oral favors. Also going to tell you the why it's important to have orgasms. So I already know that 226 orgasms a year is what you're supposed to have. So that's 3 orgasms a week. I also want to share with you there from a CNN report, there are 144 million sexless people out here, like not having sex, not getting their groove on. And that could be for a number of things. It's because, we have lifestyle changes. We have people that have partners that are like narcissists and controlling people. So, and we have a lot of financial things that are going on right now in the world. So that can throw off our intimacy and lead us to other things. But I want to build that confidence back up. I want you to build your libido back up. And I want you to have orgasm, because it'll release some of that stress and tension that you have going on inside your body, right? So make sure 226 orgasms is what you have. Okay. You still got time to catch up, right? Because we're at the end of March, you still got time. You still got time. So why is orgasm so important? It increases the circulation. If you don't use it, you lose it. So there are women that have, that go through chemo, women that have menopause. There are women that haven't had intimacy in a long time because they don't want to go out there. But so you got to keep that blood circulation going. So I advise you to get one of these little vibrators, right? Don't be scared. Don't be intimidated. Insert it. Let it sit there for 10 minutes. Let the blood circulate, because your vagina, it has to keep it healthy, honey. Just saying, right? So this little vibrator right here is a hottie. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So also, it also keeps your skin glowing. It improves your menstrual cycle. So it'll help it keep it regulated when you're having intimacy. Your pain level gets lower. So if you have like aches and pains, because that's bringing down the inflammation, because everything is flowing and going, right? It boosts your immune system. It lowers anxiety. It dial downs your aging. So it makes you feel vibrant, younger. You look younger. I'm 55, I'm having all them O's, right? It helps you sleep better. It leads to healthier hair. Like orgasms do a lot, right? It decreases the heart attack rate 54%. That's a big number, right? And also remember, your clitoris has 8,000 nerve endings, so let's wake it up. That's your powerhouse. And also remember, your clitoris never gets old. It may shrink a little bit, but it never gets old. So those are some little side tips I wanted to tell you. So I want to move into the products. And, foreplay to me is the jam, right? We have to incorporate foreplay to get where we need to be. Foreplay is conversation. Foreplay is leaving a letter in your partner's seat of the car, whatever. Send a little text. I don't like that, sending nudity through your phone because things are crazy with the technology now. But if you do, you do. But what else with foreplay? Foreplay is a big thing to get you to that leads you up to that intimacy spot to get the sheets ready, popping, and ready to go, right? So, but I love my number one that I love for intimacy is conversation. And I want you to be honest with your partner. I want you to, if you don't feel comfortable having a verbal face to face with your partner because your partner's not satisfying you, and I'm not just saying just in the bed, just satisfying you as a person as a whole, that's intimacy, right? That wants you to feel good so you can be connected with your partner. Also, I meant to bring this one up. Studies show that if you and your partner have sex for 7 days straight, that's a reconnection. It's a reconnection, ladies. So let's get busy here, okay? This is why you got to book that 20-minute session with me, like so I can just drop the jewels, right? Also, I'm trying to go fast because I got a little bit of time. What else was going to? Oh, let's talk about some of the products and what you can incorporate with the foreplay. Now, I have this product right here. It's called Sensations. And Sensations, I pair it up with, sorry, let me grab my bag. There. I partner Sensations up with O, and I'm going to explain these two products. So you know how you have that one little orgasm, right? And you want to achieve multiple orgasms because as women, it's all in the mind, right? We have to relax the mind. We have to get into it. We have to get into it. We think that, okay, I have to wash the dishes. I have to take the trash. I have to do this. I have a laundry list. Our women that are CEOs and executives of their companies, they're thinking about everything that they have to do, during the day. So we got to relax that mind and bring it back. And then you only have that one orgasm. Girl, stop playing. You need to have multiple orgasms. I said 226 you need, right? So that's when you incorporate O because it brings that libido up. Some women get stuck in that one orgasm, but when you utilize this O on your clitoris, pea size, it sparks it up. It gets fired. Boo. I'm just saying. You'll achieve those multiple orgasms. You'll call me. You'll send me wet emojis. Let me know that some people do some other things. I want to keep it clean, but I don't want to keep it clean. But I'm going to just say it. You're going to squirt. Some women squirt. I'm just saying when you use O. Now, the reason why I pair O and Sensations together, because Sensations is a rubber fast blow it, lick it product, right? So you have your partner, put it on your inner thighs, you let them blow it, you let them lick it, and now you have the touchdown when you have the O on there. Now, if your guy or your partner is not that well down there and servicing you in that way, then when you use O, baby, I'm just saying you're going to be tasting like a cupcake. Now I want to talk about lubrication. Lubrication is extremely important. Sorry, I see my time's up. My time's up. Trying to go fast.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Lubrication is a must. Women be like, oh, boo, I'm wet. Okay, that's them little young girls saying that. Honey, we're getting a little older. Our pH balance gets thrown off. We need this lubrication. Now, this lubrication absorbs into your tissue walls. When you're ready, it's ready. It's water-based, it's condom safe. I have other types of lubrication, but we can talk about that on a call. Get a call with me, boo. Get a call with me. I'm telling you, intimacy is hot. You need to get it spicy and get it going, right? But with this lubrication, you can use it condom safe. I always tell women you are to use a lubrication when you're using your bedroom necessity. Okay, because this gets a little warm and your body is a foreign object that's in there, and it still feels good, but you still just need a little lubrication. So this is great to have. Also, if you're on certain types of medications, high blood pressure medication, I have people that have lupus, I have people that have sickle cell, cancer, and they need the lubrication. So again, use it or lose it. Then I have my sexual attraction oil, right? This is the pheromones, right? So you put it on, a little spot here, a little spot there, a little spot there, a little spot there, and it attracts. Trust me. I had someone last night at my dad's birthday party, and the boys was buying me drinks. I'm just saying. So this right here is a great pheromone oil that you can wear with your favorite perfume, your favorite lotion, and it attracts. If you're going on an interview, boom, boom, wear it. It attracts, you'll get the job. Trust me, you'll thank me later. If you're going for a promotion, wear it. It also sets the mood in the room for up to 4 hours. So if you got people that you're around and you need to change that mood, trust me, it changes it. So that's the sensation. Now, let me tell you about my headliner. That's for my oral favors, right? I always call it the throat goat. So I'm not going to go too deep about the throat goat because I definitely need the throat goat girl out here, and I know somebody on the line that can probably be my throat goat, and I will give you a reward for this. Now, with this oral favor product right here, you put a little dime size in the back of your mouth. It relaxes the back. Is not any numbing cream in it. It's formulated for you to relax the back of the throat, and you will not gag anymore. Boo-boo. No more gagging. No much. When I do the parties, the ladies say, "Oh, I'm gonna gag." I was like, "Cut it out. Don't want to hear that. Put the fingers down your throat and let me see you gag." And then when they use this, they're like, "Hello, it's me. Hello, it's me." Also, I've got people married on headliner. Just saying. Now we're going to speed this up. Now I want you to get something that's the buzzy buzz, right? Every woman needs to have a vibrator. Forget a dildo. They even got vibrators that stick on the wall now. That's why you got to book a party with me so you can see the whole demonstration. You can see all the products. But with this one, this is you put it in your panties. This one that ladies always looking for something to slide in, slide and glide, right? And this has a remote. This is the magnet. This is the remote. And it's just like your cell phone. You charge it just like a cell phone. Okay. This one right here is one of my hot sellers right now. This one is called Get Naughty, because we getting naughty tonight. Well, I'm just saying. Also, I have Undercover. Undercover is another hot one that's flying off my shelves. And this one right here, with this hot, I'm trying to go fast. With Undercover, you insert it inside the panties. And this one, you drop the app, Google or Apple, and your partner can play from wherever you are. You could be over in Texas and you're in Jersey. Hey, we playing. Or you can set the settings your own self on your own phone, right? Now, this is my dual action. The dual action is where you insert, it hits on top of the clitoris. There's all of these products right here. They submerge into 1 millimeter of water up to 30 minutes. So you can have bathroom time, be friendly time. Now, I want to show you one other thing, and then I'm gonna go up for questions. Trying to make this fast. This right here, it looks like a little unique thing, right? This is the Kegel balls. We have to keep our vaginas in shape, just like we got to keep our bodies in shape. Remember, I said body. Don't be shamed. We have to keep our bodies in shape. Now, these come in 3 different sizes, 3 different weights, right? You know you're doing your Kegel exercises. Great. That's wonderful. But you need to have a 10-second date with yourself at least 3 times a week. You will see the difference in a week. I have one of my favorite clients that always tells me you can just use your vagina to give them oral favors with your vajayjay. I'm just saying. So that's my presentation. I'm trying to do it really quick. I appreciate you guys.
tremendously for having me. This is my first virtual summit, and I'm enjoying it. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. If you want to book a consultation, let me know. Follow me on Instagram and follow me on my TikTok because I do a lot of educational things on there too. But if you want to book your fellatio class, you want to book your intimacy class, just hit me up. And I want to thank Kaylani for building me up. I've been following Kaylani for over a year, and then I decided to join her. I joined her beta class, and it's been uphill ever since. I'm partnered up with her and Leah and Dr. O. They're my, those my go-to gals, and Jenny, the financial young lady. So thanks again for having me. And if you want me, come on, have those 226 workouts because your fantasy is my business. I write the orgasm prescriptions. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. First of all, Kim, can I just say that you literally broke the ice for all of us women here, right? Because some of us in the very beginning were like, oh my God, are we gonna really just talk about sex on this conversation? Isn't this all about business? Pero nena, sex is your business, right? Like,
Yes,
hello, it is. It
it
is
is.
being sex is business. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. I see Angie has a question for you. And not only that, real quick before Angie goes, you're so knowledgeable. Like, you said things that I'm like, oh, wait a second. For the record, I have a guest on here, and y'all all gonna be like, oh, this is how comfortable Kaylani is. My mom is on this call.
Hey, Mom. That's how you got here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mom, for
So,
having her.
yeah, she's so comfortable. But Angie has a question. So go ahead, Mom. Angie.
Yes, not a question, a comment, because oh my God, all you ladies, but this one has had me, like all of us, cracking the up. This was great. So my comment, actually, I guess it is a question. Can we collaborate? I need to make a journal cover that says something about the 226 O's a year and nothing less. Like there needs to be.
Yes.
There needs to be that OMG, like I'm the last presenter, but I design journal covers and I'm like, oh, I need to do something with that 226.
I started. So yeah, we could definitely collaborate. I started writing a book on it.
I love it. Yes, yes, yes. Well, Kim, thank you so, so much, babe. This was amazing. Please go ahead and drop your links into the chat. I did
Okay.
go ahead and drop your one pager. This is why we do the stuff that we do to connect, because you never know who you're going to meet, who's going to be able to serve as be in service for you ladies. And then we'll all be
Exactly.
happy. If we get another summit, we'll all be like, 226, baby. Who's keeping count? Who's keeping count? All righty. So I see my girl Sue is here. Sue, without further ado, you can go ahead and introduce Olympia. She had to get off, but she is back on now.
Okay, okay. This was really great, Kimberly. We clocking it. We're reaching out to you.
Please do.
Yes, yes. All right. So coming up, we have Dr. Olympia Hoffman, who I've had the pleasure to be in contact with as well. So I'm very excited for her presentation. And as Kaylani said earlier, she will be talking about student loan and credit repair and strategies to reclaim your financial power. Go ahead, Dr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. So I just wanted to start off with speaking about briefly with my road to entrepreneurship. As a little girl, in my heart, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. I'm a helper by trade and an educator. But I stepped into the world like most of us of corporate, and I just wasn't comfortable there. It wasn't my lane. I didn't want that restriction. I wanted that freedom. So I ventured into entrepreneurship, eventually becoming an educator too as well. And here I am to educate along my journey of working in a professional atmosphere of healthcare and business. I realized that there was a deficit when it came to healthcare literacy, especially when it came to financial literacy. We go to college, right? And what do? They have us sign those dotted lines to get those student loans, and we're like free money and we're happy, we're aesthetic, right? We don't think about life after. When it's time to pay back the loans, when it's time to graduate school, we also don't think about credit repair. That's something that I feel like they fail to teach us as we get older, and it's something that needs to be addressed. So my purpose is to not only provide a service, but to also educate and walk you ladies through how we can be successful, how we can gain our money back, like what Stephanie said, how we can reserve our money too as well. I am going to be speaking about federal student loans. I'm going to speak briefly about current events and then just credit repair one-on-one. With student loans, today's agenda is going to be student loan current events, action steps for borrowers, credit one-on-one, and then next steps, and I'll speak about my services that I offer. So why is it important and why does this matter when it comes to the world of student loans, especially in this climate with this particular administration? There's fast changing policies. Federal student loans are shifting rapidly. What worked last year definitely is not what's going on now, and definitely is not going to be the future after July 1st of this year. With all of this shifting, with the different changes, it's leaving borrowers scrambling to understand new rules. Borrowers are confused when it comes to billing issues, repayment, plan transitions, and unclear communication from services that are widespread uncertainty and stress for millions. With your credit score impacts affect your housing approval, car loans, job opportunities, and insurance rates. Understanding credit repair is essential for financial stability. I want you guys to be proactive. Waiting to address these issues can cost you thousands of dollars. Let's save, ladies. Taking action now protects your financial future and opens up doors to better opportunities. So, key challenges facing borrowers today are repayment plan transitions happening without clear communication. I know we all had this experience. 1 minute you're with one loan servicer, you look up, you're with another loan servicer, you don't even know who you're with, right? So that's one big thing that's going on now. Sharp increases in borrower complaints about billing issues and account issues, service delays causing confusion about payment amounts and due dates, and system glitches affecting account accuracy and plan eligibility. So, little ladies, did you know? I don't know when the last time you checked your studentaid.gov account, but I would encourage you to. Back in December, we were all in default, and I'm going to tell you what default is. It was a major glitch in the National Student Loan Data System. Even if your loans were forgiven, guess what? You were in default. Not a beautiful status that you wanted to be in. They have resolved the issue, but these are the glitches that I'm talking about that I want you to be aware of. Right now, I'm going to get into repayment plans. If you are in the repayment plan called Save, Save is no longer active. I would encourage you to shift out of the Save plan, which is Saving on a Valuable Education. It came out during the Biden administration. Shift out of it while you have an opportunity to, because we don't want the loan servicers to make that determination and put you into a repayment plan that may not be comfortable or accommodating for you. So I want you to exercise your rights and see which repayment plan you're eligible for and enroll in that one. Remember, they're just out there to get money, right? We're out here to cover ourselves, seek loan forgiveness, and try to make sure it covers our finances and we're not overextending ourselves. So I would encourage you as a borrower to immediately log into your studentaid.gov account, verify your repayment plan, verify when your payment due date is, confirm your account status, and then you want to save screenshots and take notes just in the event that something changes, because they're doing a lot of funny business behind the scenes now. A repayment plan that I would encourage you to get in is called the income driven repayment plan. It is based on your monthly discretionary income as well as your household size, which allows the flexibility of a lower monthly payment as opposed to a non-income driven repayment plan. Plus, it also gives you an option for forgiveness opportunities down the line. You could have a payment as little as a zero monthly payment, that could count towards loan forgiveness if you're enrolling into an income-driven repayment plan. After 20 to 25 years, you'll have a qualifying payments. Whatever the remainder balance is, your loans will be forgiven. So that's one way of loan forgiveness. And I'm here, ladies, to reassure you that I've helped over $3 million worth of student loans to be forgiven and was able to get clients money back. So student loan forgiveness is possible. Trust me, I'm living proof of it. And I had zero payments. So it does exist. We just got to align your account and make sure things flow correctly. A new plan that I want you guys to be aware of that's coming out with the big, beautiful bill is the WRAP plan, which I don't want you ladies to go into because that's adding 10 additional years of loan forgiveness onto your account. And we don't want to extend your loan forgiveness period. We want to wrap it up. We've had these loans sitting and hanging over our heads for a while now. It's time to get rid of them. This is another tactic to try to make extra money. The repayment plan is not going to be ideal like an income-driven repayment plan. And it may seem like it is cheaper, but it's not in the long run. It's just a trick that they're trying to do. So what you need to know about WRAP is called repayment assistance plan or repayment adjustment plan is a repayment option or structure that may apply to federal student loans depending on the recent federal program updates. PSLF is a common form of student loan forgiveness. It's called public service loan forgiveness. And most of us qualify if we worked in the field of public service, nonprofit, or open up our own nonprofit. You have to reach a 120 qualifying payments / credits, which is 10 years of the equivalent of working in that field. Borrower's defense is another form of student loan forgiveness. If you went to any school, if you went to Kaplan, I'm gonna name a few, University of Phoenix, Strayer University, DeVry, I could keep going on and on and on and on. These are considered borrower defense schools. They've done predatory, misleading, or deceitful actions, and there's an option to have your loans possibly forgiven by submitting an application. Okay, so whatever loans are associated with those schools, and there's a list that I would go over with you, your loans could possibly be forgiven. Okay. And let me say this, even if your school is not on that borrower's offense list, but you felt like this was your experience, you're still eligible to put in the application. There's no discrimination. Now, default. Yes, University of Phoenix. It's a lot of them out there. Default, like I mentioned, all of us were in default in December of 2025 with the glitch in the system. Default is if your loans have not been paid, your monthly payment that's due has reached 270 days of non-payment is when you're going to be put into default. So with a default status, it's a red banner that says you're currently in default when you log into your studentaid.gov account. What that means is you cannot do anything in your account. It's a freeze, a hold on your account. You can't get your loans forgiven. You don't have a repayment plan. They want their money, right? The government wants their money back. That's debt that you owe them. So you have to come up with a default resolution, get into a program that you're eligible for in order to have that default status lifted off your account. Now, they're going to get their money by all means, right? Which is considered treasury offset would be the first step. That means that they're going to go for your taxes, ladies. We love our tax returns, right? We don't want them to go after our taxes, right? And some of us have to pay taxes, so we don't want that mess neither, right? If they can't get your taxes, then the next thing they're going to do is go to another federal option, which would be if you had a Social Security check. They can't obtain a Social Security check. They're going to go for your paycheck, which we don't want our wages garnished, right? So we want to make sure that if we're in a default status, we try to come up with a resolution as soon as possible. So, quick takeaways because I have to dive into credit repair and I'm watching the timer. The save plan is no longer active, so ladies, we need to shift out and transition into another repayment plan, ideally an income-driven repayment plan. I went over the income-driven repayment plan and the WRAP updates, what WRAP is about. That's about to merge in July. And then I went over default status in your studentaid.gov account, which can affect your credit too. It can drop your credit score 100 points or more as well. Okay, so be mindful. Not only is your account frozen, you're stunting yourself from loan forgiveness, but now your credit report got hit. Your credit score dropped. Okay, so be mindful. All right, so I'm going to dive into credit repair 101. So I always like to clear up this most common misconception. Credit repair is not a quick fix. There's no magic tricks, no paying someone to erase bad credit overnight. If you do, ladies, it's not worth it because you should be scared because if it disappears, it's going to reappear. And whatever methods that they use to get it off instantly probably was something illegal. That's going to backfire on you. These promises are scams if they say they can remove it quickly. Real credit repair is strategy, accuracy, consistency, and patience. Credit repair is about taking control over the financial narrative and correcting the records where there's errors and mistakes that exist. What credit controls could be, as I mentioned, your housing approvals, your interest rates, insurance premiums, and employment screens. Ladies, I hope you're aware, a lot of jobs will run your credit and check it, okay? The reason being is because they want to know your credit worthiness, especially if you're dealing with money, okay? Other people's money at your job. What's the difference between a credit score and a credit report? A credit report is the data, the raw information about your credit history. It contains your demographic information, your account history, payment history, any balances, credit limits. It will show any charges, collections, public records, and hard inquiries from any applications you filled out. Your credit score is a calculation, which is a 3-digit number that ranges from 300 all the way up to 850. That summarizes your credit worthiness based on the data. We have 3 main credit bureaus. We have Expedient, Equifax, and TransUnion. Those are the 3 main ones. Your payment history is very important because it's going to affect your credit report, as well as your credit score, as well as your credit standing. So just be mindful. I wanted to go over the 5 FICO score factors, which is payment history, which is 35% of your credit score. Utilization is 30%, credit age is 15, credit mix is 10, and new credit and inquiries, so new inquiries that you are obtaining is 10%. What areas impact you the most? Collections, high utility, and late payments. Okay, so that's why I went over that FICO 5 with you. It's very important. And it's amazing that I'm done on time. So, with that being said, ladies, I'm going to wrap it up by saying, once again, you can qualify for student loan forgiveness. Just you need to be aware and make sure that your account is aligned. So my services that I do is I offer to assist you with your student loan forgiveness. I do a 15-minute discovery call that's free. During that 15-minute discovery call, it allows me to just ask you some simple guided questions. What's your employment history? Things to let me see if you're eligible for loan forgiveness. If you are, then I would convert you over to a 30-minute paid consultation. Kaylani has the links for my credit repair discovery call, as well as my student loan discovery call. Both are 15 minutes, both are free. I do a free credit analysis with the free discovery call for the credit repair. And then with the student loans, I'm also running a promotion. If you spend on a service of $197 from starting today to April 30th, I will deduct $50 off of that service. Thank you.
That was so amazing. And why did I feel like I learned so much in like just 15 minutes that I'm just like, wait a second, now I have so many questions. So I wanted to pop in here really quick because I don't know if you said this, but my question was if you have zero as a repay as like a repayment option, how does that affect the loan? And like, yeah, how does that affect the loan if your repayment is zero?
So you want to know a secret, Kaylani?
How I
I've
want to know
never
all the
made a
secrets.
student loan payment ever, a monthly payment, and my loans were forgiven.
Well, how long? After how long though?
So it depends. It's all based on your household and your income.
Okay.
So that's the income driven. So that's why, ladies, I was trying to tell you that's the best plan for you to enroll in. Not only does it accommodate you when it comes to your monthly payments, but it also sets you up for loan forgiveness too, because eventually you're going to reach that threshold of 20 to 25 years where whatever the outstanding balance is, the loan's going to be forgiven. If
Oh,
it's
so
a
after 25
non-income
years,
driven, 20 to 25.
then they're forgiven
Correct. Whatever the remainder balance is.
if they are income driven.
Correct. If they're not income driven, because there's repayment plans out there that are not, then your loans, you're going to pay the duration of the amount of the full loan.
Okay.
And a lot of those plans will increase the monthly payment every other year or every 2 years. So it seems like you're starting off cheap, but it adds up. It gets you in the long run.
100%. Yeah. Oh, that was wonderful. Does anyone else have any other questions? I know we're like really behind on time, so I am so sorry, but this is such great information, and I want to make sure that we get all of our questions answered. And then if not, then we'll move right along. I've dropped all of the links in the chat, and then we'll have Sue introduce our next presenter.
I
I
just
know
have
that
one
we get.
question. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just have one question. What about private student loans?
That's a whole nother route. That's a whole nother strategy. So yes, I was talking about federal student loans, but yes, you can tackle private school loans. It's a whole nother method. That would be a whole nother presentation for private student loans. So you can reach out to me and then I will give you the information on that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think somebody else had a question that was trying to jump in.
That was a good question, Dee.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Olympia. Definitely great information, great resources. Definitely all of us that are stuck in these student loans, we need it. So thank you so much for that. Let's move on to Jacqueline V. She will be discussing the other side of business, leading through life's unscripted moments. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Awesome. I am so excited. I am tired also. I had a long production yesterday, but I just couldn't miss this. I've been on the entire time, even though my screen was off. So I'm thankful. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm excited. And every conversation, I have really taken away some golden nuggets. This conversation is a little bit different, but it integrates every single thing that everyone has shared. So, who am I? I am a multi hyphenate entrepreneur. And you'll see a little bit of that about me in the flyer that's in the magazine. I am the owner of the Catalyst Bridge Agency. I'm a two-time best-selling author, mentor, educator, speaker, podcast host, co-founder of Inspírame Latina, and I'm a transformational catalyst with over 25 years of experience. So I've spoken in over 13 countries, sharing my expertise with professionals, mostly women, providing strategic, intentional, and simplified roadmaps for those looking to actualize their dreams, their goals, and open the doors to all the possibilities. So, what am I sharing with you today? And thank you, Sue, for sharing that title. And I want to repeat it because it's very intentional and very on purpose, right? The other side of the business. What does that mean? Leading through life's unscripted moments. And this is nothing new to any of you. This is something you already know. But I want to highlight this conversation in a way that it will shed some light to what you may be or have experienced as an entrepreneur. The impact of personal challenges and crisis while also trying to move your business forward. And if you feel something, just if that resonates with you, just put a thumbs up on in the chat, and those challenges that come while you're trying to also achieve success, right? That can be a little much sometimes and often not learned until after you have invested time and money in building that great business idea. And that is when you start recognizing the reality of personal challenges. It could be an illness, it can be issues in family life, fertility challenges, caregiving, or any challenges that are outside of your control that will affect you and your work life, right? We call those setbacks sometimes. And to give you a little bit about my transformation, my businesses that I've had for many years, I started with one and then it started building based on my purpose and things that kept on evolving. And in 2024, the three platforms that I have, I created a fourth one, but the fourth one wasn't really an additional one. It was a space that I call home, right? I wanted to put all of my platforms in one space so that I can better navigate my presence, right? The Catalyst Bridge Agency. That completely highlights my overall purpose and mission of me helping those who are looking to achieve transformation in three independent areas: education, emotional wellness, and execution. This platform represents me pushing through all of the challenges, every challenge, every struggle, every setback thus far. Okay. And I say thus far because challenges don't end. And I know all of you know that. And how far I have been willing to push through and be ready for all of these unscripted moments. And you're going to be saying, oh, yes, I definitely can relate to some or all of these type of setbacks. And there's a whole list that I'm only going to name a few. So setbacks aren't just obstacles. They are moments where your most authentic leadership, that's when it's forged, right? And I want to give you just a handful of examples on a day in a life. Maybe some of them you can relate, maybe not. Think about a totally unscripted moment in your life. It could be you closing a big deal at 10 a.m. And then by 2 p.m., you're in the emergency room, either on a personal emergency or dealing with a family crisis. Let me make that a little bit more detailed. It could be that you're a mother and at 9 a.m., you're that entrepreneur defending a $1.2 million pitch, poised and articulate. And guess what? At 1 o'clock, you receive a call from the school nurse, which shattered that script of your day. Kaylani, you're shaking your head like, girl, you're talking. Shattered that script of the day. And guess what? At 3 p.m., you're slumped in the hospital corridor in your power heels, postponing your final pitch while your son is being prepped for cardiac monitor. Or you can be the start of your entrepreneurial career in event planning. You might be planning all these different types of events, including baby showers, while at the same time of you starting your career, planning baby showers, you were being diagnosed with unknown infertility. That was me. And so I share these quick little things because every challenge will come your way. When you're not an entrepreneur, it will come your way. But now you're an entrepreneur. Now you're like, wait a minute, what is going on? And some people talk about, that there's the business and the personal life, that they're separate. They are not. Your business is only as resilient as you are. A personal crisis isn't a distraction from your work, it is part of the work. When my mother was diagnosed with dementia, and that journey alone was 5 years, as she started to really like get into the depth of what that dementia journey was for her, it was not just a journey for her, it was a journey for me. And me, the entrepreneur, solopreneur, that I had to drop things at just one quick second, one quick call, that I had to just stop everything and go. And I'm an only child. So it wasn't anybody else other than my husband if I truly couldn't make it. And so I wanted to share a little bit about that. And then I want to really ask one thing. Think about a word, and I'm going to give you some examples. So if you can't think about a word right away, when I give you a few examples, I want you to put it in the chat, right? I would love for you to put a word that describes a personal challenge that you've navigated, just one word, while running your business. And it could be one of these words or a different one. It might be masking. The unscripted reality of masking could be, for example, the exhausting effort of appearing fine. You know that, right? Oh, I'm fine for your team. And while you're going through a personal chaos. A quick tip for this could be you don't have to overshare, but acknowledge. Oh, hey, I'm navigating a personal challenge right now. This gives your team permission to set up and support you. Another word could be guilt. And that might look like feeling like a bad CEO because you aren't present, and a bad family member because you're thinking about work. A quick tip could be accept that this is a season of integration, not balance. Some days the business loses, and some days the personal life loses. Forgive yourself for everything that's, whether it's one way or another. You cannot seek perfection, and there's no balance. Decision having Decision fatigue, having zero mental capacity left for business choices after making heavy life decisions all morning. A quick tip for this: identify a second in command, even if it's temporary, and give them authority to make any decision under a certain dollar amount or impact level. I have definitely done this, even as a solopreneur. And with that, being a part of groups like this, communities like this, will help, because if there's someone that you identify with that connects with and aligns with your purpose and your mission and what you do, you can have somebody in the interim take care of things for you. And let me share one more: isolation. Realizing that your professional network only knows the success story version of you, not the shattered version. Reach out. One of the tips is reach out to one mentor or peer who is not an investor or an employee. Say, things are heavy right now. Can I just vent for 10 minutes? And you may not need to reach out to a coach or anyone else. Just being a part of a community that you feel comfortable in, that might be just enough. And I know that with Boss Babes, that's definitely something that's why I'm a member. I'm a part of that collective. So based on certain lived experiences that you may have gone through, for me, experiences from my colleagues to clients to mentees and myself on most and majority of these unscripted moments. Based on that, I created a framework called RISE. R stands for recognizing and revealing. Give yourself permission to say, I am at 30% capacity today, period. You have to say it out loud. Why? Because authenticity starts when you're self aware and you need to claim it. Because if you're thinking, oh, I am 100% today, and that's not true, that's going to take away from what you're investing in, what you're putting in. I stands for inventory and ironclad. Identify your non negotiables. Let me repeat that again. Identify your non negotiables. When I started that, I have not gone back. Ask yourself if you can only do 3 things to keep the lights on, what would they be? And if you have to, delegate the rest or even delete it. S stands for shift and scale. Use the crisis as a stress test. For instance, some of the results of this could be if a process breaks while you're away on vacation, that's where you need to build a better system for your future. And E stands for empathy and ethics. Communicate with compassionate. I'm sorry. My tiredness is coming. Communicate with compassion and transparency. It is a must in order for people to get some understanding of what you are experiencing. You don't have to share every detail with people, but you need to share the impact of your availability because that's where you start to gain your control back. And so, sharing all of this, my call to action for this is one, success is not absence. Success is not the absence of crisis. It's the availability to maintain your humanity through it. 2, I want you to understand that interconnectedness between your personal well-being and professional performance. 3, I want you to explore strategies and techniques for developing personal resilience. The next one is I want you to communicate with empathy and transparency. And next, I want you to implement practical support strategies. And finally, I want you to lead with authenticity and self-awareness. Very important. And I will leave you with this last word, which is next steps. If you would love to connect with me, I would love to connect with you. Just to chat, you can follow me on Classy JV and JV Next Level. But I also invite you to reach out to me if you're interested in a one-to-one, 1 hour call, which I am offering at $75, which is 50% off the original rate. And I hope that some of this or all of this resonated. Thank you. I made it.
Yes, you did, girl. That was amazing. I mean, there were so many key points in your speech that really resonated with me. Um, one of the last things that I just posted in the chat was success is not the absence of crisis. Like that in
Yeah.
itself is so powerful. And if you, with your permission and your blessing, I would love to quote you on Instagram because I feel like a lot of the times when people are going through crisis, the world stops. Everything stops because they need to deal with what's in front of them when in fact move through it. And Wendy Amara speaks about this all the time in her coaching program. So hearing it from you again just like only reaffirms like, okay, I'm not my circumstance. Like Kaylani, let's go through it, right? And navigate and let it flow. So I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you, Jackie, so
Yeah.
much. Does anyone have any questions for Jackie? Real quick, we'll take one question. Alrighty. If not, we're gonna go
Awesome.
ahead and keep pushing, plugging through. I've dropped all of your links inside of the chat. Please continue to share anything that you have in that chat as well. Sue's got a few words she wants to say before she does have to hop off. I know I am so sorry, ladies. We're almost coming to the end of this. I can't thank you enough. Sue, go ahead. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a really great session. Oh my goodness. Just everything that we've been able to soak in today has been incredible. I shared in the breakout session with the ladies, definitely has been a time of pivot and growth and transition for me and just thinking about the next steps. And this is exactly the room that I needed to be in today to just listen to everyone's inspirational journey, especially. And thank you, Kaylani, for, bringing this space together. Always, always. I remember when you said you were doing your last event, I was like, no, no way. Like, we need this. So thank you for bringing us all together. Just very special ladies, very special. So keep going, keep doing your thing, keep killing it. You guys are doing so, so, so great. So thank you. And I do have to hop off, unfortunately, but I'm sending my love and I'm also going to share a link in the chat box. So I'm also launching a financial wealth building series that I would love for you guys to check out as well. I will put a discount link in, but for now, I'll send you this link and then I'll let you guys know of the discounts once we connect afterwards. I'll also share my email and my socials and things like that. And then I have a wonderful platform that I'm launching soon. So in connection to the wealth building series, whoever attends, I will also provide a platform for you to share your business and, talk about your journey and things like that. Because I think, as some of us have shared, it's really important to provide that space where you can uplift the voices and journeys of entrepreneurs, especially women. So thank you, thank you, thank you guys so much. I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful rest of the summit. And I hope to see you guys really soon. Thank you. Thank you, Kaylani. I appreciate you.
No, thank you so much, Sue. You are thebomb.com. And I just appreciate you so much. And I want to say thank you, y besitos y todo un poquito. So thank you, Mama, for all that you do and all that you are. All right, ladies, we are gonna shift gears. Can we do a little stretch and like a little shimmy? Because La Que Viene, she's all about música, but she's like pivoting and she's bomb.com. And I fell in love with her the moment we met. So I need to like amp up the energy in this space. I know it is like almost 5 o'clock. West Coast, you guys are still in your early, early hours. But without further ado, I am going to bring to the virtual stage the amazing, the incredible Melanie Rodriguez, who is going to be giving us a little bit of her flavor and also having a conversation with us around you don't have a confidence problem, you have a clarity problem because so many of us, right, have the confidence or we think we lack the confidence, but it's really clarity. So how do we shift that? So without further ado, Melanie, welcome to the virtual stage, babe. Brr, 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 brr.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much. It's been such an amazing day, like listening to all these stories and hearing from all these women. And what's so amazing about it is that, and it's so funny that like I end up kind of at the end is that there's so many pieces of what everybody's been saying all day that all kind of fit into what I'm talking about because we've had a lot of people talking about how to show up authentically and storytelling and all of that. So it all kind of comes together in my presentation and story. But just a little bit of background on my history. So, I've spent 25 years in the music industry. I have worked on the venue side, on the touring side, on the management side, on the label side, and I've spent years working with artists, global artists, some that you may know, like big rock bands and also some little baby bands across my career. And essentially like I have gotten to play like so many roles and seeing like all these different aspects of not just the industry, but how the music industry kind of parallels being an entrepreneur because an artist is essentially an entrepreneur. They just don't realize that they are because they're marketing their talent. And basically, over the last couple of years, I had ascended up the corporate ladder and I made it to a VP of marketing at a record label where I was, like I said before, I've been in this industry for 25 years and then I was laid off. And so B's laid off story really hit me because, my job had been like my identity for so many years. And then I kind of found myself like, okay, well, now that I don't have that piece, what am I gonna do? What do I do? Like, how do I survive? And, my journey into entrepreneurship was kind of like I was hesitant about it. Like at first I was like, oh, I'll just get a job. It won't be so hard. It won't be so bad. Like I've been able to, shift through jobs in my career. And this was post-pandemic, but right after the pandemic, and there wasn't jobs, and it was less and less and less. And when you're a woman of a certain age in an industry that really is very male dominated and very youth dominated, it was a real struggle to find something. So it became more about me trying to figure out, okay, well, what are my what value do I have, And I kind of went through this spiral of like, how am I going to make any money? How am I going to, progress as a business? And that really killed all my confidence, right? So I was like, when I would get through rounds and rounds and rounds of like weeks of interviewing for a role and then not get that role, like it was just crushing, right? So eventually I was like, okay, well, I have to go out and do this on my own. I have to start thinking about what's my value? What can I bring to as a service? Right? Like I have all of these skills that I've developed over all these years. Can I turn this into something that that I could have as a business? But I was reluctant to get started. And I feel like a lot of the women that I work with these days, some of them are in that same position where they're kind of like they're doing it out of necessity, right? It's not that it's because they're juggling all these things, but they also want flexibility and freedom, and you end up, being an entrepreneur not because you've always wanted to be an entrepreneur, but because it's a necessity and it allows the flexibility that you want in your life. But I, as I was trying to like figure out what's my value, I really struggled. And it when you're facing the burden of like trying to build your confidence back, it's really tough. And one of the things that was really helpful to me during that time of like was really kind of a lot of deep reflection and kind of really trying to understand like what skills I have built over the years and how I could make those and package those into something that is going to help people. And what came out of all of that work was something that I call the brand framework, which really starts as like a very deep reflective questionnaire that allows me to build out a framework and foundation for your business. And essentially, I built it because I needed it for myself. I wasn't sure, who I was even trying to serve. I was saying in the little networking group that I'm about to launch a music focused service, separate of my consulting service, because I have spent the last year trying to talk to two different audiences out of the one channel, and that was becoming just cumbersome, right? And it's hard to tailor your message when you're trying to split an audience. So after I kind of built the framework for myself and I was able to kind of create this, living, breathing kind of visualization of my business, but not just the services that I offer, down to like messaging that works for my people, like who are my people, what messaging works for them, um, which platforms on social media should I show up on, which ones do I feel most comfortable being on, what kind of content works for me. Um, Through the questions that I have in the questionnaire, we go so deeply into the core understanding of why you started your business, okay? And like what your journey was to get there and what impact you want to have. And those three pillars create essentially the foundation for your brand storytelling, which is something that we've heard a lot of ladies talk about today, how important storytelling is. When you have a story that somebody can connect to, that helps create and build credibility and trust with them, and they understand where you're coming from. And a lot of people, when they're starting out with their businesses, kind of don't know what that is, right? So it parallels a lot of the work that I've done with artists in the music space. Is that like I've worked with so many artists that have been super talented, just like you guys. You have a superpower. You have something that is you are super talented at, but you don't know how to communicate that out to the world. And so what I was able to do with the framework was to be able to take your plain language, your stream of consciousness about where you are and what you want to do and who you want to be, and put that into marketing language that is going to help you not only just like what's your LinkedIn headline, what's your Instagram bio, like down to like what do you say in the captions on this platform, and what do you say in the captions in this other platform, like who you're talking to on each of those platforms. So it takes the guesswork out of showing up, which is why I say, like, you don't have a confidence problem, you have a clarity problem. And what I'm getting at with that is that when you have clarity, when you know what you bring, what your value is, who your clients are, what they need, and what they need to hear you say in order to get them interested and on board, then it takes all the guesswork out, and you don't need to find this fake confidence where you show up from. You're just using messaging that represents what you are trying to do. And it's not performative, and it doesn't feel fake. It just kind of comes from naturally where you're at. But it's not always something that comes natural to us. So part of the process that I take clients through is this reflective period where you're answering these questions, and you're getting deeper into your why and your journey and your impact, and who your product is for, or who your service is for, and kind of really understanding who that person is, and then reverse engineering that to come up with all the right things that person needs to hear in order to go, I need that, or that's me, or that's the thing I need to help me. So it takes all of the guesswork out of it. It makes it much easier to show up and be confident and be consistent when you have that clarity. So that is kind of like in a nutshell what I do. And what's funny about the networking session earlier is that the ladies made me realize, like, I don't know if I'm the only one on this call, but that like I do a lot of work with AI, and I probably should have given you guys a little bit of an AI quick 101 in this call. So, maybe in the next summit we can do that. But I do work with AI. I have an AI readiness questionnaire as well, where I help you understand where you could be ready to integrate AI into your business or not. What I have as my special offer today is I have a free tool. I think it's called the Brand Snapshot. And I encourage you to jump in there right now. It's 5 questions. It takes 2 minutes, and you get an automatic email that comes back to you with some vibe words and your signature energy. It's all based on the answers that you give quickly, and it could help jumpstart an idea for you, maybe give you some clues for what you could use in your in a bio or in a caption. But it might just give you a little boost of confidence to have that little piece, and it's free, and it's super quick. I also have I'm also offering free clarity calls. So for 30 minutes, we can chat about what you do, like, or if you know, if a brand framework is right for you, if you need help with more operational or AI integrations. I have a lot of experience and I do a lot of work with clients on that. And it's kind of like building your business stack for your company. What software are you using? Are you using Gmail? Do you finally have an email that's branded to your address? Do you have a website? Do you have a Google business profile? Like all those kinds of things. Like it's kind of like a digital checkup. Um, but yeah, so we would have a chat about that on the clarity call, and I do also have a special offer that I think is in the magazine for the brand framework that I'm offering only for the ladies on this call, so that it's like super deeply discounted, and I would really love for some of you to see the benefit of it. A lot of the clients that I have worked with on the brand framework just feel like it's given them the foundation that they needed for their business. And I know I'm probably underselling it a bit here because I don't have like an example to show you because I don't have it up on my screen. But essentially, it helps lay the groundwork for all of your um, business messaging as you go forward with your business, and it kind of grows with you, which is really great. So if you have any questions about branding, marketing, AI, or operations, that's the stuff that I really enjoy doing, and I would be happy to chat with anybody about it. Thanks, ladies.
Melanie, girl. First of all, that was amazing. I literally just went in and did the snapshot, and it's like, oh, your brand vibe snapshot is on the way. So I'm excited to get that. And I also wanted to add that you and Nicole share very similar in terms of the vibe, right? I think Nicole was also talking about earlier, like you are the vibe. So hearing you talk about the brand snapshot vibe really does, again, it's an aha moment for me, right? Because so many of us feel like it is that we lack the confidence, and it's really like we lack the clarity to be able to. I always like to tell a lot of the women that I connect with, when you're talking in a room full of women, you're really just talking to one person, right? Even though there's tons of people in this space, think about the one person you're talking to. And then I think there was a comment asking you to, yes, talk about AI. So you and I will be connecting, as well as Brittany. Maybe we can collab and do some like AI masterclass or something. For all the women. I will open it up for one question, and then we're going to shift gears into having the amazing, amazing Leah White join us. So, any questions for her? Don't be shy, ladies.
It's all good.
All right. Cool. So we dropped all of the information in the chat, and also it is in the magazine that's going to be getting sent out, or has already. You guys have seen the magazine because it's attached to the one pager. Oh, look at that. It's the music for me. And if you ever want to go ahead and connect with Mel, she's an amazing woman, has been doing the work that she's doing now for a while, has seen it in many capacities. So I would definitely reach out to her. Melanie, thank you so much, mi amor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's the Brooklyn accent for me. Brooklyn. All righty. How are we feeling? There's all but 15 of us who are still on here, who made it to the end, who are ready, almost the end, because we have one more presenter right after Leah. And I am going to go ahead and shift gears and pass the mic over, the virtual stage over to my dear friend, my amiga, someone who I admire so much. You guys see us running in a pack very, very frequently. The amazing, the incredible Leah White. The virtual stage is yours, mi amor.
Thank you, my love. So, ladies, I mean, today has been fantabulous. I have met and heard so many beautiful things from each one of you, and I'm super honored to be here. So, like, we've talked strategy, we've talked stories, we've talked insight. But as we close, I don't want to give you more things to do. I really want to leave you with things on how to move, right? So we've got all these new insights and ideas. We've had some things, and we talked about great things to do, but what are we really going to do, right? So we're in this room, and it may not just be this room, but we're in a lot of spaces where we get a lot of information, and we really want to know what to do with that information, right? So for those of you who don't know me or do know me, I am a business strategist, and I am also an intentional networker. So I teach people how to network for profitability. Basically, what that means is make a relationship, make that relationship work, and engage with each other, and then have it make money. And a lot of times what we do is we meet people and we have these conversations, but it doesn't translate into business or money. And a great conversation I had with Kaylani the other day is we all love what we do. We do it with passion. We do it with purpose, but we also do it for profit.
How'd it go?
And so we want to make sure that for profit.
I was in the.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. So we want to make sure that for profit, we do things with intention just the same, right? Because we're all here to make money, just like we're here to, help others and everything else. So if we're honest, we've been in these rooms before. You've paid to be in a room, in a conference, in a space where you wanted to get information. A lot of times we go in there, we exchange names, we have good conversation. We follow each other on Instagram, and then nothing. Where does it go? And not because we aren't powerful, but because we haven't positioned ourselves to have these good conversations. One of the young ladies who I had met through a Boss Babes and Brunch event, she said, I'm so excited to meet a lot of people. And my first statement to her was, well, can your business handle a lot of people? Are you positioned and prepared for a lot of people? Are you excited to have a lot of people? Because if you're not ready for a lot of people, your purpose will get piled on by the to-do and not really the task or the purpose that you're supposed to do. So a lot of times we have to make sure that we're positioned properly and know what we're supposed to be doing. So intentional networking is really what we talk about for me, and having that strategy. So you don't really need to find more people. You need the right people. And that really starts with what I teach, which is called your starting five. And so that's the 5 closest people to you that are going to be able to help you get to where you're going. And so the starting 5 for me is I have a pusher, and I have a cheerleader, and I have a mentor, I have a financial analyst, and then I have somebody who's just kind of like there to bounce things off of. My pusher, and a lot of times that's me in a relationship, I'm the pusher. Kehlani can attest to that, is I'm going to ask you to really be authentically analytical about what works best for you. I'm going to ask you to really think about it. Like, is this really what you want? Or something that you say to me is, I really want to have, a CRM full of 100 people. Okay. Are you prepared for that? And I'm not going to cheerlead you. I'm not going to go, yay, 100 people. That'd be great. That's not my position. But having those 5 people around you to start with really gives you like this circle of trusted advisors, if we were talking about something business related, right? And that circle of trusted advisors, they'll also advocate for you. So my starting 5 starts with this group of people who I have trusted around me to give me that insight, that financial, discussion. Before you go and you start making decisions about your business, you need somebody in finance. Stephanie, who was just on here, she was explaining like, hey, are you paying yourself? Are you doing these things? If you're not able to invest in yourself, you also should not be investing in events. If you can't, pay yourself profitability and you can't invest in yourself, don't start going to every networking event that comes across your page. Network with intention. If you're saying that I want to meet, other people in my realm of music, I'm looking at Melanie, so that came to my mind. But if you're going to networking events for moms, well, are moms really in music? And is there somebody on that list? A lot of times when you guys look for events, are you checking the guest list or the attendees or the speakers? Are these people that you really want to hear from? Like, look at their social media, see what their topics are, see what they've talked about before. Really do your due diligence. The first thing about networking is research and development. It's your R&D. Who are these people? What are they talking about? Are they credible? And can they help me? Because if that's the case and you just want to be in rooms that you pay, then you can go to any event. You really don't have to work in your industry. So that's a lot of important things there. Your starting 5 is also people who challenge you, who connect you, and who position you to be in places and spaces that your voice may not be in. So one of the things that I do with the people that actually, you guys saw me advocating in here. I'm advocating for businesses that I know that are trustworthy, that I know that work hard. Kim, Dr. O, K, D, now Melanie. Like, as my network expands, I am responsible to advocate for them in spaces that they may not be able to go to. And as I embrace them into my network, it is really important that I know what they do. So I can't walk into a room and it's not a good fit for me. But again, I'm seeing Melanie again. So if it's music and I don't go, well, I have my girl Melanie, she does, I think something music. You should call her. Are they really going to call her? Did they even think that if she was my friend and I can't advocate or I can't communicate what she does, then they're really not even going to trust me because my network doesn't have any foundation. So that's a real big part of it. And just because there's proximity doesn't mean there's profit. So just because you're in the room with the person who's the best person in your industry or the person who you think is, making all the money, that doesn't mean that the profitability is going to spill onto you. So if I'm in a room with top people, that doesn't mean that the top people are also going to give me money either. I have to have structure and I have to have strategy. And that's a major part. So a lot of times you'll hear everybody go, be seen, be heard, be valued. And it's very important that you have those things, but be selected and be selective. Be selected in understanding that the people that you want to work with, you want them to choose you based on a lot of what Wendy and everybody has said, trust, right? So choose me because I'm trustworthy. Choose me because this is my reputation. Choose me because of my results. Choose me because I solved the problem. Don't choose me because I'm cool or you've seen me on something else. Like, independent decision making for your client should be based on the independent relationship that you've built. Don't just, advocate and be like, I want to work with everybody. No, I want to work with somebody who wants what I have to offer. So being specific in that, but also the selection process. A lot of us go through this pick me phase. And I'll be honest with you, for the last month, it's been me. Pick me to speak, pick me to do this, pick me, please, pick me for an award, pick me for recognition. And what I had to really internalize was, why am I looking to be selected? And am I being selective in where I want to be in? Right? So a lot of times we're sitting here and we're going, I want to have the best business and I want to have the most speaking engagements and I want to be paid for what I do. But are you going to be paid for your purpose, or are you going to be paid for, just being in that space? Because a lot of times you get to these events and they're like, oh, we need a speaker. Okay. And then they go, we want you to speak on this. If that's not my specialty, then why am I advocating in a room that's not here for me? Because I want to be a speaker? Will they pay me my value? Or am I the next 250? Is it my honorarium because I just showed up? Or will I really impact that room? So be selective. Don't just be seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we go into these rooms, before you even got here, there was an RSVP list Kehlani had created of all the people who paid. So your name was already in the room if you show up or not. Now that I'm in the room, am I being selective of who I'm engaging with? And am I being selected for my purposes and services that I'm offering? So just like, those are things to be mindful of. The other thing that we've talked a lot about today is strategy. Everybody wants to talk about the plan. And I really loved Wendy's whole, be, do, have, and the process of putting it in alignment. It kind of goes with my thought process on, a lot of times we're told ready, set, go, right? Red light, yellow light, green light. And where we have to think about it is go, set, ready. Because a lot of times you will not be ready. You just have to go. One of the bravest things I think about Kehlani is she's always fearlessly like, I'm going to do this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Do you have XYZ? And she's like, doesn't matter. I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to find a way. And one of the greatest things to that movement or that feeling internally is, when I have made a decision, I'm going to do it. When I've decided something for myself, even if I've decided I'm about to go eat these potato chips when I finish talking to y'all, I decided and I'm going to eat them. It's my decision and I'm going to be empowered to do that. So when you make a decision to do something, it's kind of like saying, I bet myself I can't host an event for 150 people. There's a lot of times when, like and I'll use Kehlani again. There's a lot of times she's like, I'm going to have 200 people. And I was like, yes, friend, you are. And she had 250 people. And I was like, how'd you do that? But her fearlessness of that whole, set, ready, go process was she was on go. She wasn't going to let anything deter her. So when we talk about strategy, it's not really about doing more. It's about deciding what you're not going to do. Your strategy is not how you're going to do the things you're going to do. It's deciding the things you're not going to do in your business, right? So I'm not going to go to events that cost over $100. That's my business strategy. I'm not going to volunteer my services. I need to be paid for every function that I do. I will give philanthropy for only $1,000 of a year. I will not, take money out of my business account without, allocating it properly. Your strategy is really not the things you say you're going to do. It's the things that I won't do. And it's the parameters of how I'm not going to get there. Because every yes that you have costs you something. Every yes that you say yes to, whether it's an event, a client, knowing that you shouldn't take a client, but you need their money, every yes will cost you in the long term. And the other thing about this is that when we do business, a lot of times we do it for the profit at the end. So I need a check. I need to pay my bills. I need to get paid. But when you're figuring out these clients, if they're a little difficult in the beginning, understand they will be extremely difficult at the end. So don't walk into it knowing that you're going to change this client. It's going to be great. They're going to work with me. And if they were difficult in the beginning, they're difficult at the end. So your strategy is not what you say yes to. It's about what you say no to. And powerful women say no with authority. Their no is real hard and it's real clear. So definitely a good practice to have. Choose what aligns, choose what fits, and choose what moves you forward. And have the confidence to release the rest. And if you haven't read a really good book, it's called Let Them by Mel Robbins. And I was on Oprah with her. So you should go get that book. Plug. But really, it is the whole point of releasing what I cannot control and knowing my no. So because you move with intention and you build with the right people and you position yourself with clarity, everything will change. And that's really the work that I do. I build the plan so that your no is heard and that the boundaries of your business are there, and that we build a strategy that helps women stop networking randomly, stop building relationships just because we're girls and I like your shoes, but to start building relationships that really produce results. Because one of the things that I believe is the most important is that we partner on purpose with purpose. So I'm glad to share that with you guys. And I hope that you get something from what I had to share. But also, when you leave this conference, don't ask yourself about the women who spoke. Don't ask about, all of the other things. Ask about what you learned. Ask about where you wanted to move to. Connect with the people who you felt insight and engagement with. And make sure that you continue, because what you say yes to is important and what you say no to is just as important. I think I'm at 1 minute and 12 seconds. And I am glad to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Yes, girl. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, we talk all our day, right? Our day. We have conversations about this. And for a long time, right? I was saying yes, 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 yes. I mean, we've all done it in the very beginning of our businesses, right? Many of us say yes because we want that client. And then we're just like somewhere along the lines, we're like, damn, I should have said no, because that's not who I want to work with. But it's because we don't have the audacity yet, right? In the very beginning, or we feel like we can't be audacious enough in the very beginning. And that is why, my friends, we've got to connect with Melanie. We've got to connect with Leah. We've got to connect with the Wendy's. We got to connect with one another and build community. And that is why, if you are not in the Elevate Collective, this is the space, right? Like, your opportunity to be involved in community is now. Does anyone have any questions for Leah?
Shoot them up. I'm happy to answer. And if you don't, I have two announcements. So I am hosting, I host power sessions every other month. And this power session that's next week on the 25th is called Presence is Power. Actually, if you heard our girl Annie earlier, she is going to be talking about confidence. And we're going to be talking about putting yourself in places so that your presence is powerful and that you're not just in spaces. And then the other thing is, as an offer to Boss Babes and Brunch on cue, baby, is the 3-point strategy session with me for an hour. We really talk about where you're not going to go as opposed to where you want to go and how we're going to get you there. So that is a special that I'm offering to just people in Boss Babes Collective. And so it's not a today thing, but if you are in the collective, it is $175 for 1 hour. And we're going to talk about where to go, who to know, how to grow. Thank you, O. I really appreciate the fact that we really need to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. Strategy is definitely not just based on what you say yes to, but also what you say no to.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you so much. I couldn't find the flyer. No, the one with Annie.
Oh.
So I dropped this one in, but I'll be dropping in the other one also too, for anyone who wants to go ahead and take advantage of that power session. And I can't thank you enough, Leah, just for being a part of my starting five, right?
Absolutely.
And being a part of the amazing work that collectively we are doing. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, ladies. So we have officially come to the very end of our summit. However, that said, I have a special guest on here today, a woman that is one of my newest relationships, like many of you, right? But she has really struck at my heart. And I don't want to get emotional, but we've had really deep conversations. And the work that she is doing, the passion that she has behind the work that she is doing, shines through in every piece of material that she puts out there. And so I'm just so proud of her. I wanted to offer her this space because I see the work that she is doing. And she's going to make an announcement for what's to come inside of the Elevate Collective and Boss Babes and Brunch. So without further ado, I'm giving her, yes, Big Angie. Yes, baby. I am going to give her some time on the virtual stage. Angie, the stage is yours, babe.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. The nerves are real. I am not new to speaking to large crowds. I am a trainer and coach as well, but I am new to this entrepreneurship, this whole process. I'm a baby in this, and I just can't thank you enough for inviting me to join. Yo soy llorona. Kaylani, I'm a crier. So when you started getting emotional, I'm like, no, not that. I can't cry. But thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna try to share my screen. Oh, see. I have a few slides. The whole thing of I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. If you know me, which it's just almost mission impossible, but I know we are. It's been a long day, a long but amazing day. So I am gonna try to, keep it. Oh, sorry, yes, I'm trying to change it to the view that we need here. So I am Angie Gotay Carrion, the Latina behind something Spanglish. I am so ready to elevate. So again, I thank you for the invitation of being part of this, what is clearly a beautiful community. I connected with Kaylani through Instagram. I'm a girl's girl. I love to. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I love to, give props, and like I will stop that stranger on the street and say, "Oh, that outfit is everything. Your haircut is everything, whatever." And so what happened with on Instagram is Kaylani. I've been following her for a couple years now, and she was always one of the first things I would see on my feed. When I would, go onto Instagram. I have a love-hate relationship with social media. So much of what you guys were saying about being present and what keeps us from doing it resonated so much. But anyways, Kaylani was always like one of the first posts that I would see, and her energy is everything. And I didn't want to just click the like button. I didn't want to just hit, put a quick comment. I actually was like, you know what? This girl is everything. This woman is everything. I'm about to send her a voice note, not with the intention of connecting on a business level, just simply a girl's girl, just giving her props. And I left her a message saying, I just needed to let you know that I clicked on your post this morning, and your energy is everything, and it's just such a great thing to see on a daily anytime I'd go on to my page, right, and see her stuff. So it sounds like many of you who have been working with her would agree with what I'm saying about her energy, her vibe, the positivity, the love, everything. So I'm just so grateful that that connection, what you guys are saying about connecting with purpose, Leah, what you just said about that, right, about it's so real, and I feel like everything happens for a reason, and God put it in my heart to send her that voice message, and here we are. So I'm also, like many of you, we wear many hats. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, a daughter, a sister, so many things, and now, as I said, I'm a baby to this entrepreneur world. And I've taken in so much that has been given today. I want to thank all of you for all the beautiful nuggets that you have provided today. So with what I do, something Spanglish, what is it and how did it start? Again, being a mother, being someone who wants to provide for her family, in my 40s as well. One day I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I want to do? What do I want to do when I grow up? What do I want to do? What can I do to make more money? What can I do to provide more for my family? And so the wheels started turning, and I'm like, what do I love? What's my passion there? There's so many things, but one of the things that I'm a list girl. I love to write things down on paper, old school, pen to paper. And I have all kinds of journals and notebooks. And so I noticed when I go to the store and I go into the stationery section, I love what I see. I love the designs. Pero ¿qué hace falta? What's missing? Something Spanish, something Latino, something Spanglish, right? Something that speaks to my Latin roots, something that speaks to your Latin roots. I'm like, you know what? There's a void here. This is missing. And I want to see this in stores, not just for Hispanic Heritage Month. I want to see it. I want to be able to go into a stationery section or go online and find these journals that speak to my Latin roots and give me something to show off ese orgullo Latino that we all have, because man, are we a proud people. And talk about right now the moment that the Latino community is having, okay? Bad Bunny, all of it, right? We are having a moment, and it is lasting. It is not just 15 minutes. It is lasting. And we are a proud people, so we're going to ride that forever. And so, it's just, that's what I want to provide. Is I wanted to have journals. And so I have different for ones here that I can show you this was my first one. And it's blank pages inside, right? So Latina, loyal, amiga, talented, inteligente, no me jodas, no me jodas, and always right, because aren't we always right, right? So this was on my very first design that I put out there. This one was the second one I put out there, and it's my second best seller. Because I am Boricua, so of course I did this. Soy Boricua, okay. This is one that, well, all of them can be hard copy, this binding, or you can get spiral binding. The top seller is coffee table books. And this one, again, the black and white Bandera de Puerto Rico with the inside pages. And so you're not Puerto Rican, but you love the idea of having a coffee table book that has your flag, let me know, hit me up, let's design it, let's make that happen, right? Um, so they also offer them in different sizes. We have notebook sizes, journal sizes, the thick coffee table book. Um, Part of what I also want is for people to be like, oh my gosh, that reminds me of mi abuelita, mi mami, lo que decía mami when I was growing up. And so for me, one of the first ones that I designed to honor mi abuelita, who used to crack me up because she would be like, when she would forget something, she'd be like, ay, se me forgetió. So I made this design that says, if I don't write it down, se me forgetea. Okay, so just having fun with the different things that just remind us of our childhood, of our loved ones, of our upbringing, whatever it may be. That's what I'm hoping to do with Something Spanglish, is give you that opportunity to show off your Latino roots and make you nostalgic, make you laugh, whatever it may be. Kehlani, Boss Babes, oh, this is where I'm probably gonna get emotional, but you're taking a chance on me to create something for you and your business. And hopefully this is gonna open doors, and I hope that some of you sitting here today, or all of you sitting here today, are like, oh yes, I'm gonna hit her up because I want I want that journal to say, like, I wrote down some of the beautiful things. I am the vibe, or girl, you are glitter glue, or ditch the code switch. I'm not sure if I wrote this one correctly, but my power lives in my present. My peace lives in my choice. Jamás y nunca will I feel small, right? These are just covers that we can have that can just serve as, so it's not just about showing off, okay, yo soy boricua para que tú lo sepa, but you know what? Much like the words of affirmation cards, which I think are amazing, a journal that just sits on your desk and reminds you of the baddie that you are, the boss babe that you are, the person that you are, right? So I am just here to fill that void that I think is there. For Latinos, but really also women, and just, whatever it is that you feel like you want to see on a cover, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Sorry, guys. Okay. Boss Babes and Brunch. We are making it happen with Boss Babes and Brunch Journal. This is coming soon. This is Kehlani. Again, thank you for taking the chance on me, on Something Spanglish, inviting me to show this off. And this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. So I thank you. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. This is where you can find me, on Something Spanglish, on Instagram, I should say. And for the journals, I'm on Amazon as well as Lulu. So talk about learning as you go. When I first started, Amazon was it. I put the author as Angie Gotay Carrion, my full government. And then as we started working, and I started working with Kehlani, I'm like, I don't know that I want that. Like, yes, I want my name to be connected to this, but so Something Spanglish is how you can much more easily find me on Lulu. But please DM me if you want to collaborate. Thank you in advance for the support.
Oh my gosh. Can I just say how excited I am about this? So I've been wanting a journal like this forever. And I hadn't like really known. I was like, okay, I don't really want to have to like construct it myself. I much rather it be something where, it's in collaboration, which we gonna have this conversation, Angie, because I don't see your name printed on any of this, baby. And so to have something like this is super exciting. So yes, ladies, the Boss Babe and Brunch Journal is coming soon. It is for the ladies who enjoy journaling, right? Who have ideas, who go to conferences, who sit at summits like this, who are looking to literally just continue to jot things down. Everywhere you go, you need a journal, you need to write something, lo que sea. So this is the perfect opportunity to do so. We're going to be announcing the launch date very, very soon. And I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to it. So I want to say thank you, Angie, for the opportunity also too, for being here and wanting to collaborate on this. I think that is super dope. And yes, it will have my bio, it will have a picture of me to continue to inspire you ladies. And I hope that you all make and construct your own journals too, right? Do make your own journals also, because this can be really huge for you also. So thank you.
And you know, the vision for me, again, I'm a baby in this, right? But what my vision and what I would love to do for businesses is, if you have a business, it sounds like many of you do, where maybe workbooks are part of your process. We can develop a workbook where people can have, you know, for me, I'm a list person, I write things down, blah, blah, blah. But if I have a Boss Babes and brunch, this is my journal for the work that I'm doing with Kaylani, with Boss Babes. This is, you know, she asked me to create XYZ. This is where I'm going to write it in. And, you know, so the possibilities are endless.
100%.
And you ladies have inspired that in me even more. So thank you all for this.
I love that. I love it so much. And I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you're still sharing your screen, Angie. So
sorry. Yes.
No, you're good. You're good. No worries. All righty, ladies. Again, if this inspired you today, I know it was a very long day, and the fact that many of you stood on to the very end, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this space, for being open, for allowing me to touch your hearts, for allowing others to touch your hearts also, for sharing pieces of you. Every single one of you are literally gems. You're doing the work that you're doing on purpose, right? Like the way Leah said, on purpose. There's a reason why you're doing this. And so I want you to leave with, do not give up. Do not give up on the thing that keeps on keeping you up at night, the thing that you can't stop thinking about every single time. And if you're in this space, if you've been on this call, the Elevate Collective is the space for you to be in. The possibilities, the connections, the collaborations, the literally like the women that you meet across state lines. This is the work that I'm doing, and I can't do this work alone. I don't want to do this work alone. That's the big thing, right? I don't want to do this work alone. I want to be able to bring every single one of the women I touch along with me. And the reason for that is because, best to believe, I step into a space, I'm going to amp you up. I'm going to talk about you, right? In any space, I'm going to connect you. When I say that I have a referral for you, baby, I have a referral for you. And so that is my mission with the Elevate Collective. And I want you ladies to know that I'm just thankful to be able to still stay on track, do this work. And you know where to find me. Send me a DM if you have any questions, hopes, dreams, deseos, lo que sea, any way that I can support you. Your girl's here. So thank you. Thank you all so much. And I appreciate you guys. All righty. I mean, that's the end of the summit, unless we want to keep on chatting it up. Does anyone have any wait, what happened?
Wait.
Okay,
There's a
yeah.
collaboration that happened and was inspired by the collaboration from Angie. So Jazz is going to raffle off an Elevate Collective t-shirt.
I almost forgot.
I know.
Yes.
Raffle off a shirt because you guys
I
have
was
stayed
letting
to
her
the
do her
end.
thing.
You have stayed to the end. There should be a reward to those who participate to the end. So y'all figure it out. But there's a shirt to be given and had.
So how do you want to do this?
So, the idea of doing the giveaway was for you to choose a number from 1 through 50, and whoever picks the number that you've chosen gets the shirt.
Okay, so
we would obviously communicate with the winner. We'll get all the details that we need to get the shirt to her. And yeah, but it's your doing. Choose a number from 1 through 50, and obviously I'm not gonna participate.
Okay,
but you ladies get to choose a number, and Kaylani will reveal the winner to us.
Okay, so they just drop your numbers in the chat.
Yep.
Kaylani, can I raffle off a toy?
Sure. I mean, hey, the more raffles, the better.
I mean, we raffling stuff. You might as well get
27, 14,
with the t-shirt.
23. 10. Okay. I'm gonna choose whoever's the closest.
Oh my God, this is so fun.
Leah, did you choose one? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I can't count clearly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's all of us. Okay. All right, 10. Okay. So the one who was the closest was actually Dr. Olympia Hoffman because my number was number 2. My birthday is July 2nd. So I chose the number 2. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna choose another number. Y'all can drop new numbers, or should we keep the same numbers, or do you guys want to choose new numbers?
New numbers, blah.
But I already saw those numbers, so that's kind of cheating.
No, we want new numbers.
Yeah, choose
No,
new numbers.
choose a new number.
Choose a new number.
What are you raffling now, baby?
Kimberly wants to raffle off a toy.
Hey.
So Kim, what numbers do you want her to go to and from? 1 through 50, or you want her to lower it?
She can go one through 30. Let's do that.
Okay.
Are you covering your eyes, Kehlani?
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh my God! I don't know why.
Shy.
Kim's on the 69999.
Oh, yeah, 6'9", 6'9".
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. We all got our numbers in because my number is actually on the board. Weird. Okay, Nazia, you got the number 25, baby.
Nadia, give me that address,
Nazia.
All right.
Oh my God, thank you.
Thank you. My kids are here, so I had my camera off. Thank you.
You're good.
Enjoy
You're welcome. You're so welcome. Ladies, again, I want to say thank you so much. Janelle, I don't know if you want to come in, babe, before we head off. If not, we can do like a recap live because we have something brewing también with Janelle. Can you come off mute?
Hi.
She looks tired. We can do a live together too, babe, because it's been a long day. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, baby. All right, ladies, have a great rest of your day. Besitos. And I hope you guys have a good one. Take care, babes. Bye.
Bye, everyone.